coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, political dragon here in the Bronx. And today is July 20th, 2021. I'm happy to have you here with us. We appreciate each and every one of you. Whether you're here with us for 5 minutes or 5 hours, it doesn't matter. We love you. And we thank you for being here, especially since it's the middle of the summer. Many people are on vacation, taking their downtime that they have earned. And I know it's a hot day out there here in New York, about 87 degrees. I'm sure it's similar temperatures across the country, if not hotter. So I appreciate that you're in with me, taking some time. For those who are new to the channel, I want you to know we do long-form political commentary. We talk about the issues that matter to you around the world. We reach out every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. For 2 decades now. We have been talking to people in every country about the issues that affect us all because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in our right, innate right, to be able to speak about the politics that affect us all and to control our governments, to assert ourselves. It's our First Amendment right. And it's not just an American right. It is a right of everyone around the world. And I know the internet overlords don't always like that, or some countries may be upset about that, but we don't care. We're going to have that conversation, as we've been doing for now 8 years, every Sunday. And we invite you to join us in that conversation. Whether you agree or disagree on any in particular issue, doesn't matter. As long as you're respectful, we're always happy to have your voice as part of this conversation. So with that said, we're going to have some great conversations here. Now, for those who are not familiar with our process, we generally tend to start off just dealing with some breaking news. If there is something of interest, something worthy of talking about, we then get into the international news. We then go into what is happening domestically in the United States. In between there, at about 2.5 hours, we usually take about a 45-minute break so that you can walk around, get a cigarette, walk your dog. I walk my dog. He's 14 years old. So it gives you a chance to do all of that, and we finish the conversation at the end of the day. So yeah, we're going to have a lot to go over. Now, there's a lot of breaking news, a lot of news out there right now. And there's a few things that are annoying that we have to talk about. Now, one of the things that's annoying, and we'll get into it a little bit later, is the fact, by the way, someone give me a mic check. Make sure that I should be coming across loud and clear. But there's the fact that YouTube, we now know, and there's been a study on YouTube that has come out revealing that they don't want you to be involved. And when I did my intro and I'm talking about governments and the social media giants, they don't want you to have a conversation. I'm not kidding. I've been saying this for 8 years, and people don't really pay it much attention. No, that's the truth. They are literally engineering and suppressing all of the non-mainstream. NBC, CBS, ABC, yeah, they're fine. And everyone else is being suppressed, and they are actively trying to tune you out, to make you not pay attention to any of the politics, any of the issues that are affecting you, so that you are ignorant, dumb, and incapable of making an educated decision when it comes to an election. They want you to vote party line, and in particular, they want you to vote Democrat because they don't want you to understand anything that's happening. That's really sad. And we're going to get into that a little bit later in the show. Now, there is breaking news. A lot of people have been talking about it. Yesterday in California, a man drove his car into a crowd at a nightclub in California, of course. These things tend to happen in leftist areas. And no one really understands why. The latest news that we have seen on that, I'm not focusing on it a whole lot, but because there isn't a lot of information. As far as we know, the suspect was kicked out of the nightclub last night. He drove down the block, did a U-turn, and drove into a crowd hitting 30 people. Luckily, no one has died. There's one individual with serious injuries, a broken leg, who is expected to recover. But the crowd reacting to this guy, who not only did he run into the crowd, he also hit a light post, and his car stopped, thank goodness, possibly saving people's lives. They beat him up. They started beating on that guy, pulled him out the car, started beating on him. The security from the nightclub grabbed him, held and brought him in so he could be arrested by police and therefore face legal ramifications. Along the way, that suspect got shot, apparently in the buttocks or perhaps the leg. It's unclear. It's unknown who shot him, but I'm not surprised. You just drove a car into a crowd of people for no reason. You're just evil. That is an act of evil. I'm not surprised someone tried to shoot him. You just tried to kill me. You just tried to kill everyone standing in front of the club. I'm not surprised someone did that. Now, is that a good thing? Of course not. But I understand. I understand why someone would react that way. But I find it interesting because it is an act of evil. And we don't know the details. There's still a lot more information we need to know about this. But what we do know, you don't need a gun to be dangerous. Point blank. That's very clear. Again, so the gun laws didn't protect anyone. Violence is not dictated by the weapon that is used to commit the violence. It is based on the intent of the evildoer, of the person. If that nut job, he used a car, could have used a gun, could have used a knife, could have used a machete, could have used a bomb. He intended to commit an act of evil, to run people over with a car. Doesn't matter whether he used a car or a gun or a bomb or anything else. He's evil. I hope this guy, if he is found guilty, is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The fullest extent of the law. He should never see daylight again for that crime. Because there's no reason for it. There's no justification. None. But I see it as a trend that we see more and more often, that the youth have been taught that if you suffer a microaggression, then that's the same thing as actual violence. Someone says something you don't like, you've been offended. That's now a microaggression. And because you've been microaggressed, you now have the right, according to what's been taught at these colleges, at these high schools, that you have the right to react in violence. This is a problem. This is a problem our society is in. And I'd like to speak more about it, but we don't have enough details. We don't know why the suspect has been arrested. They are they are being held by the police. They can be interrogated. We're going to find out more. And I think the story is going to get buried. As I saw in the reporting, the individual seems to be a Hispanic individual, a male, which means the story is going to get killed. They're going to drop the story because it doesn't match the propaganda that we tend to see from the mainstream media. They want a very specific message. White men in general, conservatives in general, are all bad people. And in particular, when they have firearms, but in general life, they're evil, they're bad, and you shouldn't trust them, especially if they're running for an elected office. You should vote Democrat to protect you from men, from conservatives, from white men. That's the general gist that they're putting out there. And anything that breaks from that, which would have minorities, well, then, that's not quite the same story. We can't talk about that. Remember, minorities are supposed to be the good guys. Even if they're a man, they're better than being a white man. If they're not an American, they're better than an American. So therefore, all the stories have to justify why they did that. And I am sure there is someone on the internet right now TikToking away saying, well, it's justified because some microaggression happened against this individual, and that's why he ran his car into a group of people, innocent people, because they're nut jobs out there. It's a very troubling trend, and I do believe it has a lot to do with the way that kids are being taught about microaggressions, and that they are justified in their violent reactions to those microaggressions. This is why our society is crumbling. But now some people may disagree with that. That's perfectly fine. I appreciate that. You know what? Let me know. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I've misunderstood that, if there's more breaking news on that, let me know. I will be happy to hear your voice. And you can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, or X, if you want to call it that, Rumble. You can reach us with the SuperChat or with a Rumble rant, which will respond to a little bit faster than anything else, and we'll put it up on the screen. This is interactive, folks. We're talking to each other. And you don't have to agree. You probably will, but you don't have to agree with the conclusions that I come to. There's the evidence, and then there's the conclusions. Again, the reason why I'm not highlighting that story is we don't have enough evidence on that yet to really draw conclusions. That's just, I rarely talk about feelings, but that is a feeling that I have right now. And I think that feeling is going to be proven correct. But I could be wrong. And I'm willing to admit if I'm wrong. I will admit that I'm wrong. We'll see. But what I can tell you about and what we can discuss, and I wanted to bring up, is just to follow up. If you remember, last week, the news media was up in arms because the Trump administration went to a farm that doesn't provide food. It went to a marijuana farm. So, slight difference. They said, well, it's a farm. It's not really a farm. It's a commercial business. It's not an independent, small mom and pop, kind of like Clark Kent's family, Ma and Pa Kent. It's not them with a farm making food, going down to the local farmer's market. It's a hemp marijuana factory, and it's a corporation in California. And the Trump administration went in there because of mass deportations, as you may recall. And the story's been pretty much killed. Why? Because 14 children were found at the location. And I've heard Democrat after Democrat try to justify, well, they're young kids, but they're working on a farm, so there's a different set of rules. No, there isn't. If it's with the parents' permission, they're unaccompanied minors. There is no parent. And they're below the age, even in the state of California, below the age of being able to work on a farm. And they're on a commercial farm, not a family-owned farm, not a food farm, a commercial, industrial farm. That means that these kids, these unaccompanied minors, are slaves. And I talked about it last week. I talked about it this Wednesday with the Liberty First Foundation. We were talking about this. I think it's a very big story. It should be a big deal. And as you can see, nobody is touching it. LA Times, BBC, New York Post, News Nation, NBC, they have given up on this story. NBC Los Angeles, KTLA, no one's talking about this story anymore. They gave up on it roughly about November 12th is the last time anyone wanted to touch this. When we found out there were 200 to 300 illegal aliens that were arrested, when we found out there were 14 unaccompanied minors who had, and that's child abuse. These children had suffered child abuse to come into America. And then they were further abused through slavery to work on that farm. And no one wants to talk about that anymore. How many other farms throughout California and possibly in New York, possibly in Washington State, how many farmlands across America, in particular in the bluer than blue states, that are actively fighting Donald Trump, the United States government, actively breaking the law so that they could have slave labor, child slave labor? How many? We'll never know, because the news media is killing the story. And of course, YouTube is saying, good, we should be talking about something else. Don't you want to talk about the latest movie? You saw the latest movie, which is all about propaganda. Yeah. Didn't you see that? Good. Think about that. Stop talking about this. This is sad, folks. We should be following this up. And by the way, if you're wondering, there's just no updates on this. You can check the story yourself. Just type in California unaccompanied minors farm. The story comes up. There is no current update on that. And I find that very upsetting. Maybe other people don't. I don't know. I find it upsetting because I think that's just terrible news. Now, separate of that, I should share this breaking news with everyone. You may not be aware of this. 10 million people have lost or 10 million users of Facebook have had their channels, their pages wiped out, gone, deleted. Now, many of those people are bots. Many of them are spam. They're people who are taking advantage of Facebook and using it to try and, duplicate, clone accounts, use it for spam and phishing and all kinds of stuff. True. And to also replay other people's content so that the spammers can make their own money off of other people's hard work and effort. But inside that 10 million are also a large number of legitimate, real people who've had their accounts deleted. This is happening, and Facebook is not nearly done. They are going to continue. They are essentially doing a purge, doing a mass deportation online of many of their members. And if they're starting to do this, and it's because there are so many bots, so many fake accounts, so much abuse, online abuse, I think that you will start to see that in the other platforms as well. We've already seen that happen with X. That was in 2018. X started with Elon Musk taking over X. We saw there was the purge both in the personnel and in many of the duplicate bot accounts. And we always knew there were bot accounts. In 2016, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, was almost entirely. Every other comment was a bot. It has been reduced. It has been, the number of human beings making human responses has increased. Facebook pretty much fell off the face of the earth for a while because they were busy ducking from Congress and also suppressing a lot of people's voices. So they kind of laid low and let Twitter and let YouTube and Google take the brunt of the attention. TikTok took the brunt of the attention. And now Facebook, because of Instagram, they're trying to resurge. They're trying to rebrand themselves. They're trying to make a comeback. We'll see if that works out. I don't know how many people use Facebook still. Maybe a lot, maybe a few. Don't know. Let me know if you do. I know we get a couple people who watch the channel from Facebook. Not many, but some. So let me know. But keep in mind, they are actively deleting it. So if that is happening and you are one of the 10 million plus people who are having your content deleted, and in particular, you're someone who has a legitimate account, please be very careful. There are scammers who are out there already, and they're sending out their mass emails telling people that, oh, your account got deleted. We're going to help you. We're from Facebook or Meta, as they'll say, and say, oh, we're here. We can reinstate your account. Be very careful with these accounts. Many of them are fake. They're reaching out to people on TikTok to say, hey, I can help you reinstate your account on Facebook. No, you can't. It's not going to TikTok to tell people how they can save their account. They're not doing that. That's not the way to do it. So I want people to be aware. There's a lot of scammers. Here's another one as an example, and this is coming from Forbes.com. This is coming from Forbes. The links to all of the news that I am providing to you will be provided at the end of the show, so you can see it for yourself. You can review the information yourself. But this is from Forbes, and they give the example of an individual, a Mr. Davey Winder, who is most likely, and as I would say, as Forbes has said, not a real account, even though they have a blue check mark, which isn't an employee of X. That's something entirely different. They have the name Happy Geek, but the name is actually Davey Winder. Makes you wonder, why aren't those things matching up? Anyway, they also say, help, my Facebook account has been deleted. Non-bots, feel free to ignore this this obviously false message. Need assistance? Reach out. There's already bots that were hitting into that account. It's a setup. Be very aware and be very careful. Yes, accounts are being removed. Yes, Facebook is trying to attack the bots and people who have scammed the system to remove them so that people have a better experience online. They're doing that so Congress doesn't force them to do it, so that Congress doesn't get involved, that laws aren't made to take away the independent rights of Facebook and Google and social media giants. That's why they're doing it, and to make people think they're nice guys so that you'll go back to Facebook and Instagram. They're not doing it because they're good people. So I wanted to make sure you are aware that it is real and it is true that Facebook is deleting people's accounts, those accounts are almost all targeted as spam and fraudulent accounts. So keep that in mind. You probably aren't going to be notified. But as I said, there's a few things that are going on. So I'm trying to get you the up-to-date news, things you may not have seen in the news. And the reason why you're not going to see in the news is YouTube doesn't want you to talk about it. YouTube wants you to watch a cat video. They want you to laugh about people slipping on the ice. They don't want you to talk. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to be an adult. They want you to be a child who simplistically stares at the screen because of the pretty colors, and that's it. That's all they want. Stare at the pretty colors, listen to the pretty sounds in the background, and do what we say. That is what YouTube wants. That is what Google, the parent of YouTube, wants. They want you to be just a lump on a log that gives them money. And to give them eyeballs is to give them money, which is why I'm more than happy for people to go over to Rumble and to watch me, to go over to Twitter and to watch me, even Facebook and watch. I don't mind. Because YouTube is telling you they want you stupid. They want you to obey. They want you uninformed. And I find this to be aggravating, that they are actively, we know this is true. This was published via Cornell University's Ziv server. This news is coming from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. It is this was based on 685,000 videos. There was a study of 600, almost 700,000 videos, and the categories and the way the algorithm is working on YouTube. And essentially, this is for the content creators out there. This is for everyone who's watching. They're telling us that we have to have a happy moment, that for you to protect your favorite, no matter who it is you watch online, if you want to protect them, you want to make sure that they can make a living doing YouTube by being a content creator, that now it's not enough that you watch something. No, now you have to watch, and you have to like, and you have to comment. As a viewer, you have to like, you have to comment, and you have to watch the video. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't think you're real. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't count it. They'll take the money for the advertising, their advertising, but they will cut that advertising from the content creator. And they will push you actively to The View. They'll push you actively to Midas Touch. They'll push you actively to CNN and MSNBC, to their preferred political agendas. And that's insane. That's vicious, that's evil, that's wrong. And they know it. They just don't think you're paying attention. They don't care. They've been doing this for a while. And I've talked about it, but I'm just a small guy. A lot of people, but Mike, you've been doing this 20 years, but you're a small content creator. So, you know, you have a bias. You're a Republican. You have a bias. No, I have the truth. We've been telling you this. They don't want you to think about this. They want you to go out there and say, Orange Man bad. Why? CNN said so. Because The View, Joy Behar, Whoopi Goldberg, they said, Orange Man bad. It must be true. YouTube showed me Orange Man bad. It must be true. But don't worry, cat video. Go watch a cat video. Go get online therapy. That's it. Stop thinking. Oh, you want to protect your kids in school? You want to make sure your kids learn home ec so they can actually cook a meal for themselves? You want your kids to be able to grow up and have a great job, maybe as an electrician, a carpenter. You want them to be able to make money and have a good quality life, buy a home for themselves. Yeah, and that's not YouTube anymore. That's not Google anymore. They just want you stupid and obeying. Vote Democrat. That's it. Vote Democrat. The Democrats will take care of you. The progressives will take care of you. They will micromanage every aspect of your life. Don't worry. If you have a microaggression, just tell the Democrats, vote Democrat, and they will take care of it for you. I mean, that's what Mandami's doing right now in New York. We have a real world example of what YouTube is doing and how it reacts in the real world. Mandami is now running in the front runner at the moment for the New York City mayor's race. He's looking to be mayor of New York. And he's getting there because he promised you $30 an hour. You're going to get minimum wage. He didn't mention, and the news media isn't mentioning, and YouTube is hiding from you the fact that minimum wage doesn't work. The forced $15, $20, $30 minimum wage, it doesn't work. Every single place that they have done this in America, every place, you lost money. The people who get the raise, they either get fired or they have their hours cut and they lose money. And of course, poverty has increased. And everywhere that they have done this, poverty increased. The prices of everything went up. The poor, they created more poor people who were more dependent on the government. No one got richer. No one got off of poverty. No one got helped. But you're not supposed to think about that. And because this channel, like many others, like Hardlands Media, like Larry Sharp, libertarians, the left, me as a conservative, because we're willing to tell you what CNN won't tell you, not that it's not factual, but because we'll tell you what they won't. YouTube's like, no, people might not vote Democrat. Here's a cat video. Go vote Democrat. Stop thinking. That's the evil that's going on. YouTube is actively pushing users towards anything but serious. They don't want you to be educated. They don't want you to learn things. You want to watch astrophysics. You want to hear about stories about the solar system. How did the planets get created? Could life exist on Mars? No, they don't want you to do that. Here's a cat video. Just watch funny cats rolling around, kittens falling all over themselves. That's what they want. In fact, what YouTube wants is that they are mandating now. Effectively, they're mandating that I have to show you this is the happy moment. This is it. This is the mandated YouTube happy moment. Okay. And I hope people are enjoying this because this is, and for those who aren't into women or they may consider themselves toasters or asexual, well, here's a toaster for you as well, so that you can have your happy moment as well. This is the YouTube mandated, required happy moment. Because if I don't do this, well, then YouTube's going to punish me. YouTube's going to punish you. How dare you think? How dare you talk about the politics of the day? How dare you be involved in your government? How dare you think about who you're going to vote for? They want you to vote Democrat. Just go out, blindly vote Democrat. That's it. Just straight down the line. Just vote D. Nancy Pelosi already told you. If it's a glass of water, but it's a Democrat, it's on the Democratic ballot, then you vote for it. Why? Because you don't need to think. The leadership will think for you. And that should terrify you. The fact that this is actually happening and we have evidence and there have been studies on this and it is verified that YouTube is punishing you for daring to think, that should terrify people. That should make people very upset. And I know that because I'm talking about this show right now is being punished. There are less people watching the program, not just because it's the middle of the summer, but because I'm talking about politics and they don't want you to talk about politics. I'm taking the time to have a conversation with you from around the world, and they want you dumb. They want you to be a slave. They want you to be just smart enough to figure out how to get YouTube onto your phone and to do nothing else. They want you to walk into the ballot and just vote party line straight down the line. I can tell you, I don't agree with that. And of course, the only way that I can fight that is if you like, share, if you subscribe. I hope you do. I think it's important. Whether you agree with me or not, I hope you find it important to recognize how they are abusing you. The things they don't want to talk about. Oh, there's child slavery in California. We don't want to talk about that. That might not help Gavin Newsom. It might not help Adam Schiff. It may not help Nancy Pelosi. Democrats in California might not get reelected. California politics might not be dominated by Democrats, and that means they lose power. Can't do that. No, we'll just not talk about it anymore. It's really upsetting. It's really, really upsetting. And there is no equivalent. I know someone's out there saying, but Mike, what about Republicans? Republicans do the same thing. No, they don't. They don't. Whether they might if they had the power, they don't. They don't have the control. They don't have the power. They're not doing this. This is coming from progressives and Democrats. That's it. This is left. This is what it is when the left has power. Look at what they do. They riot. They destroy things. They try to control the way you think. And yes, telling you, stop watching politics, watch the funny video, watch cat videos, that is trying to control how you think. They don't want you to even, and it's not even just, oh, well, you shouldn't watch people like Mike Voss in terms of the politics, the right-leaning, evil MAGA, America first, make America great again. Oh, no, those are evil people. No, they don't even want you to pay attention to Democrat, progressive issues. They don't care about women. They don't want women to pay attention to what's happening in abortion laws or with Planned Parenthood or health care. They don't care about that. They want even the women, even the minorities. They don't care about DEI, intersectionality. They don't care about any of that. They want you to watch a cat video, period, full stop. Just vote straight down the party line. You don't need to worry about any of that because the leadership will think for you. The people in charge will think for you. That's really upsetting. And I know my channel is going to get beat up this week, as we do many weeks, because I'm daring to have this conversation. Oh, by the way, this is in my store. You can get this too. Can you see it? Oops, come on. It's my mug. You can get it in the Zazzle store. It's one of my mug designs. I got one of my mugs just to have it. I like it. It's a good mug. 15-ounce mug. And you can see the image on there. Hey, Peace Logic. Peace Logic has joined us. Peace Logic is the first one to speak today, probably because I'm not doing funny cat videos. And YouTube hates that I do political commentary. YouTube is actively punishing people for daring to have a thought in their heads and to speak about it, and God forbid, to not vote Democrat. They hate that, obviously. So Peace Logic, thank you for taking the time to be here with us as part of the audience watching the program. And I know you're on YouTube. People are watching on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter, all over. I appreciate each and every one of you. So I wanted to cover that because I don't think there's enough information about that. And by the way, when I say that there will be links after the show so that you can see it for yourself, this is the actual Cornell University. Here is the report, the study that was published about this so you can see it for yourself. Yes, I'm giving you all the sources for your information. So it does exist. This is real. This isn't someone just saying, oh, well, I don't like YouTube, or YouTube might be biased. Google might be biased. No, they are. There's evidence, hard evidence. It exists. It's out there, and we're able to show it to you. So we want you to know about that. So that's some of the breaking news that's been coming out in the last day, essentially. And not everyone has seen that. So I wanted to make sure people would know that. There's some news about H-1B visas coming out. It's New York. There's always some noise in the background. Okay. Sorry, I got messages on my phone. So I want to make sure you guys knew about that. Now, separate of that, let's talk about what's happening in the world right now. Let's talk about what's happening in Europe. Because even though it's only been like 2 weeks, the fact is that Iran is moving forward. And remember, we were told we're going into World War III. It's going to be the end of the world. You were guaranteed Donald Trump was going to end the universe, that we were in World War III. Your kids would die. 2 weeks later, Iran's talking with Europe about having a deal to get rid of nukes. That they're not looking to build up their army. They're not looking to start another war. They're not looking to attack Donald Trump or America. They're talking about getting a deal and increasing the peace. It's just that simple. And by the way, we do have news reports that are out now that even though I believe it was the New York Times came out and said, oh, no, it didn't work. CNN, MSNBC said, Donald Trump bombed the Iranian sites and it didn't work. It didn't do anything. Now we have the evidence that, yes, it did. That, yeah, it did significant damage. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. It pushed the Iranians back approximately 5 years on their ability to develop a nuclear weapon, which is exactly what it was supposed to do. But that's just the case. Hey, Grace is with us, and Grace says, I don't know how many, but one is too many. That's true. That is true. In terms of trying to deny people the ability to find out news, to be able to talk about these things. Thank you, Grace. I appreciate you. I thank you for your evidence. Now, in Europe, we know Iran, they're trying to move forward with the nuclear talks. They're in conversations with the United States. So we're not going to war. For those who had the lingering thought, those who were being told by the mainstream news media that we're going to World War III, this is it, it's all over. It's not. Yet again, we now have gotten 6 months, the first 6 full months, half of a year of Donald Trump. And as much as you were told we were going to war, we didn't. Even with countries like Iran, where we had, call it a 12-day war, not really. The United States got into the war for 1 day. We went in, we dropped the bomb, we were done. And now Iran, as a result, is looking for peace. Iran, as a result, is not looking to develop nuclear weapons. They're looking to get out of the entire nuclear weapons race. They want a deal. They want out. They want peace. I think it was a great success. Again, you're not supposed to think about that. YouTube said, no, politics. You're talking about wars and Trump didn't go to war. You don't want to talk about that. Look at a cat video. Go watch a cat video. No, we should talk about this because you were lied to. You were told by the mainstream news media. 80% of the news media is a leftist, is controlled by leftists. some of them progressives, many of them Democrats, and they told you you were going to war, that you were going to die, your kids were going to die in a war, that it was at the end of America, it was all over. They lied to your face. They fear-mongered you. YouTube, Google, they want you to forget Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic Party, AOC, Chuck Schumer. They want you to forget that. Hakeem Jeffries, they want you to forget. They want you to think that it never happened. Oh, we never said those things. Go on, move forward. Don't worry, vote Democrat. It will be okay. No, remember that these people lied to you. They abused you. They promised you that Iran was going to go to World War III if we took away their nuclear capabilities. And the answer was they were a danger, more of a danger with nuclear, if they had a nuclear weapon, than if they don't. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. So yeah, they're talking right now, new talks. They're going to get peace by not getting a nuclear weapon. And they're talking to Europe about it right now. Would that have happened if Donald Trump did not blow up their nuclear weapons facility? I don't think so. I don't believe they would have continued to move forward towards peace if Donald Trump, if America didn't step in and said, no nukes for you. Not only do we say that, we're going to do that. We have a big stick and we will use it. Take away their ability to have a nuclear weapon. But we'll see. Something else I think that's kind of interesting right now. That's part of the international news that's going on. And a lot of people aren't talking about it. I know there's a lot of things domestically, like Zoran Mandami. There's news that's going on now about Donald Trump. There's news that's going on about cryptocurrencies, which we want to talk about. Whether or not there's going to be a digital dollar in America, in the world. We want to talk a little bit about that. We want to talk about Tulsi Gabbard and what she has done, what Obama has done that we now have evidence for. We'll talk about those things. But I think it's important to talk about what's happening in the rest of the world, because we've been told that we are evil, that America is evil, that everything is over. It's done. You have no choice. You know, America is so evil. Things are so corrupt. The economy is so bad that the Chinese are buying homes in America. They're the number one foreign buyers of homes in America. Now, whether or not they should is a different question. Whether or not the Chinese should be allowed to buy American farmland, whether they should be able to buy American housing, that's a different question. But of the foreign nationals, foreign nations, where people are buying American houses and farms and property, China is number one. America's so evil, so bad, so terrible that we're allowing Chinese, our number one enemy in the world at this moment, the real threat to our power base in America, in the world, is China, and we're letting them buy our land and buy our farmland. That doesn't sound like someone who's about to go to war. It doesn't sound like people who think America's over and done with, that America's falling apart. Literally, according to the Newsweek article that came out, they will tell you that not only are the Chinese nationals buying the most property in America right now, that they're paying the top dollar. They're spending the most money too. So they obviously, the Chinese don't think that the market is bad, that Trump is destroying the economy. Because if they did, smart business tells you, well, if the economy is bad and the prices are crashing, I'll just wait until the prices go down. When I bought my home, I had a house. I bought it in 2008. Why? Excuse me, 2009. In 2009, I went out and I bought a house. Why? Because prices were down. Because we were in a recession. And a lot of smart people stepped out into the marketplace and said, hey, the prices of homes went down because of Obama at bringing in a recession into America, because of the failed policies of the Democrats that crushed America, because of the policies in the 1980s of Charles Rangel and his insistence that banks had to give unqualified people loans just because they had a suntan. Then that hit that created the subprime market, and the subprime market crash. And smart people saw the crash and said, now is a good time to buy property because the prices are low. And many of those people were lucky enough to sell the prices in like 2020, 2021. Even right now, some people are selling those properties at top dollar rates to the Chinese. Oh, interest rates went up? They don't care. They're buying right now. That doesn't sound like a weak economy to me. That doesn't sound like a recession. That doesn't sound like a depression to me. It sounds like they're thinking things are at a bargain, that things aren't getting lower. They don't think the prices are getting worse, that it's going to drop even lower, that the American economy is going to fall apart more. They're stepping in buying now. They think the prices will go up. I mean, that's the only reason why I can understand that the top percentage of foreign buyers are Chinese, that the Chinese are spending the most money. And I believe I have it in the article right here it is. According to Newsweek and their data, in terms of the number of existing homes purchased by foreign buyers, Chinese buyers snapped up 11,700 of the total 78,100 homes that were available. So almost 12,000 homes were bought by Chinese buyers. They represent 15% of all foreign buyers. Number one, followed by buyers from Canada, Mexico, India, and the United Kingdom. So number one, China. Mostly this is coming from Chinese students who are coming to America for school, and they buy a house so they can live in America, go to school, and after they get done with school, they can continue to live in America with their overextension of their visas, because California won't kick them out, because New York won't kick them out, because New York State needs the money desperately, because California needs the money desperately. So they don't care that they can buy the property, and they will let them have the property as long as they pay the property taxes and they stay in America, so that they can help pay for all of the taxes and the revenues that the state needs. California and New York don't care. They're desperate for money. They already drove out small business owners. They drove out the Republicans, the conservatives, everyone who has property and who has businesses. They all left. They need someone to buy and pay the taxes. But again, this tells me something. The Newsweek article goes on to say Chinese buyers also paid the highest price, the purchasing price of the top foreign buyers. Over the last year, this is in the last year. I'm not talking about the last 10 years, last 15 years, last year, 2024, going into March of 2025. It is current. This is the up-to-date news. The average purchase price was almost $1.2 million. That's what the Chinese are paying. The average price, that's the high end. The average price was $759,000, about $760,000. Does that sound like they think America is going into a recession, that the American economy is falling apart? Or do they think that America is recovering from a recession that the worst was behind us, which would be true because that would be the Biden administration in August of 2022 when we went into a recession, when we had 22% inflation. That's when the economy was bad. That's when things were bottoming out, when you were paying $12 for a dozen eggs. $12. And some places were paying way, way more than that. And I'm talking about just a regular generic 12 dozen eggs. If you were having organic eggs, you were paying $20 a dozen eggs, if not more. You know this. All the prices of everything skyrocketed. That was Bidenomics. That was the failure of the progressives and the Democrats and their economic policies. The same economic policies that Zoran Mandami is trying to do in New York State. The same failed policies that failed in Kansas. They're the same policies that failed in California, in LA. They failed in Seattle. They failed in Colorado. They failed everywhere they have been done. But they're going to do it again. They're just going to keep doing these failures because it doesn't matter. Because you're supposed to vote Democrat because you don't know anything. Because that's what YouTube, that's what Google are there for, to not have you know anything. You're not supposed to understand anything. That's why they didn't teach you in school. The teachers union is there to make money. You are in the way. Your kids are in the way. You're not supposed to learn anything. Let me bring this up. Schools used to be able to teach everything that kids learn in school right now. We were able, when I was a student, when I went to high school, everything that kids today learn, we learned when I was in high school, and we were able to get shop. We could go and learn about how to be a mechanic. We learned how to type. We learned how to sew. We learned how to cook. We learned about working with wood and carpentry. We were able to join the band. We were able to play sports. Not just the football team, but all the different types of teams. We go out bowling. You could go out in competitions for archery. You would be able to learn how to fire a gun. You were able to learn how to drive a car in high school. Today's kids get none of that stuff. They just get, here's the test. Learn the test. That's it. Learn the test, get a degree, get out. Because they're there for money. They are there to make money for a union. Unions are just as greedy as any corporation. They are no different than any corporation. They do the same things that corporations do. They just happen to do it with a different title, with a better slogan. There is no difference between a union and a corporation. And if you say, well, corporates are greedy and evil, have you paid attention to what unions are doing right now? They're greedy and just as evil. Oh, well, corporations try to buy politicians. Do you notice how unions are the number one donors to Democrats and Democrats alone? Democrats are desperate for the money that comes out of unions. And unions, regardless of what their members say, always donate to the Democrats. They almost never donate any money to anyone else because this is a setup. Because you're not supposed to be able to make a choice. You're not supposed to think about it. They don't teach you anymore. Literally, the kids in school today, if you are someone who's 18, 20, 25, and I wish more of them would be listening. People in that age group would listen to this channel. You may say, Mike, but you're old. You don't understand. You're right, because I was taught to have a critical thinking. Take advantage of the wisdom of an old man. Take advantage of the experience of a guy with a white beard. When I'm telling you that what they are doing to you now is taking advantage of you. They are dumbing you down so that they can take advantage of you. Schools aren't there to teach you a damn thing. Look, my good friend, Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, has a very good theory. And I think the more I think about it, the more I think Larry is correct. You don't need schools as much as you used to. High school, maybe even college. If you have a good AI, not necessarily Chat GPT, that's really a biased one, but there are dozens of AIs out there. You can get a bunch of AIs to just put together a bunch of data on almost any subject. Yeah, being a doctor is maybe a little bit different. You want to be a brain surgeon? Yeah, you got to go to a college. Given. Okay. But if you want to teach English in high school, you don't need 6 years of college, a master's degree, and $200,000 worth of debt. You don't need that. To be able to go out and do human resources at some business, you don't need a master's degree and $180,000 of debt. You don't need that. You can take the courses, you can go and just read the information from AI based on all the literature that's out there already. Just read that and you'll be able to get the same gist. It's the same thing as having some teacher stand in a room full of 100 or 200 students in some college. He's talking at a chalkboard, not even looking at the students, 200 of you there looking at this one guy writing on a chalkboard. That class is costing you what, $6,000-$7,000 each? It's not individualized. He doesn't care. He doesn't know who you are. Doesn't care who you are. It's not personal at all. He's just there to make money. He's there. Unions making sure he gets paid. He pays his dues. The dues go to Democrats. Democrats make sure that the price of college go up every year so that you need a bigger loan so that the unions can get more money, and it goes over and over and over again. People may not like the truth. It is the truth. I can't speak to whether you like it or not. It is the truth. And I think my friend Larry Sharp is very correct. You can do a lot of the information that you're supposed to be learning in school, you can get from AI. They don't teach you about civics, about voting, about petitions. They don't teach you about the Constitution, about the Second Amendment, about your rights. They don't teach that in schools anymore. That's actually gone. They did when I was going to school. Why don't they teach it now? Because, well, you got to take a test, and that's not on the test. Well, it's an important thing. It's part of why America is one of the greatest countries in the world, is because we have a right to vote, because we have the right to control and run our government. We, the people, are the ultimate source of the government. Not Nancy Pelosi, not Hakeem Jeffries, not Chuck Schumer, not Mitch McConnell or Mike Johnson. They're not the leaders of America. In fact, not even Donald Trump. Yes, he's the president. He's not in charge of America. You are. I am. American citizens are the people. At the end of the day, are the ultimate answer to what America does and does not do. Period. Because if it wasn't, the Epstein files that story would be done. I know Trump tried to end the story, and there's a lot of questions about why did he try and stop the story. A lot of people still don't understand why. I don't understand why. No one does. But here's the thing. You and I and the American people said this was crap. You can't just tell me it didn't exist. We know that there is a list, whether it's in a list form in a black book or not. There is a group of people we know who are minor attracted individuals who went to Epstein's Island and did illegal things. We know that. So we want those names. Who went to that island and engaged in these illegal activities? We have a witness. Ghislaine Maxwell. We have witnesses, the victims. We have the documents. We have truckloads of information. Put it all together in a list, give it to the public. And Trump administration initially said no. And then you got upset. I got upset. And because we are the government, even if the Trump administration said, no, we don't want to talk about this, now we're going to get, or we're supposed to get, the data from the grand jury. We're supposed to get the information we asked for in the first place. The same information that the Democrats denied us, the same information that the Republicans denied us. We're now going to be getting that data because we are ultimately the government. And if we, as one voice, if the public speaks up, we get what we want. This is why YouTube wants you to be dumb. This is why YouTube wants you to watch a cat video and not politics. Because you ask for things, you can demand things because you're an American citizen. Because we are the government. That's why YouTube is suppressing this channel as we speak. Let's see. Gracie says, does that mean my message didn't get through? Probably not. I don't know which message you mean, Gracie. I don't see it. You were talking about the farm with kids? I didn't see any other message. So far, I don't know why, but I'm not seeing messages off of YouTube. I've only seen one message from Peace Logic. And I know normally by this point, we've got a dozen people who are watching the show, a couple dozen people often on YouTube alone who are making comments. But again, YouTube changed the algorithm. YouTube has hidden this channel because I don't have a cat video. And people aren't putting up big smiley faces and saying, oh, Mike, that was really funny. I mean, if anything, everybody, after you watch the show, just type into the comments, that was funny. Type in the comments now, that was funny. Maybe YouTube will then let me show this or let people see this and make up their own mind what they think, whether they agree or they disagree, doesn't matter. But they don't want anyone to see it. And by the way, just so you see what I'm talking about, Gracie, that's all the messages I've gotten. For this part in the show, whether people agree or disagree, we normally have dozens of comments by now. So I don't know what YouTube's doing. I don't know what's going on. Something's happening. Usually we have dozens of comments from YouTube and Facebook and even on X. I don't know what's happening right now. But I was going through all of that and I got myself onto a tangent and ran with it into AI, into unions and such. But it's all connected. But it comes back to America is in a better position than what you have been told. You've been lied to. You've been lied to for a purpose, for a very specific reason. That very specific reason is how you are going to vote in 2026 and in 2028. They want you to think that everything is falling apart, and it is not. Again, internationally, we are seeing the reaction that the Chinese are coming in here and they're buying top dollar, buying as much as they can. They wouldn't do that if everything's falling apart, if they didn't trust that America was going to exist in the next 5 years. And if America is going to exist within the next 5 years, and they think that they can have the property, they want the farm, they want the house, and they're willing to pay these prices right now with this interest rate, and they're willing to pay for that now, you're going to be better off in 5 years. They think it's going to be more expensive. They think it's going to be more valuable in 5 years. They're making the investment today for what they expect in 5 years, 10 years. It's going to be worth more. It's going to be more expensive and worth more in 5 to 10 years than today. That's why they're buying it right now. And the only people who are telling you don't invest, don't buy, don't believe in America are the Democrats and the progressives who don't want America to exist. They just want power. That should tell you something. Again, that's not me saying that. That was from Newsweek. I just showed you the article. Let's see. So, really, that's everything that's been going on internationally. Not a lot of news internationally. Right now, everything's pretty quiet. Iran is trying to make a deal with Europe so that they can maintain their peace, so that America won't continue to beat up on them. They're going to just give up and they're going to stop making nuclear weapons. That's the goal for Iran right now. America won. Trump won. The world won because Iran isn't going to have a nuclear weapon. Victory. You're not hearing that from the mainstream media. You're not hearing that from the New York Times. They'll tell you how bad Trump is and how evil everything is, but they won't tell you you're safer today than you were 6 months ago because Donald Trump, well, he was Trump. He had an America First policy and he made sure the world knew about it, that he actually did what he said he would do. He's living up to the promises. He said Iran would not get a nuke. They didn't. He took out their capability, took out their facility. Now, will they get one in 5 years? Maybe, but they're not getting one today. And they could have. He made sure they won't. That's a good thing. The economy is improving. Now, is it perfect? No. And it won't stay perfect because it's going to go up and down. You're going to see more unemployment. And everyone's going, oh my God, but Mike, unemployment, that means everything's going bad. No, Trump is shrinking the size of the government, which is what he promised, which is what you voted for. The majority of Americans, we voted for this. We voted to shrink the government because we know it is bloated and it is inefficient and it is ineffective. And there's no reason why we're wasting money on the duplication and the fallibility of our government. We need a smaller, leaner, less involved, less intrusive government. That's a fact. That's what we voted for. He's doing it. We already see that 1,300 members of the State Department have been fired. We know that 10,000 people in the Department of Education are looking to be fired. We're seeing that department after department across the board in our government, they're being downsized, they're being shrunk, which they should be, because we don't need these people. It's kind of like remember when Elon Musk took over X, when he took over Twitter at first, and he fired 75% of the workforce. And you heard from all the news media, you heard from all of the tech companies, you heard from the left and the progressives, and they told you, that's it, the company's over. It's never going to be able to work again. He fired 75% of the entire group organization. They're done. They can't do their job. That was what? 8 years ago? They're doing their job fine. He didn't need 75% of those people. Those people were a waste of time and money. They were there grifting, making everything more expensive for you and me. And our government is exactly the same thing. The same people who were in charge of Twitter in 2019, same people in charge of Twitter in 2016 are the same people who are in charge of much of the government. They're the same people who are running the IRS. They're the same people running the ATF, the same people running the Department of Education. They all went to school together. They are all trained together. They have the same ideology. They believe in waste. They believe in being inefficient because they don't know anything different. And they can get away with it. And they're more than happy, and I can understand this. If you can sit on your ass and just make $50, $75, $120,000 a year for nothing, why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you? If you could get hired by the government and know that you'll never get fired and you can make $75,000 a year, whether you're good at your job or you're a complete failure, why wouldn't you take it? I understand why people have those jobs. I understand why, but we're seeing those people, they're useless. And now we're starting to see those people get pulled out of the government. So you're going to see unemployment increase. That's not a bad thing. Context matters. Why is the unemployment rate going to go higher? Not because America's economy is worse. It's because we're getting rid of people from the government that we don't need, that we're going to cut in the amount of waste in our government, which means we should spend less money, which means that it will be better for you. Now, not everyone will agree with that, and that's okay. If you don't agree, I'm happy to hear your voice. But let me see. Dean on X, so we are getting through on X. X says, X is working fine. You're in my notifications and feed. YouTube also notified me that you are live. I'm a subscriber on both. I don't get cat videos, but I am partial to squirrels. Don't be nuts. Eat nuts. Squirrel wisdom. You know what? Hey, squirrels can be fun. They're great. I do like some squirrels. I love my dog videos. There are some great dog videos, especially the well-trained dogs, military dogs. You ever see that? And they've got the sounds of silence playing in the background and the dogs doing the monkey drills with the guy going through the different setup. I can't think of the word right now, but he's going through the field, and I love those videos. They're great dog videos. I understand it, but I understand also, but I also watch politics when I want to watch politics. I understand no one's going to watch politics 24 hours a day. I don't even do that. But I also understand what we are seeing from the mainstream news media, in particular from Google and YouTube. They are trying to manipulate you. How do I explain this? It's a function of thought. Okay? When we speak, language is just the words in our head going to someone else. So that you can understand the words and the thoughts in my head, I use language. Fantastic. We all do that. And the better you are at communication, at language, the better you can take the thought in your head and you can share it with other people. Well, the progressives, the Democrats, YouTube and Google, they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to be able to have. That's why they want to control the words you use. You can't say that. That's a microaggression. But it's correct. But it's true. You can't say that. It's race. It's an ist. It's a phobe. You can't say that. But it's true. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's an ist and a phobe, and the government won't let you say that because they don't want you to think about that. Don't worry, you aren't educated enough for that. Let someone who went to college for 20 years, has never lived out in the real world, has never had a real job, let them think for you. And they're going to tell you, vote Democrat, vote progressive. I'm sorry, no, that's just insane. That doesn't make any sense. So it is about control. It's massively about control. They do not want you to think. Gracie says, it sounds like they're trying to buy us out. Well, they are. Between the unions, between the news media, the media, social giants like YouTube, like Facebook, even like X, they work in concert, hand in hand with politicians who want control, and they want to buy you. And that's how they do it. Watch a squirrel, watch a cat video, watch a video on a dog. Stop thinking about why is there child slavery in California. Last week, we had proof of child slavery in California. Gavin Newsom has done nothing about that. Mayor Karen Bass did nothing about the child slavery in California that we have absolute evidence for. It is not a question. They called the 14 children unaccompanied minors because they didn't want to say child slave. Because if you said child slave, America would be very emotional and would be very upset. So they say unaccompanied minor because it's nicer and it doesn't make you think. Because if you heard slavery, you would say, I know slavery. Slavery is bad. Slavery is evil. We're against slavery. Most people don't know if they are or are not. What's an unaccompanied minor? What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Does that mean I have to do something? The kid's unaccompanied. Well, is the kid going to the store? Are they going to a park? Does that mean their mom and dad is at a job and the kid's just out running around on their own? Or does it mean that the kid got abandoned in their home country? They were told to walk 2,000 miles as a form of child abuse with a bunch of slavers, sex traders, human traffickers, drug dealers. They were forced to march 2,000 miles with those guys to go into America, to then be shipped over to California so they can work on a commercial farm harvesting marijuana. There is no difference between picking cotton in 1850 and those 14 kids picking marijuana on a commercial farm in 2025. There is no difference. It's the same thing. The only thing that changed is the words. But you're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to watch a political video. You're supposed to go and watch cat videos all day, or a squirrel, or a dog. You're supposed to watch something funny, someone getting a pie thrown in their face. You're not supposed to think. Because if you thought about it, you would say, Gavin Newsom, your excuse is pitiful. You would say, Mayor Karen Bass, your excuse is pitiful. Your policy, your Democrat, progressive open border policy is allowing child slavery, and we need to stop that. Oh, but that means Democrats might not be in power. You might not vote Democrat then. Oh my God, you might hold the Democrats accountable because California is a state run by Democrats. Republicans have nothing to do with it. Conservatives, libertarians are not responsible for the child slavery in California. Only the Democrats are. They're the ones in charge of the entire government, state level, federal level. They're all in charge, the Democrats. So don't blame Republicans. Don't blame MAGA. Don't blame America First. Don't blame the libertarians. You can only blame the Democrats. This is their policy. These are their ideas creating child slavery. But we're not supposed to hold them accountable. You're supposed to watch a funny video. That's what YouTube wants you to do. That's what Google wants you to do. Go watch a funny video. Don't worry. The child slavery, if we don't talk about it, it didn't happen. If Gavin Newsom isn't talking about it, it didn't happen. Vote Democrat. If Karen Bass didn't say anything about the child slavery in her county, well, it doesn't matter. Ignore it all. Vote Democrat, and then don't worry about it. Watch a cat video. You'll feel better. You'll feel really good. Won't help any of the child slaves, but hey, you'll feel good. Won't help any of the human sex slaves, but you'll feel good. Won't help any of the drug dealers or the victims, the drug addicts. Won't help any of them, but you'll feel good. And Google just wants you to feel good. Who cares if you're going to live well? Who cares if everyone else is being punished? It's really sad. It's really sad. It's really aggravating. And by the way, if you don't agree, if you think, Mike, you just don't understand, you got it wrong, Tell me why. I'm happy to hear it. Tell me why. I am more than willing to listen to your voice. That's what this is all about. Hang on one second. Okay. Sorry, I just got a message from Indianapolis. That being said, but I'll go. That's separate. I mean, they want you to watch things like the WNBA. They want you to go, but Mike, it's the but you should watch cat videos and you should be happy about the WNBA. Those girls need more money. Why? I think I have it here. Hang on. I got a bunch of stories up here, and I'm pretty sure I had the WNBA. Didn't I have it? Yeah, I do have it. Here it is. I knew I had it. And let me show you. So I'm just going to segue here. So they want you to focus. These are the things that the mainstream wants you to focus on. And while YouTube would prefer that you never, ever talk about anything, that you watch cat videos, that you watch funny animal videos, that you watch, little babies learning how to speak. That's what they want. But they also want you to look at something like this. Pay us what you owe us. And you have to accept it. See, you're not supposed to think. You're supposed to do what they say. They say, well, those women, the WNBA, they should get more money. Give them more money. You owe them money. In fact, this person, this is Ron Placone. I have no idea who Ron Placone is, but he made a comment, and I responded to him because he got 4.8 million views on his comment. Because he said, if you're an employer, the profit margin isn't your problem. If you work for an employer, the employer's profit doesn't mean anything. That's stupid. Let's start there. But you're not supposed to think about this. This guy he's been watching cat videos, and he votes straight down the line. He's a good progressive, a good Democrat. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And he said, well, it's those evil business owners, those evil men. They have a profit. It doesn't matter if they're losing money. Doesn't matter. You got to pay the employee more. It's like you got to give them a $30 minimum wage, just like Mamdani. Mamdani says you've got to get a $30 minimum wage. Doesn't matter that the business cannot afford it. It doesn't matter. They want you to pay. Okay, here's the stupidity of that idea. And let's use the WNBA to explain why Mamdani is out of his mind, why the progressives are stupid, why the $30 minimum wage, the living wage, it's idiotic. It's stupid. So the WNBA makes nothing. They lose money. This is a fact. The WNBA loses money every year since it has ever existed. It has never made a profit ever in its existence. No one cares about it. They don't have a real fan base. And if it weren't for the fact that the NBA is giving them money, they would not exist. That is a fact. So the owners, the employers, the people who own the various teams in the WNBA, I don't know any of their names because you don't know any of their names because no one cares what their names are because no one watches them. So the WNBA, the owners would go bankrupt. The business, the WNBA, would be bankrupt if we're up to anyone except the NBA. And the NBA, out of the kindness of their heart, taking the profit that they have because they are so successful at their job, because they have been so efficient at their job. They have a profit so that they can take some of their profit and give it to the WNBA and basically they're burning money. Might as well be starting a bonfire. They're giving the money to the WNBA to watch it burn, to watch them play basketball, and no one else will see it. These women, and I'm not saying that the women, the basketball players in the WNBA, I am sure are extraordinarily good athletes. I'm not saying that they're not capable of playing basketball. I'm sure they're some of the best in the world. I'm not questioning that. I'm telling you that no one wants to pay to see it. I'm telling you that no one cares. It's not a sport that anyone cares about. No one's watching it. It's like women's soccer. No one cares. Yes, you care about it because your daughter is in the they're in the basketball league in their high school. Yes, you care about it because your daughter is going out to the soccer field and she's part of the local soccer team in junior high school. So you, as a parent, you care. As your uncle, you're an aunt, you're a member of the family, you support your female relative as they play in that sport. Fantastic. It's not a career. Doesn't make money. No one cares. No one cares about women's soccer. No one cares about the WNBA. That's just a fact. They don't make money. And if it weren't for the men's teams, they would not exist. They cannot self-exist. So if that is the scenario, and it is, and that is the truth, and it is, that is the absolute fact, then it does matter whether or not the employer makes a profit. Because if the employer did not make a profit, these organizations would not exist and these women would make nothing. They wouldn't make less money. They'd make no money because they would be out of business because they have nothing to give them because no one cares about them, because no one cares about their sport. Period. Full stop. So the value, the money of the employer is a problem, and that is the problem of the employee. These women need to be better at their job. Their job is to sell the WNBA. It is to make people like me excited about the WNBA. I don't care about it. Women's soccer, their job is to make me excited about women's soccer so that I will put my eyeballs on their show and advertisers will pay for it because I need to buy their t-shirts. I need to buy their tickets so that they will make enough money to be self-sustaining. Forget about profit, just to exist. And since they aren't getting people just like me, just like you, since they're not getting us to buy those tickets, to watch their programs, to get those advertisers, since they have failed, they are miserable at their job, and they should be fired. If we're being honest, they should be fired. The biggest thing they've gotten this year, I think, was this controversy with this woman, Caitlin, someone or other, who's getting into some fight with some black woman. Don't even know that woman's name. Don't know. Don't care. It has nothing to do with whether or not they're good at playing basketball. It has nothing to do with whether or not their teams are good. It's all personal drama. The black girl doesn't like the white girl, so they want to get into a fight. That's the most important news in the WNBA in probably the last 5 years. That's the only thing of interest in the WNBA in at least the last 5 years. This black girl doesn't like this white girl, and they're trying to fight each other every time they see each other. And that's the most important thing. That's the best thing that you got to sell. Gossip? That's useless, pitiful. So they don't deserve a penny because they don't earn anything. They're not doing their job. They have failed at their job. That may sound harsh. It's not. It means get better players. And I don't just mean playing basketball. They may be the very best women playing basketball in all of America. I doubt it, but they might be. And here's the thing. That's not enough to get people to watch, because if it was, they'd already be there. They're not there. So you need people who are entertainers, and you need to be making this entertaining. Same thing for the soccer players. It doesn't matter that they are the best in the world if no one sees them. They're failing at their job. To do their job better, they need to sell better. If that means they have to be sexier or they have to be more controversial, I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. It just means they need to do a better job. So until they do their jobs, and they do their jobs better, and they make enough money to be self-sufficient, let alone make a profit, they don't get to ask for more money. They're lucky to get the money they have right now. And if it were up to me, if any of them came to my job, if I was the owner and they came to me and said, hey, I want a raise, I'd tell them, great, go out and get some audience. Get an audience. When you do your job, I will pay you more. But you're not doing your job. So get out my face. That's the way they should be treated. That should be the honest answer. But it's not. But they're women, Mike. You can't say that. That's such an ist and phobe thing. How could you say that? Because I say that about men all the time. And no one blinks an eye. Because it's true. If you got a football team, a baseball team, a basketball team, a soccer team, any sport, if they don't make money, they go out of business. What was that? The indoor football league? Gone. Doesn't exist anymore. Why? They didn't make money. It's not because they weren't qualified people. They have great professionals. It didn't make money. Gone. No one cried for them. And if anyone asked for a raise, no one was giving it. Why? Because that would just make them disappear faster. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I don't know. Okay. We've been on for a little bit of a while. We've been on for really, wait a minute. He wants to go out now? It's an hour and a half. Huh. Yeah, no, he usually goes later. Huh. Yeah, he does. The show's, yeah, it's usually 2.5 hours. 2 hours to 2.5.
Every day of the week is between 4 and 5, and he wants to go.
Okay, you want to go out?
Really? You're gonna keep playing this game?
Hey guys, so my dog is a little ahead of time, and he wants to go out. He's about to scream at me. Okay, so I'm going to take him out. So that means we're going to take a little bit of a break. That doesn't mean we're going away. It just means that we're going to be, let me see here. We're going to step away. I still have a lot to talk about with you guys in terms of, oops. We still have a bunch to talk about. Nope, that's not it. There it is. There it is. We have a lot to talk about in terms of, crap, what do we have to talk about? I forget. I've completely thrown myself off now. Completely thrown myself. Okay. Thank you, Grayson. What I'm going to do is I'm going to gather my thoughts and bring myself back to focus. We'll talk about what's happening in America. There is the issue of, there it is, cryptocurrency and how that's going to affect our economy moving forward. The cryptocurrency situation is pretty serious, pretty big. A couple of laws that came out. I think a lot of people are confused, and that will relate to what we're seeing with the WNBA and with the child slavery in California. It'll all come together. I'll make it make sense. But we're going to take about 45 minutes, and then we'll come back, and I'm going to walk my dog, going to get something to eat, and then I'll come back. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's comments. I think everyone's going over to Rumble or over to X to leave comments for me, and that's fine. I love you guys. Wherever you want to leave your comments, Whether you agree or you disagree, I'm happy to see that. So with that said, let me put you there. This is a comment from back in 2019. Yeah. And so we're going to just play that for a little while, and then I will be back with you guys very, very soon.
And immigration is an important thing, especially we're talking right after July 4th. So immigration really matters for America. We're a nation of immigrants for the most part. And we have millions of people. We have a line that is millions of people deep. Every year, over 1 million people try to come to America and or come into America in the hopes of one day becoming American citizens. We currently have, your estimates can be anywhere from 11 to 22 million people who are illegally in the United States at this moment. They don't intend to become citizens. They are, by definition, by law, illegal aliens. They are not immigrants. They're not here to immigrate. They are illegal. They have broken the law. The law they broke is immigration law. They came into the United States without any documentation. This is something that I'm saying, and I have to emphasize because it seems that the 2020 Democratic candidates for president, as well as many of the Democrats in the party, the Democratic Socialists, the progressives like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, or otherwise known as PLOT, Citizen Action, Indivisible New York, essentially the fringe far left of America, seem to have no idea that being an illegal alien, having broken the law, willfully breaking the law of the United States, makes you an illegal alien. They think somehow that's immigration. It's not. It's not even close to being the same thing. But they say that. And they've been forcing this. They've been trying to find ways. They've been literally encouraging people to break the law at every step. And we know this because we've seen this here in just looking at California, which is a sanctuary city, with Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. And we're looking at an article from the New York Times. This article, for those who are listening in, it's when it comes to the census, the damage among immigrants is already done. This came out on June 27th of 2019. And of interest of this is that in the article, it goes on to say, quote, critics have accused the administration, meaning the White House under President Trump, of attempting to use the question on the census of American citizenship to discourage immigrant communities from participating in the census. Let's stop right there. They're not discouraging immigrant communities. They're discouraging illegal aliens, okay? And that's a big difference. And that's a big difference. They're discouraging illegal aliens. And they should, because they've broken the law. And they shouldn't be rewarded. But you have to ask yourself, why are people like Gavin Newsom encouraging illegal aliens not to take the census? Or to take the census, to be counted along with citizens in California. And we hear Governor Cuomo and many others who are also encouraging illegal aliens to be counted in the census, even though they're not citizens. Because it's about money and power. Because if you count them, then that means you get more federal taxpayer money to your state. It means that you're able to have more power in Congress. There are 53 members of Congress in the state of California because of the population. How many people would they lose? How many members of Congress would they lose? And how much power would they lose if you didn't count illegal aliens? And California is the #1 location of illegal aliens in the United States. New York is #2. So imagine if they lose 1 million people. How many that would be? What, 3, maybe 4 members of Congress that they would lose? Votes that they would not be able to make, laws they would not be able to enact because they no longer had citizens counting to benefit them. How many tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer money is going to California because they count illegal aliens? Individuals who are not benefiting the nation and are getting a reward because they're being counted. In New York State, it gets even worse. Because not only New York State, which is already losing population because of the bad policies enacted by Governor Cuomo, but it gets even worse when you look at it because New York is already going to lose 2 members of Congress. But how many more would we lose if we counted, again, if you didn't count the illegal aliens? In a state that has roughly 20 million people, how many people? Would it be 1 million? Would it be another 4 members of Congress? Would New York State lose 6 members of Congress? Imagine that. That would mean that New York State would go to 21 members of Congress. And the bluest of bluest states would lose massive power in Congress and the ability to affect laws throughout this nation. It would be huge. And it would lose billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer funds from the federal government. And that's a big deal. And that's one of the reasons that we saw in New York passed a unwelcomed, unliked bill. They gave, it was called the Green Light Bill, and that allowed illegal aliens to be able to get driver's licenses. And it's something that a lot of the county clerks reject. And on screen, people are able to see, this is an article from the Washington Post. The title is, New York will give licenses to undocumented drivers. Some county clerks refuse to comply. Now, I want you to understand something. With the Green Light Bill, what that bill says is that they are willing to give what they call undocumented migrants, which the document missing is any authorization to legally be in the United States. They are illegal aliens. They are criminals who are actively avoiding prosecution by the law. So these are criminals, and they are giving them a reward of a driver's license. By the way, you can't get a job without having a social security number. And the thought is, well, if you give illegal aliens driver's licenses, they'll get insurance, and that will make them safer drivers. Except if they're going to and from work, and that's the reason why they have the driver's license, they can't work without committing fraud of having a social security number. So they've either stolen someone's social security number, or they have created a fake one, and they're using that. So they're committing fraud. So they're in the nation illegally, and they're committing fraud to be able to have a job to drive to and from. And then they have to pay insurance. How are they paying insurance? Because insurance is also based on legal citizenship. So they're breaking the law, and any accident they might be in is committing an insurance fraud, because the information they're using for that is fraudulent and based on a crime, which is the crime of entering the nation. So by doing what New York State has done, by giving driver's licenses to illegal aliens, they have, in effect, promoted crime. They're aiding and abetting criminals. This is what a sanctuary state does. They selectively pick laws to enforce, and they selectively allow other laws to go unenforced for the benefit of the state, both in terms of taxpayer money and also in terms of their political power. And that's what we're seeing here with New York State. And you have to take this into an understanding. These illegal immigrants, because they have a driver's license in New York State, also created by the single party, Democrats rule New York State. So that Democratic state government, state legislature, also passed the voter reforms that allows that a person with a driver's license can vote. So this is actually, when people talk about collusion and involving foreign nationals in U.S. elections, there is nothing more direct than saying in New York State, as well as many other states, to say you have a driver's license, that driver license automatically registers you to vote. You're an illegal alien, a foreign national who is not supposed to be in our nation, and you can go vote, and we may or may not catch that after the fact, and you can influence elections from the presidential to Congress to local elections. Is that fair? It's definitely not legal. It is a problem. And yet we see our governor in New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo, has done this. And there are assembly members who passed this. And there are members of the state Senate who passed this. They were all Democrats that voted for this. One of them being Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo. And I will have Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo on. She was expected to be on July 9th. She has since canceled that interview. And we are looking forward to having that interview with Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo as soon as possible, because we're going to ask her why she voted for giving illegal aliens driver's licenses, which will allow them to vote in U.S. elections illegally. And this was something that in both April and June of 2019, polls stated about 60%, 50-60% of New Yorkers opposed doing this. So this violated the will of the public. Actively did not do her job of representing the public and voted against their will and their interests. And I don't know why. But this is important because this is all building, and I'm building here, and I want you to follow me. Because if you notice, we see that sanctuary states like California are actively trying to make sure people think of illegal aliens as immigrants, that they are actively trying to get them in the census so that benefits them. We see states like New York State that are actively giving driver's licenses as a reward to illegal aliens. Now, you say to yourself, well, why would they do all of that? Why would they do this? Because, quite simply, this is a benefit. This helps them. This is something they want to see happen. And it's going to help, they believe, their efforts in elections. So, and that kind of leads us to the next part of this puzzle that I'm putting together to you about immigration and how this is affecting our nation. Excuse me 1 second. Screen's going crazy. There we go. And that brings us to the next piece of this. So let's see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as in reported by The Hill. And the article states, quote, the title is, quote, after concentration camp comparison, photographer shares photos of Ocasio-Cortez at the border. And this was published on June 25th of 2019. It didn't get a lot of attention at the time, but let's think about what that's all about. Because back on the 25th, at the same time, Gavin Newsom is trying to find a way to get illegal aliens counted in the census. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, much like with Colin Kaepernick, is accusing the United States of being a concentration camp, of being Nazis, of having detainees at ICE centers being compared to the Nazi concentration camps, which is false. It's not even close. It's not even close. But you know what's the thing that's the most aggravating about that? The thing that can really piss people off is that when you actually look at the photos and what she was doing to manipulate the emotions of the public, to make people think that there really is some kind of issue going on here, an issue that's bigger and worse in her mind than it actually is. Look at the photos. And again, this is in The Hill. It's been published. You've probably seen it on Facebook. You've probably seen it on all kinds of social media. The images that you can see, and they're on the screen right now for those who are looking at the video, that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez looking like she's deeply troubled, staring at a parking lot, an empty parking lot. She's trying to say, so the image that you mostly would see would probably be the one on the left at the top, and on the bottom at the right is the one where she's crying and outraged. And in fact, she put out a tweet about this saying, in part, and this is from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's Twitter account, the official, her official Twitter account, I'll never forget this because it was the moment that I saw with my own eyes that the America I love was becoming a nation that steals refugee children from their parents and cages them. Wait a minute, let's stop for a second. She's looking at a parking lot. She's looking at a parking lot, and she's trying to tell people that somehow this empty parking lot is somehow separating children, that this is the way that she wants to manipulate you. So let's put some of these pieces together for a second. So we have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, and many other democratic socialists and progressives that are out there saying that America's an evil, terrible place, that our flag reminds them of racism, like with Colin Kaepernick, even though the people who actually created that flag were Quakers and were fighting against slavery. And they're completely ignoring people like Frederick Douglass in 1852. They're completely ignoring people like Jesse Owens in 1936, standing up and fighting for freedom, for fighting for America, and fighting against actual Nazis. They're ignoring that completely to try and give you this other message to make you think something is wrong, that America is somehow evil, and that illegal aliens are somehow actual immigrants, and that even though they've broken the law, absolutely broken the law, that we should ignore that and give them a reward of both citizenship, taxpayer-funded facilities like medicine and healthcare, and education in our school systems, and driver's licenses, so that they can go to jobs where they must commit even more fraud and even more crimes to have that job. And this is a problem. This is a problem. Do you see the problem that's here? But it gets worse. Because it gets worse. Because they try and tell you, and I'm sure you've seen many, many articles of late in the last month that have been talking about, well, there have been kids who've been killed on the border. You had three children and a mother who were dead on the border of El Paso and Texas. We had a man and a young child that were dead in the water at one of the border crossings. Okay, and they're telling you, oh my God, this is epic. This is epidemic levels of kinds of loss. And the actual reality is, if you actually look it up, which I have, and if you look at the list of deaths in ICE custody, and this comes directly from ICE, and this is from the period of October 1st, 2003, which is right after ICE was created, until June 5th of 2017, well, you see some very interesting things. Because a lot of the recent deaths that are being attributed to ICE, people being in ICE custody, were for old age, were for people with cancer, for people who had AIDS, and for people who committed suicide. So you're not seeing a lot of problems where someone was abused. In fact, you're not seeing cases of abuse. You're not seeing cases where people were starved to death, that they died because they failed to get medical treatment. You see people with terminal illnesses that are coming from countries like Venezuela and Honduras, and they're entering America illegally, Guatemala. And they're entering the United States illegally, and they're dying because the trip that they're making, some 2,500 miles to go to California. Mind you, they could go 1,500 miles to ports in Texas and be entering the United States and make a claim for asylum legally. And they could do that, and it would save them over 1,000 miles in their travels. But instead, they're going to California, which is a state that is welcoming and has a virtual no border mentality from their governor, where they're welcoming and inviting these people to come into their state. And that's why they're going an extra 1,000 miles. But remember, if you're coming from Venezuela, if you're coming from Honduras, if you're coming from Guatemala with a child, you have no food that you're carrying. Look at the caravans. We've seen them. 15,000 people at a time, many of them with children. And what do you see? There's no backpacks. They have no supplies. They're traveling without water or food. They're traveling 1,500, 2,500, 2,700 miles to come into America, traveling through several countries and open land with no defenses. They don't have clothing. They don't have shelter. They don't have food. They're doing this to children. They're taking children on this trip. If you or I in America tried to take our kid half a mile down the road to the store, and that kid didn't get enough food, if his clothes weren't correct, if he didn't get a bath, guess what? You know what would happen. You'd be up on charges of child abuse. This is what's being promoted. They're encouraging people to come to California, to come to New York State, to sanctuary states, dragging children along with them, abusing those children. That's what it is. It's abuse. Because those kids have no food. They have no guarantee of food, water, or shelter. And even if they were to make it into America, which is not guaranteed, they have no promise of food, water, or shelter unless they get caught by ICE officials. And then America tries to take care of them as the best they can. And as we have reported many times, we're seeing that because these nations and these travels are so dangerous, people are coming into America without immunizations. And we see that 6,500 cases, according to the CDC, 6,500 cases of measles has broken out in Venezuela. And we see mumps and measles, 10,000 new cases just in the past year have come in Brazil. And we're seeing South America be affected by this. And all across the southern borders, we're seeing increases of these kinds of diseases that are now entering into the United States. And suddenly we're having a rash of cases where illegal immigrants, where we've seen that they have been isolated in over 35 detention centers because of diseases, communicable diseases that they have to protect the rest of the American public. About 900 individuals, if I remember that correctly. And we're trying to protect America from these diseases of individuals who are coming across our borders. And then people are screaming, well, ICE is so bad because people are dying. And they're not dying. And these aren't unknown numbers. We've seen this happen before under President Obama in 2009, 2011, 2012. Again, we have the data. It's here. And these numbers are down from 2003, 2004, 2005. But we have it. And look at the natural causes that I have on the screen. Now, the causes of death on the screen. We have people who were born in 1989, 1976, 1969, 1967, 1965. We have individuals who are in their 50s and 60s who have traveled on foot thousands of miles without food, water, or shelter, or proper amounts of food, water, and shelter. And they're dying. They're dying from natural causes. They're dying from complications of pulmonary tuberculosis. They're dying from hypertensive cardiovascular disease. That's a heart attack. They're dying from a sudden cardiac death. That's a heart attack. They're committing suicide. They're dying from rabies. I mean, this is what we see here. And these are things, and this is in 2013, the cases that I'm speaking about right now. 2013, we had individuals that were dying from Mexico and Canada, Jamaica, Antigua, Mozambique, Honduras, Guatemala. And the guy he was born in 1985, died of rabies in 2013 in an ICE detention center. Rabies? When was the last time you heard of an American dying from rabies? Which tells you what we're really dealing with here. This is the real problem. And we see that even if we were to look currently, in April 2018, there are a couple of people who have had, and ICE has to report this, and they are reporting this information. The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, that's ICE, do report the deaths of detainees. But this isn't some kind of massive outbreak. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands of people as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Gavin Newsom and Governor Cuomo, that they would make you want to believe. That's not what's happening. Individuals, yeah, some of them do die. And given the fact that they're dying from heart attacks at 50, 60, 70, I've seen another individual that was 80 years old after traveling 2,500 miles without food, water, or clothing, yeah, I'm not surprised. But that brings us back to the question, why would anyone, 50, 60, 70-year-old people, we're not talking about athletes and sports, we're talking about just regular people. You would imagine if you had to go 2,500 miles over open, rough terrain without guarantee of food, water, clothing, or shelter, and after the end of 2,500 miles, you then go through a desert, which is most of the southern border of the United States, and go through that scrub brush to finally run into an ICE officer who then takes you to a detainee center where you can get medical aid. Do you think you might have some heart issues? That you might have some medical issues? You might have some malnourishment? You think you might die because you'd be weak? Because that's what's happening. And that's grown adults. Amazingly, we're not seeing more children die while going through this very same process. But they say this to make you wonder. And now it gets really bad. Okay, so we understand they're inviting the illegal aliens into the nation to commit crimes, which is what they're doing. They're aiding and abetting them in doing this. And then they're turning around and saying, well, because we've invited them into America with the promise of taxpayer-funded food, clothing, jobs, the ability to vote, to get medical aid, the problem is on America. Well, America's bad because we're saying you got to follow the laws, and that anyone who doesn't agree with that is evil. And it's gotten so bad that we saw that Cory Booker, Senator Cory Booker, who is running for president, he's an individual who, just like Colin Kaepernick, has decided that America is just a bad nation, that we don't know how to take care of people, that we're somehow oppressive. Cory Booker decides that he's going to go out and he's going to break the law. And he did. Cory Booker went into Mexico. He is a United States senator, and he went into a foreign nation, Mexico, and he took with him several, they call them migrants, but quite honestly, illegal aliens who had already been kicked out of America because they were illegally in the United States. And he took several of them, 5 women, as of reported by Newsweek on July 4th, that on July 4th, the celebration of our nation, Cory Booker broke the law by going into Mexico, finding individuals and taking them into America, not to a detention center, but to other facilities. So he literally brought in people who did not have a legal right to be in America and brought them across the border and deposited them with pro-illegal immigration organizations so that they could be in America, and taught them how to make claims of asylum. And we know that they were being taught to do this because we see another example, which comes from the Washington Examiner. And that is, in this article, Democratic Congresswoman secretly sending her staff, into Mexico to coach asylum seekers. That was on July 5th. And that happened to be members of the staff for Representative, what's her name? Elizabeth, I want to get her name right, Veronica Escobar, who happens to be in the district that used to be for Robert Beto O'Rourke, the fake Hispanic. So we see Democrats are actively, so it's not enough that illegal aliens are coming into the nation because they've been invited. We see members who are running for Congress, not only running for Congress, but running for the presidency, are actively going out and grabbing people, teaching them how to circumvent the law and allowing them to break the law in the United States. Now, this is the state of immigration in America today. And if you have not been terrified by this, I don't know what will. I am terrified. This is not what the 4th of July is about. This is not what America is about. We're not a nation of broken rules and chaos. We're not a nation where people who are looking to be elected and to maintain political power get to pick and choose what laws they want to find. You don't get to have a sanctuary city and say, well, we're going to follow this law, but not that law. By the way, give us your taxpayer money. And let us have our political power to try and change laws the way we want them to. It doesn't matter what the public wants. It doesn't matter what is the law or why there's a law. We just want to do that. And you should let us. Because that's what California, Washington with Governor Inslee, New York State with Governor Cuomo, that's what we're seeing right now, is the government of these states are telling the people, you're going to deal with this, that we're going to selectively pick groups of people, and we're going to place those groups of people who are illegal. They are criminals, unrepentant criminals. They're not turning themselves in. They're not allowing themselves to get deported. They are actively, willfully breaking the law, and they are more important than the citizens. And you can say that because the green light bill, New York driver's licenses for illegal aliens, is a thing. And because they are fighting, New York State, California, they're fighting against not counting these people in the census because it maintains power and money. And then they turn around and go, well, why is everyone upset? Oh, it's because Republicans are so evil, because conservatives are so evil. How about the rule of law? Let me ask you something. If an illegal alien knows that states like California, New York, will break the law for them, and they know that they will allow them, even if they commit crimes, to stay in the nation, that they will not turn them over. The New York driver's license law actively states 3 times in the bill that it will not share that information, the legal status of this individual, with the federal government, as is required by law, which is why the county clerks are rejecting it. And you got to say to yourself, well, if they know that, why would they follow any other law? Because the only answer they're going to say is, well, I'm an illegal alien, so it's okay. Because you want me here. Because you want my vote. You want my body so that you can get more taxpayer money from everyone else in America. That's the trade-off. That these illegal aliens get to continue to break the law and get rewarded with health care and jobs and driver's licenses, things that they're not supposed to have. And they're going to get rewarded for that because they provide those Democrats, those progressives, those democratic socialists like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the power and the money that they want. And for all of that, they're going to exchange it, and they turn around to you and say, and if you don't like it, you're a racist. You are the problem. If you follow the law, if you believe that states and cities should follow the law, if you don't think your taxpayer dollars should fund and encourage individuals to break the law selectively, then you are the racist. It's your fault. You're the problem. I don't agree with that. I think it's ridiculous. And I don't think anyone's really broken it down and put together, these are the things that are happening. No. That's not what you're hearing about when you hear about all of this in government. What you hear instead is Colin Kaepernick saying that you're just some kind of racist. And that Nike celebrating the United States on the 4th of July, well, that means you're a racist. As opposed to back in August 9th of 1936, when Jesse Owens was proud to be an American and was actually fighting Nazis and fighting the oppression that Colin Kaepernick has never had in his life. It doesn't even exist anymore. The level of oppression that may have existed in 1936 doesn't exist anymore today. It doesn't. The fight against racism was won. More than anything else, it's been won. We've improved at every metric. Can it be better? Absolutely. But we've improved it. It is better. No one in 2019 is receiving the kind of oppression that Jesse Owens did in 1936. And yet we have less people who are appreciative of the nation that we have. And we have more people who are willing to go out there and, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and abuse our nation and tell us how evil we are for being able to have the money and the quality of life that makes 11 to 22 million, 25 million illegal aliens come into our nation every year, or to stay in our nation every year. You know, I think I saw this, there was a funny caption that I saw the other day, and it said, you know, if the detention centers were actually concentration camps, which they're not, as I've shown you with the ICE data itself, they're not even close. But if they were, this would be the only nation in the world where people have actually broken into, they are actively breaking the law to get into those detention centers. It's first time in the world. So there you go. That should tell you something about how great America is and how off people like the Democratic Socialists, the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as Plot, the Citizen Action, the Indivisible New York, how wrong they are.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being back. I'm happy with everyone be here. And hey, Alabama Barbie, you caught up with everybody. We're back on. So I'm happy to hear that you caught up. Hang on. Just got to adjust my volume there. And I'm glad that you were able to catch up to everyone as we try. And I appreciate everybody who's been here with us. So again, this is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. It is July 20th. It is currently 4:48 in the afternoon. I appreciate each and every one of you who are watching the program, whether you're on YouTube, Rumble, whether you're on X, Twitter, or Facebook, or any of the other social media. I appreciate each and every one of you and all the time you provide me and join us with. And we look forward to having all of your comments, whether you agree or disagree, because this is about the First Amendment. It's about free speech. It's about your ability to speak about the issues that affect us all, whether your government likes it or not, whether the social media giants like YouTube and Google, whether they want you to watch a cat video or they want you to forget everything that has happened and everything that is happening. So you'll vote straight down the line, and they hope you'll vote Democrat because they don't care. They just want power. They want money. They don't respect you. They don't think you're an adult. They don't think you're intelligent. I do. I think you are an adult. I do think you are intelligent. And I think if we can have an intelligent conversation, we can make solutions for a lot of the problems we see. And we have been getting solutions, whether people want to admit it or not. Right now, as you saw, we were looking back on the video, there aren't caravans of 15,000 people coming into America anymore. We have a 93% drop from just last year because Donald Trump is in office, because America is enforcing the laws that actually exist, because we're actually treating criminals like criminals. And we should see more of that. And meanwhile, you're hearing from the mainstream media, the people that Google want you to focus on The View. They want you to focus on Midas Touch. They want you to focus on CNBC and CNN and New York Times and ABC News. They want you to focus on those guys as they say, Orange Man, bad, and they protect child slavery in California. Again, as we showed you in the first half of the show, the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about this because you might not vote Democrat in 2026 in the midterm elections. You might not vote Democrat. You may not donate to the Democrats if you realize they are protecting child slavery. There is no other way to word that. And for everyone who's on the left and you're uncomfortable hearing that, it's even worse when you realize that it's not just me saying that. That is documented. That is the fact. That is the reality. And how many other farms, commercial marijuana farms throughout California, how many of them have more unaccompanied minors, otherwise known as child slaves, working right now against California law, against the federal law, against every moral standard we have today? How many more children that Democrats are protecting? They are protecting the corporations. They're protecting slavery in America in 2025. But Google says, go watch a cat video instead. Don't think about this because you might not vote the way that Google wants you to vote. We're going to talk all about that. We're going to talk about cryptocurrency. We're going to talk about what's affecting our nation. We're going to have a conversation. And you may not agree with all of it. You may not agree with the conclusions I come to, but I will show you the evidence I have on why I come to the decisions I make. And as you can see during the video, I've been doing this for years, for decades now, literally decades, trying to inform you. And we can see, looking backwards in time, we've got people like AOC. She's out right now running around this nation saying, don't worry, I'm like Mamdani. We have the Democratic Socialists of America. We're going to make everything so much better. She has been lying to you for years upon years, staging events where she gets the cameras to set up so that you don't notice she's fake crying in front of a parking lot, trying to say, Orange Man, bad, immigration, bad. Oh, how dare you enforce the laws that she and other Democrats voted for? How dare you enforce those laws? But you notice she didn't shed a single tear. She didn't go to a single event across America with Bernie Sanders. She didn't say to her constituents in New York City, not once did she say, I'm upset that there is child slavery in California right now. We have to end that. We have to stop that. She didn't say that. Not once. Everyone on the left who thinks, Mike, oh, you're just a Republican. You're just such a bad guy. MAGA. Oh, that makes you evil. You're an ist and a phobe. Guess what? I'd rather be MAGA, America First, ist and a phobe, and fight against child slavery than allow it to go on just so I can virtue signal for the left. I don't want to virtue signal and make the left sleep well at night, ignoring child slavery. And the mainstream media doesn't want to take the time to have this conversation with you. They don't want you to think about it because you might not give them more power. They might not get more of your money in the next election. And so rather than have to actually honestly defend why they want an open border and child slavery, they instead say, don't talk about it. And they punish this channel for actually doing that. How dare I bring up, this is what AOC did in the past. Look at what she's doing now. How dare I remember what's happening in this nation? How dare I have a conversation about our laws? Oh, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Okay, I'll be the bad guy. That's fine. Now, I'm bringing that up in part because during the first half of the show, we were talking about international stuff mostly, but I wanted to bring up that in California right now, remember you were told, Donald Trump, he activated the National Guard. It's the end of America. The world is ending. It's an authoritarian state. The Constitution is gone. The amendments are gone. You no longer have free speech. You no longer have freedom to be able to do anything. Women are going to be locked in their kitchens. They're going to be barefoot and pregnant. Black people are going to be in chains. And, well, if you're Hispanic or brown, well, you're not even going to be left in America. They're actually putting out rumors right now that illegal aliens are being dumped in the middle of the ocean. They're literally fear-mongering and lying to you like that. It's not true. Matter of fact, of the 4,000 National Guard troops in California, 2,000 have been sent home. Didn't change anything. The world didn't end. America isn't authoritarian. California still has child slavery right now. Oh, but there's 2,000 national troops. There's 4,000 national troops. There's the Marines in LA. And they didn't take over California. Maybe if they did, there wouldn't be child slavery in California. I don't know. I'm kind of partial to the idea that we have Marines in LA and no child slavery. I think that's a better turnaround. I think that's a trade-off I'd like to make. The fact that we have 4,000 National Guard troops and child slavery went down, I think that's a good thing. And I hope that ICE and the United States government under the Trump administration goes into California and raids every single farm and frees every single child that is being used for slavery, for picking marijuana, just like they used to pick cotton back in the 1800s. I thought we resolved this issue. Apparently we haven't. And Democrats want you to not think about it. They told you, oh no, it means that America is going to be a racist, authoritarian country. Leave the children in the slavery. Let them pick the cotton. No, I say no. And if anyone disagrees with me, if anyone says, Mike, you just don't understand, because that's what the left always says. Mike, you just don't understand. Great, let's explain it to me. Explain to me why Adam Schiff and Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, AOC, Ilhan Omar, why are they all perfectly fine with child slavery in California and they're not up in arms screaming? Why is Gavin Newsom still the governor of California? Why is Karen Bass still the mayor of LA as child slavery exists and has been proven in the United States in 2025? That's my question to the left. I'd love to hear the answer to that. Tell me how I misunderstand that, because we all have seen the proof. We've all seen the stories. And to say, it's because there was National Guard troops. I'm sorry. No, the National Guard troops didn't put the kids into the farm and make them work as child slave labor. They didn't do that. They're the ones who freed them. It wasn't the Democrats that freed them. It wasn't the progressives that freed them. The Democratic Socialists of America didn't free them. Antifa didn't free them. The United States government under Donald Trump did. And you can hate Donald Trump all you want. Scream Orange Man bad all day, all night. But remember this fact. Orange Man bad is the reason why there's less child slavery in California right this second than anything the Democrats did. They turned a blind eye. They were perfectly happy with it. And they are fighting to make sure that child slavery will remain in California. That's what the Democrats are fighting for. That's what the progressives are fighting for right now. They're using your money to make sure that there can be child slavery in America in 2025. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a bullet point. It's not me being a parrot for the GOP. It is the fact. That should upset people. I'm sad that it isn't affecting more people. that there isn't an outrage right now, that people aren't asking for Gavin Newsom to be recalled and removed, and that he absolutely has no shot at being president in 2028. He shouldn't be even a blink in the eye amongst Democrats because he allows and wants to have more child slavery in California, and he wants that in the rest of America as well. These Democrats are fighting to allow child slavery across America. Am I the bad guy? Because I'm telling you the truth? Because that's what happened? Because that's what their policies mean? Because that's what they did under Biden and Harris? They increased the amount of child slavery in America. I'd like that number to be 0. And they made that number a lot bigger. I don't know. You want to call me the bad guy? Go right ahead. Tell me how evil I am for fighting child slavery. The Democrats are fighting for. Again, the Democrats fought for slavery back in the 1800s. They're fighting for slavery now in 2025. I'm the bad guy? I don't think so. Neither are you. If you're upset about that, now that it has been put in black and white, now that you can look at this, and we looked at the facts, the evidence as it existed, as I showed you in the first part of the show, and we talked about last week, now that someone has actually told you directly, and this is what happened, now you get to make a choice. Do you want to support Democrats? Do you want to support illegal immigration? Do you want to support child slavery? Or do you want to fight against it? I know some of the left will say, but Mike, this isn't the way it should be done. Maybe the process could be different. Maybe. Great, let's have that conversation. Let's debate how much child slavery do you think is okay for America? Let's have that debate. And we can have the debate. Does putting in the National Guard under the federal government, does that make more child slavery, or does it reduce it because it reduces the amount of illegal aliens in America? They're either self-deporting or they're not coming in. We don't have caravans anymore. They're not coming into America anymore. They're leaving. The alligator Alcatraz in Florida, they're leaving. They don't want to go to Florida. They don't want to be stuck in the middle of a swamp surrounded by alligators and mosquitoes. Good. Leave. Stop sending children. Stop abusing children and sending them 2,000 miles to enter into America to cross the desert by themselves. Stop that. And if that means that there's an alligator Alcatraz, I'm willing to live with that. That is the least of the problems, because at least the kids and the adults that are in that alligator Alcatraz, and possibly 5 other states will have the same thing. Guess what? They're not in child slavery. They're not in a concentration camp. They're getting food. They're getting healthcare. They're getting shelter. They're getting clothing. They're not getting that now. That's the real argument right now across America that we should be talking about. But Mamdani won't talk about that. Cuomo won't talk about that. Hochul and Newsom and Whitmer and J.B. Pritzker, they won't talk about that. No. The DNC wants to talk about Orange Man bad. We got military troops in America and they're going home. And we're not in a dictatorship. The military didn't take over. Trump isn't in charge. He's still only the president, and he's still following the law. Whether you like him or not isn't important. That doesn't matter. That is the lie that they are putting before your eyes to make you think, well, rather, to make you not think. And Google is backing that up, saying, stop paying attention to politics. Go watch a cat video. Go watch something fun. Don't watch politics unless you watch the politics that Google approved, which would be Midas Touch, which would be The View, which would be CNN. They approve of them and their lie, but they don't approve of telling the truth. Hey, I just want my channel to get to 5,000 subscribers. I just want to have this conversation. I want people on the left to tell me, Mike, you're wrong. Let me explain how AOC got it right. Please do tell me that. Please explain to me how Gavin Newsom's doing a great job. Please. I want to get to 5,000 subscribers and have that conversation. If I can get to 5,000 subscribers, I might be able to get Zoran Mamdani onto this program to do an interview with me. I may be able to get some of those candidates, some of those members of Congress onto this program to actually ask them the question. A very simple question. Illegal immigration is creating more child slavery in America in 2025. Why do you support that? Why should we, the American people, support you, the Democrats, in creating more child slavery in America? Please, can you explain that to me? How did I get that wrong? Tell me how you aren't doing that, because we have evidence that you are doing that. Oh, but they don't want to answer that question. But I get 5,000, I get 50,000 subscribers. I will get those members of Congress to speak with me. I will get those interviews and I will ask that question. Hey, if anyone on the left is watching this, any progressive member of Antifa, Indivisible, if you guys are watching this, fantastic. I'm more than happy to have any of your representatives. I'm more than happy to have any member of Congress, any Democrat, any progressive come onto this program. I will ask them that question. I will give you as much time as you need. If you want to be on for 12 hours explaining how I am wrong, I will give you that time. I am not restricted like CNN or MSNBC or the mainstream news media. You're not going to be getting a 12-minute segment that actually winds up being 10 minutes after commercials. I will give you 12 hours if that's what it takes for you to explain this to me and to my audience. And I've done 12-hour shows before, so it's not a problem. Let's do it. How many Democrats do you think will take up my question here? How many Democrats do you think are going to say, hey, Mike, I'll come on to your show? And by the way, I will be respectful. I've done interviews with many people on the left before, elected officials. Many of them have been on my program. I've done interviews with people on the left, elected officials on the left. It's not, I can be respectful. I can ask the question respectfully and listen to your answer. We can have that conversation. It's not like I don't. This is what I've been doing for 20 years. I have the evidence. I've done the interviews with the left, with progressives, with Democrats, with Republicans. I hold them all of their feet to the fire. We need an answer on this. And you can't tell me, well, it's because of the National Guard troops. There's less of them today, and they didn't bring in. The National Guard didn't go like Cory Booker. They didn't go into Mexico, get a bunch of kids and bring them over to the California farms and make them work. They didn't do that. Cory Booker did. As I just showed you during the break, Cory Booker did go into Mexico. He did get illegal aliens, and he did bring them into America to work on the farms to be slave labor. He did do that. And today, Cory Booker's like, I'm such a great guy. I'm so nice. You should vote for me for president because I'm Cory Booker. I'm sorry, Cory Booker, I didn't forget how you blatantly broke the law to increase the amount of slavery in America. I know that the left doesn't word it that way, but that's what you did. I don't care how you want to word it. That's what you did. That was the fact. You can spin it and say, well, no, you just don't understand, Mike. I do understand. You broke the law, Cory Booker, and now you're being pretentious about it. You got an ego the size of the Empire State Building saying, I'm high and mighty. I'm a senator. How dare you hold me accountable? I do, because you're just an American citizen, Cory Booker. You're not anyone special. I've met too many members. I've met members of Congress. I've met senators. I've had private conversations with them off the record and on the record. You're not the first politician I've ever talked to. No, you don't. You're not special. You're not different. I can walk down the street in New York and pretty much anywhere in America and find someone as smart, if not smarter, than Cory Booker or any other politician. Talk to too many politicians. You guys aren't getting smart because of osmosis. The number of votes you get don't make you smarter. Tell me, oh my God, but it's the troops. It's the troops that made the riots. No, that's why we sent in the troops. The riots were already happening. I know. News media want you to forget about how this started. They don't want you to remember what's going on. They don't want you to think about the consequences. I do. And if you're uncomfortable about that, you should be. You want to tell me, oh, but I want to vote. But Mike, I want to vote Democrat. Fantastic. Vote Democrat. Just understand what you're getting. And by the way, when I say that they are lying to us, that they're looking in our faces and they're telling us things that they know aren't real. Here's today. This is from today, earlier today. This is Face the Nation. This is from about 3 hours ago, roughly 3 hours ago. Face the Nation. This is LA Mayor Karen Bass. And I want you to hear this part.
Of the roundups. There are still enforcement actions by ICE taking place. You have talked about your objections, as you described them, to masked men, unmarked cars, drawing guns, snatching people off the street. You filed a...
Okay, notice the way they word that. Masked men, unmarked cars, snatching people. They're not snatching people. They're targeting illegal aliens. They're targeting illegal aliens, individuals that have been identified or likely are illegal aliens. And they're asking them a simple question. Do you have ID? Are you an American citizen? Show me your identity. Let me see. And they're detaining them, which is legal. That's not a new law. That's not something that we just created. That's the law. In fact, you can be arrested for vagrancy. Vagrancy is a law across America. That's why you're supposed to have an ID, because in any city, in any state, anywhere in America, you can be arrested if you don't have ID. It's called vagrancy. So it is perfectly fine for law enforcement to go and say, do you have an ID? Are you an American citizen? That's not unheard of. That's not insane. That's not authoritarian. It's called the vagrancy laws. Every state has them. Every city has them. Okay, but these are people who don't have, okay, they come up and you have the right in America to say, okay, you're coming up. Do you have a warrant? Do you have identification? Just like they're asking for your identification. Yes, I do. By the way, do you have identification? Show me that you are a member of law enforcement. You have that right to ask that. And I don't mind if illegal aliens go, oh, you just walked on up. Show me ID. Show me that you're law enforcement. By the way, they do. When they are asked, very often they do. They don't just roll up and open up doors and just grab people. That's in a movie. That's Hollywood. That's not what's happening. They're going to people who are over at Home Depot. Why? That's where illegal aliens go. They're going to the courts. Why? That's where the illegal aliens are. And they're asking them for their ID and they don't have it. And they say, okay, we're going to detain you. Prove your American citizenship. Oh, I can't because I'm not an American citizen. Then you're being deported. That's what we voted for. That's the way the law works. Whether you like the law or not is entirely different. You don't like the law, then go to your members of Congress and vote, have them submit a bill and change the immigration law. That's the process. It's not, I choose not to follow that law. Then you're going to be punished. You know what? Let's remember, back when Martin Luther King in the 1950s, 1960s, when he was doing his protest, he got arrested over and over again. He didn't just ignore the law. He said, it's a bad law. Arrest me. And he did get arrested. It's called civil disobedience. He wasn't excused from the law. The law still applied to him. He still got arrested. He still went to jail. And he did it because it was the right thing to do. He didn't go out and say, oh my God, I don't like those laws. Let's burn down Atlanta. He didn't do that. He didn't say, let's burn down Mississippi. He didn't do that. He said, we're going to march and then we'll get arrested. And we're going to go into the courtroom and we're going to say, that's a bad law. We're going to change the law and point out how it's a bad law. And we're going to be held accountable. Does that mean I get arrested? Yes. But it's a bad law. Let's fight that. Nowadays, they're saying, oh, no, we don't like the law. Not that it's a bad law, not that it's illegal. They don't like it. They like child slavery instead. Yes, that is the equivalence there. Martin Luther King broke the law to be held accountable to the law, to show how the law was illegal. Democrats today don't like the law. They like the child slavery. They don't want to be held accountable for child slavery. So they changed the word from child slavery to unaccompanied minor. And they said, oh, it's okay. We're just going to let it go. Don't just ignore the law. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. Here's Karen Bass. So she's got a problem. And her biggest problem is the agents are wearing a mask. They do identify themselves, and we have video across the country that they do identify themselves as law enforcement, as members of ICE or the DEA, Justice Department. They do identify themselves. They don't show their faces. There's a reason for that, because they get threatened. Just like in Cudahy, California, when the vice mayor of Cudahy, and we showed you this last week, it is documented, she was calling out gangs, literally the Florencia 13th gang, the 18th Street gang, to attack these members of ICE. And those gangs did get to see their faces, used facial recognition, found out who they were, and are threatening these law enforcement's families, their children, saying they're going to kill their children because this law enforcement agent is doing his job. So that's why they hide their faces, because Mayor Karen Bass wants to go out and show their face so their families can be threatened, so that they won't enforce the law, because she wants child slavery. And she's not upset about having gangs, illegal foreign gangs, threaten American children to do that. So here she goes. Let's hear her.
A Freedom of Information request to, quote, know who these masked men are.
Why? Why do you need to know who they are individually? She doesn't need to know that. Does she need to know that they are legitimate members of law enforcement? Are they members of ICE, the Sheriff's Department, the DEA? Are they official members of the government doing their job? If the answer is yes, you don't need to know that this guy is named John Smith. That's not important. You don't need to know that. You need to know that John Smith works for immigration, ICE, or he works for DEA. He works for the federal government. He works for the Sheriff Department. That's all you need to know, is he is legitimately working. You don't need to know who he is. The only reason why you need to know his name is to find out, is he married? Does he have kids? Does he have family? Can they be threatened? Can you coerce him into not doing his job? Can he be blackmailed? That's why you need his name. Let's go on.
Why, though, is their identity important to you? Do you plan to prosecute them?
Why prosecute them? If they're following the, mind you, if they've broken the law, fantastic. Charge them as they should be charged. Yes, then you need their name. You need their name if they committed a crime. That's important. And if they are breaking the law by not just detaining, but harming any of the illegal aliens, they do have rights. I'm not taking away their rights. If they are being abused, if they're being beat up, if there's some violation of law, then hold them accountable 100%. And yes, that agent of ICE or the law enforcement does need to be held accountable to the full extent of the law. I agree with that. But they haven't broken the law. That's not the claim that they're making. You're going to see that in just a second. Mayor Karen Bass isn't going to say, yes, they broke the law and I want to hold them accountable. No, that's not why she wants to do it. It's not because they broke the law. They're enforcing the law. They haven't done anything illegal. They haven't done anything criminal. She just doesn't like it. She's happy with the child slavery. She just doesn't want you to think about it. Listen to her answer. Is it because they committed a crime? Does she want to hold them accountable to the law? Did they do something illegal? What is the answer by Karen Bass?
Well, no, let me just explain.
Well, no. That's it. Now she's going to explain. Now she's going to justify why she wants to coerce these individuals, why she wants to have them blackmailed, why she doesn't want them to do their job to enforce the law that she was elected to enforce. Not the ones that she likes, but the ones that are there, that have already been voted on, that are already public. No one hired Karen Bass to pick and choose what she wants to do. They picked her to do the job as it is. And she said, no, they're not breaking the law. You heard it herself. Well, no, she's not going to prosecute them because they didn't break the law. She just doesn't like it. Let's see what else she has to say. She says she's going to explain. Okay, what's your explanation?
Because you have people who are literally walking down the street, sitting at bus stops, are individual vendors selling fruit on the street.
Okay, selling fruit on the street, crime. Sitting on a bus stop, a crime. These are illegal aliens. They are all criminals. Their presence in the United States is a crime, full stop. Whether you like that or not is something entirely different. No one cares. The law isn't about whether you like it or not. Is it illegal? No. Or rather, excuse me, it is illegal for these people to be in America, whether they're sitting at a bus stop or they're selling food on the side of the street. And by the way, they're not legal vendors. They don't have licenses. They're illegally selling stuff to the public, which may be a health violation. So that's a crime on top of other crimes that they have committed. So yeah, just because someone comes up to them and says, are you an illegal alien? Yeah, they can be arrested. That's the way it's supposed to work. She doesn't like that. That isn't how the law works.
These masked men pull up in unmarked cars and jump out of the cars with rifles. And
no, they usually don't. They usually don't jump out of cars with rifles pointing it around. This isn't a Hollywood movie. She's confusing a Hollywood movie with reality because, yeah, that may happen in Sicario. That isn't what's happening in real life. And yes, when they went to the Home Depot, actually to the business next to the Home Depot that started where the LA riots started, a bunch of illegal aliens and gang members saw the police come out and to go into a business next to the Home Depot. They freaked out because they're criminals. They didn't want to be caught. They didn't want to be deported. So they went and they got a bunch of their friends and they started a riot because they thought that would stop the police from doing their job, that would stop law enforcement from doing their jobs. Meanwhile, the actual ICE and DEA went into a separate business where they thought there were illegal aliens and they didn't know what else was going on there, what kind of crimes were going on. And yes, they were armed and they went into that business and they had a warrant and they duly served the warrant and searched the business. They weren't going out into the street just with rifles running around like this is some kind of Hollywood movie. She's lying to you. She's manipulating you. She's counting on the fact that you, because of Google, went and saw a bunch of cat videos instead of actually finding out the news. Let's go on.
and detain people. So for the average,
Detaining people is not a crime. That is the due process of law. You can be detained in any state in America, in any city in America. You can be detained on average 24 to 48 hours. That's the law. That's not a crime.
Average citizen, it looks like it's a violent kidnapping.
No, it looks like it's the police enforcing the law. We just haven't seen them do it under Obama. We didn't see them do it under Bush or Biden Harris. We just haven't seen them do it in a long time. It's not a movie. She's confusing a movie. Okay. So she's pissed me off. Completely pissed me off. I think she's out of her mind. I know there's a couple of comments here. Let me go to some of the comments. Hey, folks, if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. I will be happy to answer your questions if you think I'm wrong, if you think I've misunderstood. And if you want me to answer your question a lot faster, you can always do a super chat, or you can go to Rumble and do a Rumble rant, and that'll put you at the top of the list and I'll answer your question immediately. But let's see. Dow says, he starts off with, this is Face D Nation. Yeah, it is. He goes on to say, these Democrats seem to think that these laws being enforced were made without their support. And you're right, Dow. These were laws made with bipartisan support. Democrats agreed with these rules, the rules that are being enforced. They just stopped enforcing them, and they didn't think anyone else would. They just thought, oh, well, no one's going to pay attention anymore. These are the laws Democrats wrote. They wrote these laws. They wrote these rules. He goes on to say, most of these laws were sponsored by their own party. Yes, Democrats wrote these rules. They want you to forget that. They want you to think, oh, Republicans are evil, MAGA, evil. Democrats wrote these rules. Democrats said that you can detain an illegal alien by having a law enforcement in a mask stop an illegal alien and detain them. That is what the Democrats wrote as the law. They just didn't think anyone would do it. But that's legal. Dow goes on to say, they just passed that law with the belief that they would always be the ones controlling enforcement. And they were correct. In California, Democrats control everything. And when everything is going wrong in California, guess what? It's the Democrats' fault. It's not Republicans' fault. It's not Libertarians' fault. It's not the Green Party's fault. None of us are in control. Same thing in New York State. New York State's going to hell in a handbasket. Guess what? It's not because of conservatives. It's not because of Republicans or Libertarians or the Green Party. We're not in control. We didn't write any of those laws. We're not the ones in charge. Only the Democrats are. But they say, oh, but it's MAGA. MAGA's the bad guy. You're the ones in charge. Okay. Let me see. Mike Hasney says, I like coming into the chat and disagreeing with you, but not this time. Hey, I love it when people disagree. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. When people have something they disagree with, I'm more than happy to hear it. You know that, Mike. And Mike is being very honest. Peace Logic has answered, and he says, one, I get what you're saying, Mike. However, I do pause, okay? When someone has been in the U.S. for 10 years as a productive member of our country, so that's a legitimate argument. That's a fair point. Some illegal alien came into America. They've been working in the shadows as a slave for 10 years and never caused any additional problem besides the fact that they are here and broke the law. Okay. The backstory matters sometimes. And realistically, no, it doesn't. Because the law doesn't say what's your reason. It's like saying, and let me make myself clear on that piece. So when someone commits murder, if they were raised in an abusive family, they committed murder. Now, nowadays, many people will say, well, it's because they were abused as a kid. I'm sorry, you're a grown adult. You made a decision to take someone's life. I don't care how you got raised. You grew up and you knew murder is wrong. It doesn't matter. So as an example, look at the gangbangers throughout all of Chicago or Detroit or Baltimore, LA, New York, Philadelphia. Pick any of them, any of the gangs. Doesn't matter which one. The Florencia 13, the Crips, the Bloods. Pick whichever gang you want. They make a choice to have shootouts in the middle of the street. They know better. Now, whether or not they grew up poor, whether or not they're dumb or smart, whether or not they had a good family or not, whether their dad was present or not, doesn't change the fact that they had a choice. They didn't have to do a drive-by shooting. They didn't have to go and shoot in a park where children are. They don't have to sell drugs to kids. They don't have to make that choice. They have the right. They have the ability to choose something different. The law doesn't care because they made a choice. They have to be held accountable. So yes, the illegal alien was here for 10 years. They didn't make any other crimes, but there still is a crime. And they have to be held accountable for that crime. They knew they committed the crime. They spent 10 years in America knowing that they were a criminal. They need to be held accountable. Now, does that mean that we change the law, perhaps, and say, well, if you've made it 10 years and you've done nothing else wrong, then we'll give you a fast track to get a green card and maybe become an American citizen. We can do that. That's a discussion we can have. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying that's something that the American people have to vote on. That's something that we need to pass as a law. We need to be very specific about that. The backstory matters. Then write that into the law. That the backstory matters. That isn't what the law is, because the law doesn't care, because you're a grown adult. You make a choice. You weren't forced. No one held a gun to their head and said, walk across that border. No one's doing that. The Democrats aren't. When Cory Booker went into Mexico and took illegal aliens and brought them into America, no one held a gun to his head. He did it because he wanted power. That's the reason why he did it. And he thinks he's a hero for doing that. He ran for president because he broke the law, because he felt good. Even though he was a criminal, he made a choice. And he should have been kicked out of Congress for doing that. Instead, he got reelected. And he's going to try and run again in 2028. He should be kicked out of Congress for what he did. So I hold them accountable. But Peace Logic goes on to say, and to be fair, he says, change the law. The system is too corrupt on both sides for any meaningful change. That's only because we're not holding the politicians accountable. AOC should be held accountable. AOC was fake crying at a parking lot saying that children were being abused when they weren't. We know this for a fact. We now have hindsight. We know those children weren't being treated than they were being treated under Obama, and Democrats were fine with that. The children weren't being treated any different than they were under Biden-Harris, and Democrats were fine with that. So she was a faker. She was manipulating people emotionally to get power. Okay, so we should hold her accountable. She shouldn't get reelected. Now but instead she's looking at possibly running for the presidency in 2028, if not 2032. That's the problem. There's the corruption. She's getting rewarded for breaking the law and lying to the public. That's what we need to change. If we change that, then we change the system. It's that simple. At least that's the way I see it. Maybe you disagree, and that's fine. You can disagree with that, but that's the way I see it. That if we hold them accountable and say, you lied to us, AOC, you are a liar, and you shouldn't be reelected, then that changes everything. But we're not doing that. Literally, we've gone over the numbers on this program before. There is a 92%, if you are elected to Congress, people don't know this, there is a 92% chance that you will be reelected every year. Whether you're good or bad at being a member of Congress, you have a 92% chance of getting reelected. You have even money to die in office or to retire. Think about that. Once you get elected and you make it past your first election, you have a 92% chance of being reelected until you either die or retire. That is insane. That is a problem. And it doesn't matter if you're good or bad at your job. Doesn't matter. That's a problem. We need to change that. And if we change that, we change the whole system. Joe says, example, Schumer was working hard to end the filibuster. Democrats use the filibuster more than Republicans do. He was short-sighted in his reasoning. Yes, because he wanted to punish Republicans, because they were doing things he didn't like, with the tool that he had reserved only for other Democrats. Again, they didn't think anyone would do what they do. No one would use the rules in their advantage. That's the short-sighted of the Democrats. And I'm sure there are Democrats watching this, progressives watching this going, I'm so angry. It's the truth. Mike Has Bad Knee says, my take is that the person who has been here illegally for 10 years but hasn't broken any other law and isn't receiving taxpayer welfare, that's a big part of it, because many of them do. That is a fact. Many of them, because they're illegal aliens, because they're working as slaves in America, they need benefits. They need to get put into a hotel or a shelter. They need handouts from the government paid for by you and me, taxpayer. They need that, which is destroying the infrastructure. So you're right. That's important. So let's assume we have an illegal alien that didn't break any additional laws and isn't a burden on the system. Okay. They should still be deported, but not first. Okay. That is an interesting argument. I can work with that. Maybe the priority should only be illegal aliens that are committing other crimes in addition to, but that isn't what we were promised. The answer was mass deportations for all illegal aliens. And the fact is, we have 50 million illegal aliens in America at this time. We need to get that number down. I'm sure that when we had 15 million illegal aliens back in the 1990s, the problem wasn't as big as it is now. If we were to go back to 15 million illegal aliens, I am sure that the public would agree, let's have the conversation. Maybe we should do something different with these remaining 15 million. Cut the number in half or more, and then let's have the conversation. But until we do, we have too many illegal aliens. And the Democrats know it. Let me see here. So Peace Logic says, Dean is puffing a little bit. There are so many bad laws. There are. It wasn't too long ago. It was against the law for Peace Logic to get married, or going further back, illegal for him to have sex. It's a law. I'm not saying there aren't and haven't been bad laws. It was just about 4 generations ago that my family were slaves. That's a fact. On my mother's side, we actually went back in the genealogy, did a history, and I know for a fact that my family on my mother's side goes back to 1867 in South Carolina. And then we have no other records. After 1867, we can't go back further because they were slaves, and there are no records of anyone in my family on my mother's side going beyond that. Those were bad laws. We changed them. I'm not saying we can't change bad laws. In fact, I'm saying we should. But the only way we change a law is by enforcing laws, finding out the consequences of those laws, and then moving forward. Democrats aren't doing that. They're not trying to fix the law. They just don't want you to pay attention to the law. They want you to ignore it. And social media like Google and YouTube don't want us to have the conversation. They want us to ignore it and just nod your head and go along. And that's the problem. That's why it's so important to like, share, and subscribe. I just want to get to 5,000 subscribers so we can have more of these conversations. So we can say, well, maybe we should change the law. Do we need to get to 15,000 illegals? 15 million illegal aliens before we change the law? Do we change it at 20 million illegal aliens, 30 million illegal aliens? Do we give them a path to citizenship? Does it happen overnight? Does it happen over 10 years? Let's have the conversation. And I would love to call in AOC and ask her and hold her accountable. Why didn't you cry about the child slaves in California, but you're crying at an empty parking lot? Why are you lying to the American people right now, running around the country, telling us that climate change is the most important thing, when in fact, child slavery is more important to me? And I think most Americans, when they recognize that unaccompanied minor means child slave, when they realize that, I think the priority changes from climate change, which we may or may not be able to do anything about, because the different plan than human beings. We need to have those conversations. I want those conversations. I'm not saying that I have the perfect answer. I have never said that, nor have I asked anyone, you have to do what I say. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying don't blindly follow any politician and not hold them accountable when they screw up. We need to have these conversations. We need to hold them accountable. P says, the sadness I see, Mike, is that the whole world is a mess. It's always been a mess. It will always be a mess. Human beings are messy. That's just a reality. Peace goes on to say, and aren't we responsible for destroying other countries, making parents through love across illegally into our country? Well, no, those aren't the same thing. Has the United States affected laws and governments around the world? Yes. So has every other country in the world. This isn't a one or other. Every country. Iran is affecting Iran with its terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas. They affect the way people live, and laws and governments in Egypt, in Jordan, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. They're having an impact right now. Not just the United States. Iran's doing it. So does China. China has influence on all of them. China has massive influence throughout all of Africa. Russia has influence throughout all of Asia, throughout Africa. Countries around the world all have influence. Every country meddles with every other country. It happens. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying that's perfect, but it's a reality. I'm dealing with the reality. And the reality is these things are true. Now, does that mean that because the United States has done the same thing that every other country is doing, does that mean that they automatically get to come to America? No, they don't. No, they don't. And the world has agreed on that. There are rules about being a refugee seeking asylum. And the rule is you go to the first country that is safe, not to America. The international law isn't, oh, you have a problem in your country, go to America. That's not the law. That's what's been happening, but that's not the law. Not internationally, not in the United States, not in any other country. So we need to remember that, because what people are doing isn't the law. And if we don't have law, then we don't have a society. Peace Logic goes on to say, if we destroy a country, aren't we at least responsible for migration that occurs? No. No. If we destroy a country, to be honest, and how do we define what is destroying a country? That's another big question, but let's be more specific. What we should be doing, and I've said this many times, I've said this about Iraq, I said this about Afghanistan, I said that just a couple of weeks ago about Iran. If an American soldier puts their foot on the ground, our responsibility is to take over that ground. Our responsibility is to take over that country, to build up that country, and to give that country a choice later in its future to either be a commonwealth, to become a part of the United States, or to be independent. The same choice that's been given to Samoa, that's been given to Puerto Rico, to given to the territories of the United States. They get that every generation. They get to vote, and they get to choose to be a commonwealth, to be a state, or to become totally independent. That is their right, and that's responsible. The best thing we could have done is to, and I know there are many people around the world who are going to be upset about this and they don't like it, but look at what happened when we didn't do this. What we should have done is when we went into Iraq, when we went into Afghanistan, Take them over. Full stop. That justifies and that is worth the blood that was shed fighting in wars in those countries for 20 years. Take them over. Rebuild. Build actual infrastructure so that there's running electricity, there's running water, there are schools and hospitals, roads, and buildings that don't fall apart every time there's an earth, the ground shakes a little bit, there's a storm. Build a real society. Build farms, build industries. That's what we should have done. And share the Constitution with those countries and to use the American dollar in those countries so they have a stable economy, they have a stable government, they know what it is to have rights that they had never had before. Afghanistan, Iraq, they never had the right to free speech. They never had the right to vote. They never had the right to defend themselves. Women never had the right to vote or to own property or to work a job. Let's be honest. That's not the reality they had. We could have introduced all of that and built them schools and built them roads and built them hospitals and built them homes and businesses. We could have taught them how to make the most of the natural resources in their land. We could have done all of that. But instead, that would be mean because a bunch of kids in a college that read a book would say, oh my God, you're being a colonizer. And yes, we would be colonizing and improving the quality of their lives exponentially. You may feel uncomfortable because we're the winner, because we're the big guy and we won. Guess what? History is written by the winners, not the losers. And we have seen, because of the winners, because of the empires around the world, that's why we have computers today. That's why we have cell phones today. That's why my cell phone has more information than the Library of Alexandria. And everyone has one because we're the winner. And we are the most recent empire out of a history of empires. And the losers don't like it. They get over it. And you move on. Now, people will say, Mike, that's unpleasant. I don't like that. That seems mean. No, it's not. What is mean is what we did instead. The choice that we made was we won't take over that country. So they have an economy that is completely fractured and unstable. They never got it. Why? They don't have control of their own resources. Their people aren't well educated, so they can't develop anything. They don't have infrastructure. The electricity isn't on all the time. The water doesn't always run. They don't have roads to get to places back and forth easily. They don't build anything to make their economy better. Their people don't have rights. Women don't have a right to vote, to own property. They are property. What we did is we failed them. So what's the better answer? If we're going to do it, then we do it and we do it responsibly. Take it over. Rebuild it. Make it better than when we walked in. Don't half-ass it. That's the proper answer. And people won't like that answer. People will be upset and say, Mike, that's just not nice. I don't care about nice. History isn't about nice. Human nature isn't about nice. Governments aren't about nice. Nice is what you get when you're comfortable. America is nice because we have the highest quality of living with the greatest amount of freedom, with the greatest amount of wealth, with the biggest, strongest military in the world. That's why things are nice in America. It's why everyone wants to be here. Because things are nice, because we're the biggest, strongest, baddest in the world at this time. And if we weren't, then it'd be a complete fiasco. It'd be a disaster. We'd be living like people in Haiti. That's the difference. And again, I'm not saying people should like that answer, but that is a real, accountable answer. You can tell me, Mike, I don't agree with that. I don't like that. I don't like the way that makes me feel. That's fine. I'm all with that. We can negotiate from there. But please understand, those are the choices that we have. And when we don't make those choices, the hard choices, the uncomfortable choices, the choices that don't feel good, then we get the worst outcome. And the worst outcome is bad for everyone. There is more terrorism in the world because we didn't take over Afghanistan than if we did. There's more women are being abused in Afghanistan today because we didn't take the country over than if we did. That's a hard truth, but that is the truth. Should collateral damage happen? That's a question from Peace Logic. No, I'm not happy about collateral damage. Collateral damage means people. For those who aren't in the military, who don't know military strategy, collateral damage is the nice way of saying people died, civilians dead. That's why we use the word collateral damage. It's unintended, but it is a direct consequence of military action. Civilians died. Am I happy about that? Never. Is that avoidable? Not always. Not always. But we can't be held back from doing the right thing, ultimately the best good, because we're squeamish about the short-term difficulty of getting to that ultimate good. No one would be upset if Afghanistan or Iraq right now had hospitals and had schools and had roads and electricity and plumbing and business, and they were thriving. And then they were under the control of the Taliban. No one would be upset about that. If the women could go to school without getting poisoned, no one would be upset. But we didn't do that. And instead, we have more terrorism in the world. That's the greater evil to me. Other people may disagree, and that's okay. We can have that conversation. What is the greatest good? Is it allowing more terrorism, allowing more abuse, or is it shutting it down? It's a question I don't expect to answer in this show, but it is a question we should be having across America. This should be a question, one of many questions across the internet. And it isn't because YouTube and Google, social media, and political organizations say, shut up and just obey. That's the problem. It's not that my answer, I'm not telling you my answer is the perfect answer. There are Republicans and Libertarians and Green Party. I know personal friends, many of them don't agree with me. And that's fine. We can have that discussion. You can say, that's not the best answer, Mike. Okay, then let's have that conversation. We can't get a better solution if we don't talk about it. And the media does not want us to talk about it. They simply want us to obey. That is a problem. Okay, that being said, so I kind of went sideways there a little bit. But I mean, it upsets me because I'm watching things like this. Cory Booker, this is according to PBS, who are going to lose their federal funding. We'll talk about in a second. Cory Booker is there and he's performative. He is an actor on a stage. This man who should have been kicked out of office because of his crimes in Mexico should have been removed from office. He invalidated his ability to be a senator the moment he started breaking United States law, which is what he's supposed to create and uphold. He broke his oath of office. But he's in office right now, and he's up there, and he's, oh my God, I don't agree with the Republicans. How dare you? How dare you take a vote on this judge when I wanted to pontificate? This is what we got. Cory Booker was like, I wanted to embarrass a judge, a candidate for federal judge because Donald Trump appointed them. Because Donald Trump wanted them, this individual, to become a judge. And he wanted to get on his soapbox, and he wanted his staff to take a video of him so he could use it in his campaign ad for the presidency, for his campaign ad for when he runs for elected office to reelect him. He wanted to be up there and saying, Republicans are evil, MAGA is bad. That judge, you want to follow the law. You want to stop the child slavery in California. How dare you? How dare you? That's what Cory Booker wanted to do. That's in the Senate wanted to do. And Republicans said, take the vote. You're going to make this complaint anyway. When you walk out of this room, there is a pool. There are 100 newsmen, members of the press. 100 of them are standing right outside the hallway, and you can spend the next 5 hours talking to each and every news organization, telling them how Republicans are evil and Donald Trump is putting in judges who are going to follow the law. How dare they be so obnoxious as to follow the law? And he can go and rattle that off all day long. That isn't necessary for the vote. So Cory Booker and the rest of the Democrats stormed out of the Senate. And they've done this before. And we've seen this in Texas, when Democrats in Texas ran away from their job. They left the state of Texas. Do you remember this? This was about 5 years ago. Back in 2019, 2020, the Texas Democrats left the state of Texas, which was a crime, rather than vote on a bill they were going to lose. And because they would lose power and because they would be embarrassed, they left Texas and they went to Washington, D.C. to complain in front of national cameras to say, we don't like the Republicans. I don't care. Their job was to take the vote. Their job was to vote and hopefully vote the way their constituents wanted them to vote, not how their party, not how the DNC wanted them to vote, how their party wanted them to vote. And they would take the vote and they would lose. And then they could go out and talk to every news media organization and say how the whole thing was rigged, how you shouldn't vote for Republicans or Libertarians or Green Party, that you should only vote for Democrats because then they won't lose the next vote. That's their job. That's how they handle it if they're adults. Instead, Cory Booker is having a tantrum, and the Democrats had a tantrum, and they didn't do their job. They embarrassed their constituents. They failed. Instead of taking the vote and losing and saying, next time, I'm going to go to my constituents, I'm going to tell them to vote Democrat so that we never lose another vote, which is what they should do because he thinks he has the right position. But because he doesn't, because it's all a performance, because this is about power and not about law, not about justice, not about doing the right thing. That's why he's up on this camera, and that's why PBS did an interview with him and did an article about him saying, isn't he so brave? No, the brave thing would have been to stand there, to take the vote, to lose, and then turn around and explain to the nation why he thought he was right, why this judge shouldn't have gotten appointed. That would be brave. That would be doing his job. Instead, he's performing for Hollywood. He's performing for the elites in the DNC. He's performing for donors to give him money so he can run for a bigger, more powerful office. It is selfish and it is un-American. If anyone on the left disagrees with my assessment, tell me why. Tell me why what Cory Booker and the Democrats did wasn't dereliction of duty. Just like when they did it in Texas, when they did it in Delaware. Everywhere the Democrats are losing, they run away. They don't stand there and say, let me tell you why you should have voted my way. See, as an example, let me explain this. As an example, I am here in front of you guys, and I'm telling you what I think. In particular, my example talking about what we should have done with Afghanistan and Iraq. And there are people, Republicans, Democrats, independents, libertarians, people that I know and respect who absolutely say, Mike, you are absolutely wrong. They are pissed off about what I said, but I had the balls and the respect of my peers to stand here, to be here with you and to explain my point of view, to tell you why, my reasoning why, and not to hide, not to run away and say in a tweet, oh my God, those Democrats are just so bad. They just don't get it. No, I actually stood here and I gave you the reasoning. Now you can tell me, Mike, you're wrong, you're evil, you're bad, blah, blah. That's fine. That's fine. And people will, and they have. And I might lose some subscribers for it. I might gain some. I might lose some. And I may lose donations. People may not support the channel. They may not do a super chat. They may not become part of my Patreon for $1.50 a month. They might not, because I explained what I think should have been done about Afghanistan and Iraq and how America should deal with other countries going forward. Instead of just trying to wreck a country, let's build a country. There are people who are going to be very upset with me about that. I at least respect them enough to tell them why I feel the way I do. Cory Booker doesn't. Cory Booker doesn't have enough respect for his constituents in New Jersey. He doesn't have enough respect for the American people to stand there and say, this is how I'm going to vote, and this is why I am voting the way I vote. I respect the Democrats that stand there, the politicians who stand there and take the vote and lose. I respect. Thomas Massey, I respect. Do I agree with him all the time? No, not always. Rand Paul, I respect. Do I agree with him all the time? No. They're far too libertarian on many issues for me. They are far too isolationist for me on many levels. RFK, I respect RFK Jr. Do I think he would be a good president? Absolutely not. Do I respect him? Yes, I do. Why? Because they will stand in front and they will say, this is why I think this is wrong or this is right. This is why I'm going to vote for it. This is what my constituents want. They agree with me. And I respect them for that. I can have a conversation with Thomas Massey and with Rand Paul and with RFK Jr. I can have a debate with them on the merits of an issue. Larry Sharp, a good friend of mine. Kit Cabello, a friend of mine. Kit Cabello's with Hard Lens Media. Kit Cabello is a leftist. That's an absolute fact. I'm not saying it to denigrate him. He's on the left. Larry Sharp is a libertarian. True, dyed-in-the-wool libertarian. Now, these men, I've been on their programs. They've been on my program. We have argued and disagreed in person and online in debates on the issues. I respect them. I don't talk about them behind their back and say, oh, they just don't know what they're talking about. I will stand here in their face, directly talking to them and say, here's why I think you're wrong. Here's why I think my idea makes more sense. Let's have the debate. And it wouldn't be the first time that me and Larry or Kit, that we've had the conversation. And you know what? They bring up good points and I have to reevaluate what I'm thinking. Or people like Peace Logic or Mike Has Bad Knees or Joel Dowling or Dal Grimm, where people will come up with ideas. Even Hal Stewart will come up and say, hey, Mike, here's something you didn't know. Here's something you didn't think about. This is a different way to think of that. Maybe you're wrong. And I respect them enough to tell them what I think and to listen to them on what they think is a better answer. That's the way our government is supposed to run. Running around, hiding from people, saying Orange Man bad, and just ignoring everything and telling people to pay attention to cat videos and to punish people for actually talking about what they think and what they think is a good solution to the problems that we all agree exist, that's not helping anyone. It may make you feel good for a second. Your emotions may be like, ooh, I feel good for the next 5 seconds, but your emotions are going to change and the problem won't. That's the difference. So I have no respect for Cory Booker. No respect for Cory Booker. But he is doing well in polling. I think he's running number 2 for 2028 for the presidential nomination. He's right up there with Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. He's running really well because he's lying to people's faces, because he's performing really well. He's a horrible senator. He's doing a horrible job in our Congress. He's failing America and should not be in the office he has. Not because he's black. Notice I never mentioned, oh, he's black. That has nothing to do with it. I'm black. I'm Hispanic. What's that got to do with it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And anyone says, well, you just don't like black people. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Stop being an idiot. Nothing I'm talking about has to do with the color of skin, because it doesn't matter if you have a suntan or not, or a better one or a worse one than I do. It has nothing to do with whether or not you make sense. If you're dealing with the facts and you have a logical consequence, it has nothing to do with the law. It's not because it's male or female, whether they're gay or straight or anything. None of that matters. That is meaningless. And anyone says, well, that's important. No, it's not. You're lying to yourself. You're giving yourself an excuse. You have a weak candidate and you're trying to prop them up with anything you can find. The problem with Kamala Harris, and for those Dems out there, the reason why you lost in 2024, Joe Biden was a bad candidate. His mind was broken, and we know it. And now we have the New York Times finally, after 4 years, telling us the truth that Joe Biden didn't authorize all the signatures by auto pen, that he didn't know what was going on. We now know the truth. They lied to you. That's why Democrats lost. That's why Democrats are at 37% approval right now in America. The lowest approval, one of the lowest approvals in their history, and lower than Orange Man Bad, lower than MAGA, lower than American First, lower than Republicans. They are losing because they lie, because they don't care what you think, and they will abuse you and they manipulate you. That's why Democrats are in trouble right now. It's not because of anyone's color of skin. It's not because of racism or sexism or a phobia of this or that. It's not because of any of that. It's because Democrats failed. They are failures, first and foremost. Their ideas don't work, and they don't have compassion for their constituents who they are obligated to represent. It is that simple. Let me move on. Speaking about the failures that we now know about, let's also remember Tulsi Gabbard we knew this. We knew the Russia hoax. For Adam Schiff, again, another person who should not be in office, not because he's a Democrat, not because he's a progressive. Adam Schiff should not be a member of Senate. He should not be in elected office because he lied to the American people, because he is a failure. And we know this because 2016, the lie that circled around America, being pushed by Adam Schiff, number one, screaming about impeachment. Adam Schiff showed up on Rachel Maddow's show night after night for 3 years, saying that he had evidence proving that Russia, that it was true, that Donald Trump only won the election because of Russian interference in our elections. It was a lie. $35 million, 3.5 years after the fact, we saw every single review, every investigation, including the one by Democrats, proved Complete lie. We know that today. The news media didn't tell you then, they told us now. And we know from that evidence, and we have known for years, that Obama knew it was a lie. The FBI, the CIA knew that was a lie. They've always known it was a lie. And they didn't tell you because they wanted power, because they didn't respect you. And now Tulsi Gabbard is pointing it out. Is it a deflection from the Epstein files? Yes, it is. Yes, this is the Trump administration changing the story. Absolutely true. They want some of the heat off of Donald Trump. They want some of the heat off of the Trump administration. And they're throwing out red meat. That doesn't change the fact that it's true. Obama knew, because the FBI and the CIA, who work for the president, knew the truth. They knew that the public was being lied to, that they were being manipulated. That was a political game. It was a performance. It was about virtue signaling. They knew that, and they did it anyway. They set up Donald Trump to try and make him fail, so Democrats would look better, so that they could win in the next election and get back power, because that's all they cared about. Should Tulsi Gabbard be pointing this out? Absolutely. Should Barack Obama be held accountable for the crimes that he helped to allow to exist, to be committed against the government and against the American people? Yes, he should. Is it because he's black? I never mentioned black. Black has nothing to do with it. If you imagine Obama as a white guy, as an Italian, as a Chinese guy, as a Spanish guy, it doesn't change what he did and what he knew. So don't tell me it's because he's black. I don't care. Don't tell me it's because he's straight or he's gay or whatever. I don't care. I'm talking about what he knew and what he did. And we have the evidence. We've had the evidence since 2018. We have had evidence that told us Obama knew, and he lied to the public anyway. He abused the trust of the public. He abused the power of the presidency. We knew this since 2018. No one did anything until now. Is it sad that they're only doing it because of Epstein? Absolutely. It's sad that this couldn't be a story on its own merits, and instead it's a distraction from Epstein. But both issues are real and both issues are important. And we should hold the politicians accountable in both cases. It's not an either or, which the media wants it to be. They want it to be either you're upset about Obama and the way he broke the law and the way Democrats abused their power under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, when they've had control of Congress. They want you to say either it's that or it's Orange Man bad, or it's Orange Man bad avoiding Epstein. It's one or the other. Sorry, it's both. Both things are true. Both things happen at the same time. Both should be held accountable. Not one or the other. And yes, I'm a Republican, a conservative Republican, saying, yes, the Trump administration should be held accountable about the Epstein files. Yes, it is important. Is it the biggest issue right this second? Not necessarily. But then again, so is Obama in 2016 lying to the public isn't the biggest issue facing America right now either. But they're both important and they both should be resolved. Joel says, nothing will happen to Obama. Nothing will come from the Russia hoax. You're right. Because it's not being used. The information isn't being used to expose the corruption in our government and the way that the elites of the various parties are abusing the American people. Instead, it's being used as an excuse about Epstein. And that means nothing's going to happen. Obama's just an easy target. And that's sad. That's sad. Obama should be held accountable. He should be arrested. And we know, thanks to the Democrats, we know that a president after president leaves office, they can be arrested. They can be held accountable. Democrats set that precedent. So Obama should be afraid because according to Democrats, he can get arrested. He can be held accountable, and he should be, but he won't. You're right, Joel. He won't. And that's upsetting to me. Let's see. Oops. Here we go. Peace Logic says, 100% on why Dems failed. He agrees 100% with me. Okay. It's why I didn't vote Democrat this round. Fair enough. I know some people who did. I know some people who didn't. Peace Logic goes on to say, my most pressing issue was war. Keep us out, and Trump does not seem to be keeping his promise there. I disagree with you on that. Trump is keeping us out of wars. We aren't fighting against Hamas directly, although we should have, because they had our American citizens. They killed our American citizens. We were brought into the conflict between Hamas and Israel because Hamas killed American citizens, because Hamas tortured American citizens, because they killed hostages. We were in that, we should have been more directly involved because of that. But Joe Biden, well, we know he was a part-time zombie, so he did nothing. Trump came in and we got the last living Americans back home. So, yeah, we could have done more. We should have. We didn't. We could have done more to Iran. We didn't. We were pinpoint, specific, and targeted and direct. We were in, we did what we said we were going to do, we left, and we ended it. Trump has been involved in 5 peace deals around the world. 5. Are all of them working? Not necessarily. But he's been involved, and 3 of them have worked. He's gotten 3 ceasefires out of 5 conflicts in the world right now, directly because of Donald Trump. That's more stability in the world than previously available. He is making things better. Now, the big ones are Ukraine, fighting still going on. Is that because of the United States? No, that's because of Russia and Ukraine. That's because neither side, Russia and Ukraine, neither one will compromise. They both want absolute victory. And as long as they both want absolute victory, there is no way to negotiate that. There is no way to bring them to peace. They have to be willing to get less than everything. That's the only way you can get peace. Trump is trying, and he's trying to put pressure on Russia, which is the big bad of that war. Absolutely. But they're also winning. And the only way that we can get them to the peace table is to force Russia to stop trying to get it all, to win it all, to give up on everything and just take what they've got. And Zelensky, Ukraine, has to let them take it. That's the only way you get peace there. So is that Trump's fault? No, it's not. Is that America escalating? No, it's not. We're not escalating. If anything, we've decreased our exposure in that. So Trump has done as much as is humanly possible, and in fact, the only thing possible in the world. Every country in the world has tried to broker peace between Ukraine and Russia. Every country in the world has been shot down without question. No one. Brazil had a plan to try and get a peace. It was in 2024. Brazil, the president of Brazil was coming up and saying, I've got a peace plan that could work for Ukraine and Russia. And guess what? Russia didn't care, didn't even listen to him, didn't even pay it lip service. You know what? Putin did voluntarily come up and say, hey, United States, Donald Trump, you know what? Let's actually have a peace talk. He at least was willing to pay lip service to it. That's at least starting the process. So is it perfect? No, it's not. Is it complete promise? Not yet, but it's not over. Is it peace in 24 hours? No. But then again, you can't make people have peace. They have to want it. And right now, Ukraine and Russia, they don't want it. You can't make that happen. So yeah, not every conflict is easily, you can't force people into peace, but he's trying, and I think he's being more successful. Peace Logic goes on to say, on gender identity, let's see. He said, And Democrats went off the rails on gender identity. I agree. They went all the way there. They went way beyond left field. They're in the other universe. Goes on to say, at least Trump is fixing immigration. He is, which is one of his major issues, what he was voted for. I might have issues on his methods. Again, we can talk about the methods. We can rein him in on some of the things that he's doing, although I think overwhelmingly he is being successful. His methods are meant to discourage anyone who's in the country to leave and to prevent people from coming in. And that is working. That is a process. You may not like every aspect of it, but it is working and it is legal. He hasn't broken the law. He hasn't made up the law to do any of this. So, but again, we can debate that. Maybe there is a better process. Let's have that conversation. We only find out if we have the conversation. So that's a good thing. Peace Logic goes on to say, I also think Republicans can fix immigration law, but I don't see them doing that. Immigration law isn't the only thing that really needs to be tweaked about immigration law is the percentage of the percentages. A lot of people don't know this. Immigration law, as it exists, as voted for by Democrats and Republicans, bipartisan, there's a percentage set for every country in the world. And there's a certain percentage of people we are willing to accept, the United States, that we're willing to accept from every nation. That percentage is overweighted for Europe and for England, for countries that are our allies. We have a overweighting and they're overrepresented in immigration. And countries that we don't like, such as like China or Iran or Russia, they're underweighted, they're underrepresented. And countries like most of the countries in Africa, they're absolutely underrated because we don't even care about them. To be fair, we don't care. Most people can't name, there's 50 countries in Africa? We say Africa as Americans, we think of it as a country. That's a continent. There's 52 or 56 nations in Africa on that continent. And we think of them as all as one thing. They're not. And because we don't care about them, because we don't, let's be honest, we don't care about Africa. And because we don't care about Africa, they're underrepresented as well. Because they're poor, because they don't give us a lot of benefit. Their immigrants aren't the highest quality, nor are they the most trustworthy. Well, they're more trustworthy than immigrants in general from places like Lebanon, where there's a lot of Hezbollah, more trustworthy than asylum seekers from Yemen, where there's the Houthis. So, yeah, it's a relative statement, but they're not the best. Yes, we can tweak those numbers. We can make it more fair. We can make it a little bit more generous. That's what Republicans have offered in the past. That's what we can do. But it's never going to be, we're not going to treat illegal aliens coming from Chile or coming from Angola or Mozambique or from Laos. We're not going to treat them the same as we're going to treat people who are trying to, immigrants from Germany or from the United Kingdom or Canada. We're not going to treat them the same. That's just a reality. And there's a lot of reasons for that reality. I don't have a problem with that. Can we make the numbers better? Sure. Can we increase the number of legal migrants into the United States? Maybe. Maybe we can, maybe we should. But what's the reason? At the moment, the first thing we have to do is fix our borders and deal with the problem we have right now. Then we can talk about fixing the future. So you're right. Republicans don't want to fix it because we have a bigger problem right now. The problem is the illegal immigration, not legal. No one has a problem. No one has a problem with legal migration other than the percentages and the numbers. We could probably have more legal migration, and we could have more legal migration from third world countries. We could do that. That's not an emphasis. That's not a priority. Our priority is deal with the illegal aliens. We have 50, some estimate as much as 80 million illegal aliens in America. That number has to drop to somewhere around 15 to 20 million. When we do that, then we can talk about illegal immigration everywhere else. And Republicans will be, and they have been in the past, and they will be in the future, willing to negotiate about changing the law of the percentage and the number of legal migrants. We can do that, but we can't do that until we get rid of 60% or more of the illegal aliens in America right now and close our borders. That's the northern border, that's the southern border, that's our coast. We got to get that under control. And until we do that, why are we having the conversation about legal migrants? They're not the problem. That's an issue we can resolve quickly. That's not the issue. We got to deal with the illegal problem first. Let me see here. We got a couple more comments here. Let's see. Peace Logic says, okay, fair enough. There is a nuisance. I do have some pushback, but not now. No problem. We can have the conversation later. Aren't we continuing to send crazy money to Ukraine? Not as much as we were sending. We were sending more. Are we sending money now? Yes. Could we send more? We did. And we were. And if you were listening to Biden, and Biden had guaranteed that we'd be sending money for 10 years. So we're not sending as much as we had, and we're not going to do it for as long. And we're also looking to put in more sanctions and more pressure against Russia to get both sides to the table. The thing is, we can't cut off Ukraine 100%. I know there are many libertarians that say, we'll just cut them off, cut off all the funding. Then Russia, there is no peace deal. Russia just overruns the entire thing because Germany, France, England, the entire European Union, they're not going to send in troops. They don't have the weapons to send in. They don't have the money to send in. They're going to let Ukraine collapse unless the United States does something. So there is no peace deal unless we continue to give Ukraine at least the minimum fighting presence to then put pressure on Russia to have a peace deal and to basically divide the country in half. That's the best case scenario. But yeah, we could cut them off completely, and then Ukraine will get overrun within 2 years, and there won't be a Ukraine anymore. They'll be completely taken over. So yeah, we are giving them money. But that's the reason why. That's the reason why we're doing it. Dow says there is a mighty need to deregulate and sunset a vast majority of legislation from the past 80 years, at least, and maybe even further back. Nothing, though, will make a difference if we cannot cut the legs out from under the wholesale corruption of government and bureaucracies. I agree with that. We do have to do that. Again, we're in that process. The first thing changes the mindset. No one thought it was possible to shrink the size of government. For decades, there are entire generations of people that have never seen the government shrink ever, or even attempt to shrink. We now have proven it can. Just like people said, you can't do mass deportations at all. We can, just no one ever has. People said, you can't get rid of the illegal aliens en masse. We can, it just means you have to do it. It's effort and money and time. It can be done. No one ever did it before. Now it's being done. Now we know it's a reality. Same thing with shrinking the size of the government. Now we know it's a reality. Then we move forward. The first thing is to break the perception and the routine that we have built up over years to say we can't. Now we can. Then we do it better. It's that process. At least that's how I see it. Not everyone will agree. Peace says, you keep missing my paid. Really? Peace. It's not coming across the system. It's not that I'm ignoring you. My God, no, I would never ignore anyone's Rumble rants. It's just not coming across the system. I haven't seen it. And if I did, I would have said something about it. And I don't know if that's the system that's making that happen. Hang on. I'm checking on that right now. And, oh my God. Peace Logic has a couple, folks. Peace Logic. Hang on. Where is it? There are Rumble rants. I was not notified of this, and I apologize to anyone who sent in a Rumble rant. So I'm checking the system now. I see there is a $1 Rumble rant from Peace Logic. He said, and let me quote this: I did a Rumble rant just as you took a break about the ACLU. I think you missed it. Can you comment on the organization, the ACLU, better or worse than in the past? I need to do more research on them. I think you also said about the ACLU. Give me a second. I think there's a couple of comments you have here. Bear with me. Here it is. And you said, Peace Logic, the ACLU is supposed to be a pillar of free speech against censorship. The ACLU sucks. I do not like what they used to be, and what they are now is entirely different. The ACLU is kind of like unions. They had a great idea to start with, and then they failed. Unions were great in the 1930s, maybe even into the 1950s. By the 1970s, they're corrupt, and they're no different than any other corporation. They're no different than any other organization. They're there for the money and the power, and that's all they care about. And they just want to get bigger, and they just want more power and more money. That's it. The ACLU is the same thing. They started with a great idea to defend free speech, to defend people's rights. They don't care about that anymore. Now they've evolved into being progressives. They want to push the intersectional ideology. They believe in blind affirmation, and that's a problem. Blind affirmation for anything is wrong. It is a problem, and it will only always be a problem. So I don't agree with them on that. I think they're wrong. I think the ACLU has lost its way. They're so involved in politics that they're not involved in the law and preservation of rights. They're more about picking political sides, the ACLU, than they are about protecting the rights and freedoms as they exist in the law. They want to have their preference, their political ideology, not support the law. As an example, the ACLU believed, most recently, the Supreme Court said that any judge, just picking a judge across the nation and having them say that I don't like what Trump did and put an injunction, national injunctions, which we've seen throughout this year. This is, I think, about 60% of all injunctions, all the injunctions that have ever been done in the history, 249 years of America existing, and all the injunctions, 60% of all injunctions took place in the last 6 months, all just under the Trump administration. That's unconstitutional. That was a violation. So the ACLU decided, rather than defending the law, rather than going by what was constitutional, they decided to pick a partisan fight. And they said, okay, so for immigration, they decided that they're going to have a class action lawsuit to stop mass deportations, which are legal. So the ACLU doesn't have a legal stance on deportations. They're wrong. It is a power of the president. It is a law. They don't like it. That doesn't matter. So they're going partisan, and they're picking a political ideology rather than the law. So they said, we're going to, since we can't stop President Trump, who they don't like, with an injunction, a national injunction, they're going to create a class action lawsuit, which they did. And they said, the ACLU said, okay, for all the unborn potential citizens, the 14th Amendment, for all the unborn people, the babies of those illegal aliens on American soil, they created a class action lawsuit against the Trump administration to say that they are American citizens and they have the rights of American citizens the moment they are born. Well, here's the thing. That's political. That's not the law. The law doesn't say that. And in fact, now they have a problem because the ACLU also says that women have a right to an abortion. Okay, because it's women's rights, women's body, they have a right to choose. And again, doesn't matter if you agree with that or not, and I don't, but fine. But now they've got a quandary. You see, for the ACLU, because they were picking this fight based on politics and they didn't think it through, you're now saying that the unborn are American citizens and they have inherent rights as citizens before they are born, which is why there is a class action lawsuit on their behalf. They must be protected since they cannot protect themselves, which is a standard of law, and no one disputes that. So because they said they're human beings, they're American citizens, they have inherent rights, even though they haven't been born, you have to respect them. That means that the ACLU can't support abortion. Can't. Very few people have picked up on this. Because if a woman is getting an abortion, that's an American citizen. It's unborn, it's an American citizen. Just like the baby for the illegal alien, that's also an American citizen. So, and because they are unborn, they are the ultimate innocent and must be vehemently, by law, through full force of the law, must be used to protect them since they cannot protect themselves. Therefore, abortion is illegal. According to the ACLU, according to their bad logic, because they were busy fighting politics rather than paying attention to the law. Rather than fighting the law, they were fighting Trump. So now the ACLU is saying abortion has to be removed. You cannot have abortion in America because illegal aliens are citizens. The babies of illegal aliens are citizens. That's their argument. No one wants to touch this. There isn't a Democrat out there that wants to touch this. The ACLU failed everyone because they aren't paying attention to the situation at hand. They're so busy playing politics, they don't realize how they're damaging the very issues they say they stand for. So that's why I'm upset with them. Yeah, I'm not ignoring you. Thank you for making me aware, Peace Logic. Again, thank you for the $1 Rumble rant. And thank everyone. If you guys are making rants, I am trying to keep up on that. I think it's important. And I don't know why my system didn't show me that. It's very upsetting to me. But I respect and thank each and every one of you guys on Rumble, on YouTube, everybody who contributes to the show. It makes a big difference. And if at any time, if you guys are on Rumble or Twitter or YouTube or wherever, and you make a Rumble rant or super chat, you somehow donate to the channel, and I don't acknowledge it, make me aware. It means I didn't see it. It means that the systems I'm working with didn't show it. Just let me know. I will acknowledge you. I will acknowledge your question. I will answer you. Especially if you've put money behind it. I'm absolutely going to make sure I'm going to acknowledge you. So please let me know, because I would never do that on purpose. I would not avoid you, no matter what question you guys ask. Okay. I think I'm caught up with that. So let me move on. So that was Gabbard. Obama is culpable. Obama can be arrested. It's not because he's black. It's because he broke the law and he should be held accountable. I went the long way around that. By the way, I had mentioned earlier in the program that YouTube, they're screwing you. They're screwing me, but they're screwing you at the same time. That's because, and this came out with Clownfish, they were the ones who first highlighted this. but they're not the only ones to highlight this. And you can go and look up this article. YouTube shows users happy videos. And I was talking about it a little bit earlier about the fact that there is a study that has come out. And I showed you guys that earlier, didn't I? I thought I pulled up the study. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Let me show you. So this is what I was talking about earlier. And that's YouTube is pushing you away. That's why I keep mentioning the cat videos. That's what YouTube wants you to do. And they have been actively doing this. It's not just affecting me. Every single video, every content creator you like, Nerdrotic, Larry Sharp, Kit Cabello and Hardlens Media, Sabby Sabs, Mauler, The Little Platoon, Critical Drinker, Heels versus Babyface, Yellow Flash. I'm just naming a couple of people. Anybody who creates content that you like on YouTube, please make sure every time that you see one of their videos, you now, according to YouTube, because of the new rules, you have to like it and you have to leave a comment. Have to. You will punish them because they don't believe you exist. They don't believe you're a real view. They want to punish the creator because they didn't do what YouTube wants, because they're not MSNBC, because they're not ABC. And because they're not those companies, they will punish them and, in fact, punish you. So please like, share, and subscribe here, because who else is taking the time to answer your questions, to go through this in detail with you guys? It's not fair. It's just not fair. Was that Peace Logic says it's not showing any of them from Rumble. I sent two of them, mostly the same question. Well, I saw the one. I didn't see the second one. So if there was a second one, please send it. Just type the question again for me and just say this was the other one, and I will respond to it. Just type it as a regular comment because I don't know why it's not showing up as the Rumble rant. I appreciate whether it was $1, whether it was more, it doesn't matter to me. If you ever notice, folks, I don't tell you, you got to send me $50. I don't do that. I understand life is tough. I'm poor. I understand. We don't have a lot of money. So whether it's $1, $5, $10, whatever you can afford, if you can't, that's okay. Maybe you want to go buy a mug. I mean, I have mugs. You can go to Zazzle. You can go to the Zazzle store. I got a bunch of mugs. You can go and buy a mug. It's a way to donate, and it gives you something. So maybe your favorite coffee mug broke. You can go to Zazzle, buy a new coffee mug. There you go. You need a new t-shirt for the summer. I got t-shirts. I've got hoodies. There's a bunch of stuff that I've made, lots of different designs. Please take a look, find something you like. You can do that if it makes sense to you, if that's a better way. Or you can just super chat or make a Rumble rant, or you can just join the Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. Whatever works for you to support me, I'm happy. And I'm happy to help you. And I'm always here to answer your questions. It seems that Joel says, I'm wrong. I haven't seen anyone talk about the ACLU and how the ACLU is now destroying the abortion argument to attack Donald Trump. And Joel says, I've seen the issue brought up by others. They put a bog hole in the abortion argument. Unborn have rights under the latest decision. They do, which means abortion doesn't work. Let's see. Joel says, I'm enjoying the back and forth. Voss, Peace Logic. Hey, I'm here for everyone. Mind you, anyone can ask a question. If you're part of Antifa, you can ask me a question. If you're part of the Democratic Socialists of America, ask a question. I'll be happy to answer it. If you're a Republican, a Libertarian, Larry Sharp will ask a question. God knows Larry does. Me and Larry go at it. You think me and Pete's Logic are having a conversation. You should see me and Larry Sharp. Oh, my God. Kit Cabello, Sabby Sabs. I don't care what your political ideology is. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I don't care if you're straight or you're gay. I don't care if you're polka dots. It doesn't matter to me. If you have a question about American politics in the last 40 years, I will be happy to answer it. I will discuss it with you. I'll give you my opinion. I will give you the evidence I have so that you can make your own conclusion. And I will tell you what I conclude. And then you can decide whatever you want. Again, as an example, in my conversation with Peace Logic, you're not hearing me say, Peace, you're wrong. You have to agree with me. I don't do that. That's not the way it works. That's not how America works. That's not how freedom works. I'm not here to tell Peace Logic or Joel or Dal or you have to agree with me. That's what Democrats do. That's what the progressives do. Oh, well, I'm black. You've got to agree with me. Bullshit. That's a straight up lie. That's stupid. Oh, you have to agree because that's a woman. No. Human beings can be wrong and they can be right, regardless of whether they've got a permanent suntan or they've got a moon tan, or whether they're gay or straight, whether they're from America or from, I don't know, to Zimbabwe. It doesn't matter. You're a human being. I treat you with respect. You ask a respectful question, I'm going to give you a respectful answer. I'll give you the answer I can, the best that I can, because I respect you. And anyone who says, I can't ask that question, or I won't answer that question, that's something entirely different. That's not respect. I want to be a polka dot. Is that a political position? Polka dot. Okay. You're funny. You're a funny piece. Trust me. Hey, there's people out there who believe that they're toasters. There are people who believe that they're cats or wolves or dogs. There are people who, for whatever reason, they see themselves as something completely different and want to be recognized as something. It's called transhumanism. It's actually a thing. It's called transhumanism, and it's individuals that say, I'm a toaster, and you are supposed to respect them as a toaster. I mean, that's your thing. Fantastic. You can say, Mike, I'm a toaster. I have a question. Fantastic. I'll answer your question, but I may pick fun at you because, yes, you have the freedom to say you're a toaster. Yes, you do. I have the freedom to say, I think that's stupid. You don't have to like it. I'll respect you. Doesn't mean that I have to agree. You can say you're a toaster. I'm not going to tell you that you're a human being and you're not. I'm going to tell you you're a human being. You're not a toaster, at least in my eyes. You want me to say, hey, Mr. Toaster, okay, I can be friendly. I can be kind, but don't confuse that with me believing that you think you're a cat and you're a human being. You're not. You're not a cat. Sorry. I just don't believe it. That's crap. Okay. Now, for a while here, okay, I'm gonna just zoom past this next one to get to crypto. I've been talking about everything except crypto. I'm going to get to the crypto. So real quick, Curtis Sliwa is in the race. A lot of people keep telling you that the race, and this is another problem with the news media. This is the problem we talked about. They don't want you to think about this. They don't want you to think that Curtis Sliwa is a legitimate candidate. Whether you like Curtis Sliwa or not, he is a legitimate candidate. He is on the ballot. He is the Republican candidate. Full stop. And people say, well, it's only Mandami. The race is between Mandami and Cuomo, or it's Mandami and Mandani and Eric Adams. It's all about the Democrats. There are other people in this race. In fact, there are 5 people in this race. 3 of them are Democrats. 2 of them are running as independents, but they're Democrats. Then there's Mandami, who is a socialist. Then you have a Republican and an actual independent candidate. They all deserve to get free time. They all deserve to be heard. And I'm working on trying to get an interview with Curtis Sliwa. because I have contact with him. I have contact with his staff. And so I'm trying to arrange a time to do an interview with him because he deserves to be heard. He deserves that. So does not Jim Thornton. I'm forgetting his last name. I apologize. He's the independent candidate. He deserves to be heard as well. Whether or not they win isn't the point. It's they deserve to be heard because they're legitimate candidates and they're running and they have positions and they've done the homework. They've done the work. But the left doesn't want anyone but a leftist. And their argument is, well, do I want Cuomo, who's a Me Too disgrace and killed 16,000 people, or do I want Eric Adams, who'll do anything for money, apparently, or do I want the socialist who pushes socialist ideology that has failed everywhere in the world that has been tried? That's what they want you to think is the argument. It's not. It's the best person, not the best Democrat. It's the best person who should be the mayor of New York. And it is distasteful and it is dishonest to not include. And yes, having Cuomo and Eric Adams and Mondami all fighting at the same time does make it a reality that Sliwa can win. He can win. I know everyone says he can't win. Yes, he can. Because the Democrats are going to be split between, do they want the guy who abuses women? Do they want the guy who's willing to do anything for money? Or they want the guy who pushes the failed ideas from everywhere in the world? Which one do they want? That's what the Democrats are trying to figure out. Which one of those three guys is the least bad of the bunch? Guess what? You can skip all of that and you can pick a Republican who has an entirely different set of ideas. And isn't it time that we have someone different? Which means you can go with the independent or you can go with the Republican. Because we know what the Democrats have been giving us. Failure. Abject, absolute failure. The city isn't improving. Democrat policies haven't been making the city better. They have been actively making it worse. So I'm tired of people saying, oh, well, Curtis Leewood doesn't have a chance. Lie. That is a full-throated, absolute lie. And the only people who are saying that are people who don't want you to vote Republican or independent. They have a vested interest. So when you see CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times ignore the Republican that is on the ballot and the independent who is on the ballot, when they're ignoring them, I want you to understand it's because they are biased. Yeah, you can say, Mike, but Mike, you're biased too. You're a Republican. Yes, I am. And I've told you I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I've told you what my bias is. You know that I have a bias there. Fantastic. And you can take that with a pound of salt and decide, is Mike just being a Republican or is it making sense? But the New York Times isn't doing that. They're not telling you that they're biased and they're looking for the best of the worst of the Democrats, of the leftists. You're not hearing from the Huffington Post that they're looking for the best socialists they can get. They're not being honest with you. They're lying to you. They're abusing you because that's what they do. That's what they've been doing. Again, I point to Cory Booker. I point to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Look at their history. Look at what they've done. Look at what Democrats did to Bernie Sanders in 2016. They bought him off. And now Bernie says, no, but I'm a great candidate. No, you're not. You're absolutely corrupt. You've already been bought off. Why should I trust you ever again? Why? Same thing for AOC. Same thing for Cory Booker. You've already been bought off. Why should I trust you now? You've already broken the law. Why should I trust you now? Okay. Let me get into I'm going to try and move a little faster here. Joel says, BBB. What, the Better Business Bureau? Did my computer freeze? There it is. Okay. BBB, the Better Business Bureau, had some crypto legislation that ties crypto to the actual dollar. I don't understand crypto, but part of the lure is not being the dollar. Well, here's the thing. So this weekend, Republicans passed two major bills, not one, two. There's the Genius Act, and then there is HR 1919. These are two separate bills. They both deal with crypto. There's two big issues when it comes to crypto. One, crypto is supposed to be decentralized. That means no government controls that. The United States government controls the dollar. The British government controls the pound. The German government controls the Deutschmark, and on and on and on, as you can tell. And they set the value. We have a valuation based on those governments. Like the Chinese yuan is whatever the Chinese government says it's worth at any given moment. They determine the value, and they tell you why, and they'll show you how they get to that math. And they'll say, here's an asset, and this asset is worth X dollars, and that's why the yuan is worth whatever they say. That's what every country does, because they control the money. And if they control the money, they control the way it trades, more or less. And there's a high degree of control over what you can buy and how much you can buy with that money. Your money doesn't work. If I have $1 and I go to China, they don't necessarily have to take my money. In fact, if I go to China and I have 10,000 yuan, that's the Chinese version of $1. If I have 10,000 yuan from China and I try and leave China with 10,000 of their money, they won't let me do that because it's centralized. They have control. You can't take their money out of their country unless the government allows you to do that, and they don't. They don't let people take the money out. You can bring your money in, and you can buy and use stuff in their money, but you can't take their money out. It's a trap. As General Akbar would say, it's a trap. And it is. It is a trap. And to varying degrees, every government does that, more or less. But, you were thinking big, beautiful bill. Anyway, so if you have a government that controls the money, they control what you buy and how you buy things around the world. Crypto, one of the purposes of it is so that governments can't do that. They can't stop you. Theoretically, you can use a crypto like, say, Bitcoin. That's the name everyone knows. You can use Bitcoin to buy a car in Cairo if you want to. I don't have to worry about switching from US dollars into the Egyptian dollar to then be able to buy the car. I can just buy the car. Or I can buy something from Germany or from France or from Canada. I don't have to make the exchange, which means then I have to declare for the American government and for the other government, Canadian, Egyptian, whatever it is. I have to tell both countries what I'm doing with my money. I have to tell them what my choices are. I lose some freedom in that process because now they know, and both countries get to say, yes, you can do that, or no, you can't. Again, like in China, if I buy a car in China, I don't necessarily have to, China can say, no, you can't buy that car, or they can say, you can't take that car out the country. But and it's because I have to tell them that I'm using the money. So they get a choice on how I get to spend that money. If you have crypto, one of the theories of crypto is the countries don't get a choice in it. They're not informed what I'm doing with my money. So if I want to use the money for, what is the word? If I want to use it for women of the night, prostitutes, let's just say it. I'm already getting demonetized, and I'm already getting suppress prostitution. If you want to use your money for prostitution, you can use Bitcoin. The government doesn't know. But if you're using your money and the government is in charge of your money, they can track that money, theoretically. So one of the laws that's being pushed through is that the United States government cannot create a digital currency, because Donald Trump agrees with me and many other people and says that the United States should not have the power to be able to track what you do with your money. And I know Democrats hate this. Democrats hate this idea. By the way, here's the bill so that you can see it for yourself. It is Senate Bill 1124. It is called the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act. And this is from Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz. And what CBDC stands for is Central Bank Digital Currency. Central Bank Digital Currency. Think of it as a digital dollar. And the government, if the United States were to make a digital dollar, kind of like a Bitcoin, as an example, if we were to do that, then the United States government could track everything you buy, and they could stop you from buying anything. They could just turn off your digital money. This is one of the fears that a lot of people have about crypto. And as governments try and get in on the game, the problem is they know everything you buy, and they can stop you from buying anything at any time without any reason. So if there's a digital dollar, if the United States creates a crypto version of the US dollar, they can stop you from, if they think you have too much stake, they can stop you from being able to buy steak. They can stop you from getting paid at your job. They could stop you from paying your rent or your mortgage. They could do anything to you instantly, anytime they want. They could make all your money disappear, or they could change the value of your money. You could be a billionaire and it's all in US digital dollars, and they can just rewrite and say, nope, now you have only $1,000. You're dirt poor. That is the problem with a digital currency, a central bank digital currency. The government can do anything to you at any time that they want to. And so this is a little difficult to explain to people because it's hard to get the concept out. So, Joel, you're not the only one. A lot of people are confused about the whole crypto and government thing. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm trying to make it make sense for you. So, okay, we'll go on in a moment. They make it so that you are stuck. The government controls everything. You have no control. They can say, they can make your money disappear. They can change the amount. They can say you can or cannot buy this or that. That's what China does right now. And that's where people often say you have a credit score. That's what China has. That's them literally using their currency. And they're saying, okay, you no longer have a paycheck, or you can't buy milk. You can't buy coffee. Because we don't like what you said. We don't like what you did. You're not a good Chinese citizen, so they can change your life at any given moment. That's what the public credit score is. But digital currency is just another form of that credit score, that personal credit score. It's another way the government can just control your entire life. And the bill S1124 by Ted Cruz would stop that. That hasn't been passed yet. We want it to pass. It is important to pass. It didn't get passed yet. The Genius Act is the other bill. And I'm going to show you where you can find that bill. Again, the links for all of this will be in the description so that you'll be able to see this for yourself. This is Bill. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the House version of Ted Cruz's bill. Bear with me. I do go into a lot of detail when I do the show. I actually do a lot of research. It will be all in the description, all the links. So the bill that did pass, the Genius Act, was HR 5403. What that says is also the government can't make no agency, no department. So the IRS can't come up with an IRS coin. The ATF can't make a gun coin. The FDA can't make a Viagra coin. No part of the government can make a coin in and of and by themselves. Not possible. Basically, what the Republicans did is they restricted the way the government can do it. And they said, in addition to that, they also said, there it is. Bear with me. I'm going to bring it up for you here. They also said that Bitcoin and any other real, now there's things like a Dogecoin. It's not real. No one buys Doge to buy anything else. And there's a dozen different coins that are out there that people just create. I mean, tomorrow I could make a Voss coin. There could be a Voss coin, and I'll just make it. It'll be worth $5. It's arbitrary. I'll just make it up, and people will buy it because they like Michael Voss. They like no sound bites allowed, and they'll buy the Voss coin for $5. And maybe a lot of people like it and think it's a great idea and think that, hey, I don't know, Elon Musk might be donating to no sound bites allowed so that Mike can get a staff. Elon Musk is going to give Mike enough money. It's going to give him $50,000, $100,000 so that Mike can hire an employee or two and can do more research and get better computers and better equipment. Elon's going to give him so the Voss coin is now worth more money because I'm going to have Elon as one of my silent backers. And so the Voss coin suddenly becomes worth $20 because someone thinks it's a great idea. They just like it, but it's not actually worth anything. And that's what happened with Dogecoin. Dogecoin, long before there was Doge, this is going back into 2019, 2020, Doge was worth like 3 cents. It was a gimmick. It was based on a dog. Literally, that's why it's called Doge, which is a reference to 40K, Warhammer 40K, and a dog named Doge. Long story, but doesn't matter. And Elon bought into that coin, kind of took it over. But that existed before Elon. It was trading at like 3 cents. And then everyone said, I think this Elon guy, Musk, he's going to buy in. He's going to buy in. There was a big rumor. And so the stock, the coin went from 3 cents, literally 3 cents, to $1.50. And then Elon Musk did buy in. And then it went even higher. And then it came back down to like 2 cents because everyone cashed out and made money. That's called a meme coin. It's not real. It's just people trying to make money left and right. It's kind of like NFTs. It's just people making money because of a gimmick. The Haktua girl had a meme coin. It wasn't real. It wasn't really worth anything. People bought it because it was a gimmick. And they thought they might make money off of it. Like people thought they make money off of NFTs. And if you're in the scheme early enough, kind of like a pyramid scheme, if you're in early enough, yes, you can make money and sell it to people who come in at the later end, and those people lose money. That's the inherent risk of a meme coin. A stable coin, which is like Bitcoin, has been around for a while, or Ethereum, that's another one. They're more stable. They're pegged to the dollar. They have a very specific value versus the dollar. You can exchange a dollar for a Bitcoin and a Bitcoin for a dollar. You can do that. They have an exchange rate. They have a value. Bitcoin holds on to assets, actual assets. This is my biggest problem with crypto. There's no asset. It's feelings. That's what meme coins are. They're all feelings. In fact, all crypto is a feeling. There is nothing actually there except your feeling. So what the Genius Act does is say it's not just about feelings. It's about assets. You have to have an asset that is tied to the American dollar. You can only offer the crypto from a bank or a brokerage firm. You have to have a financial institution that is tied to that can prove and verify that you have an asset that is backed into the American dollar, and that you put out a quarterly report proving the value of your assets, which therefore means the value of your coin. Essentially, they're creating another currency. So I'm trying to explain it in a way so it makes sense for people. It might be a slight oversimplification, but I'm trying to make it so that you understand it. So now you can get Bitcoin. You can go to a bank and you can get Bitcoin, theoretically. You could go to Merrill Lynch and you could get Bitcoin, theoretically. They can create a Bitcoin 2 or Bitcoin Junior by depositing money in a bank account and going through and having like an IPO, an initial public offering, and they can put out the initial shares and say it's worth $300 million because we put $300 million in a bank. And now you have some credibility. That's called a stable coin. And that's what the Genius Act made. It says for a stable coin, you have to be connected to a bank, you have to, or a financial institution, you have to have assets, and we must have proof from that financial institution that those assets exist. That's what he did. So hang on a second. Yes, I screwed up the YouTube shorts with no sound bites allowed. Yes, it is funny that I do short videos and the name of the show is No Sound Bites, and those are required by YouTube as sound bites. Funny, but I could always go by NSA shorts. Although people will probably think I'm part of the government, and then they won't watch them. So who knows? So I hope that helps people understand more of what happened this weekend. That's what Genius Act was about. That's what meme coins and stable coins are about. And that's what central bank digital currency is about. Donald Trump is against central bank, United States government, making a crypto. And the crypto that does exist, he wants to make it secure so they can't completely rip you off unless you want to take the risk, unless you're willing to play the pyramid game. So the risk you're in when you do it. If you buy a meme coin, there's nothing behind it. You're just playing a game, risking money. If you're buying stable coin, there's an asset there. So you're never going to go to completely zero. It may be worth almost nothing, but it won't be nothing at all. There'll be some value, and you can track that. And the government, the United States government, at least at this moment, won't go in and make a digital coin so that they can find out whether or not you're buying a gun or a prostitute or food. That's the easiest way to explain that. I hope that makes sense for people. I hope that clarifies it. I generally don't like it. Okay, I have to go and walk my dog. I got to walk my dog again. But that means that I want you to hold on, because I want to answer any questions about the crypto when I come back. And I want to make sure, hang on, I'm trying to find a video real quick for you guys. Bear with me. I'm trying to find a video so I could play it, so I can walk my dog. It take about 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll go forward. So something from a few years ago. Here we go. Okay. So what's going to happen now, just so you guys know, I need about 25 minutes to walk my dog. Okay. Because it's 7 o'clock. He's got to go back out, and it's 14 hours for him. Excuse me. It's been a lot of time for him, and this is his regular schedule. So I'm going to walk him. Then I'm going to come back. When we come back, I will answer any questions. So I'm putting this up in the comments here. So if there are questions about crypto and what I was just going over with you, I'll answer that when I come back. I will answer the questions you put up, Peace Logic. It's going to be about I should be back by 7:35. Oops, excuse me. 7:35. There we go, 7:35. Should be back by 7:35. So if there are questions about crypto, I will answer it then. If there are any additional questions about, any questions about the crypto, I'll come back, I'll answer those. Hopefully that'll make some sense for you guys, and I'll go over that. Then we'll end the show. But I want to make sure I answer the questions. I know it's a confusing subject. And I'll answer your questions, Peace Logic, when I get right back. So in the meantime, I want you to hear, this is me doing a lightning exchange. This is short. This is me doing short form, quick answers, like three-minute answers. And this is Matthew J. with the Matthew J. Show. And he pummeled me with questions. This was from 2 months ago, and he was just blasting me with questions, and this is me just answering them. So I hope you find that interesting. I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Welcome to another edition of the Matthew J. Show. So glad you could join us on a fairly nice day here in Philadelphia. It was in the 70s. I usually do my walk, but I stubbed my toe today, but I will hopefully get back in the swing of things by the end of the week. Hopefully things are going well for the audience. Tonight we are joined by Michael Voss, and Michael Voss has been on the show before. Michael and I have actually been on other programs, and I've been on Michael's show, which he used to have on Sundays. I don't know if you still have it, Michael. How you doing, Mike?
Oh, I'm doing well. And yes, the Sunday live stream, 8 years now I've been doing it, 8 years in a row.
Yes, and I did catch some of your, was it the marathon on Sunday? Was 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, my birthday is a little bit special. For people who don't know, I do political commentary, and I've been doing political commentary now for 20 years. And one of the things I do, besides a live stream every Sunday, which is usually about 5 hours long, but going on many topics, but on my birthday every year, what I do instead is I do a marathon live stream where I go for at least 12 hours straight live stream. I sometimes have guests. It's me talking about my life, answering questions of the audience. And this year we were raising money for the Jericho Project, which is a charity that helps the homeless, veterans, and families in need. These are all things that I advocate for, especially since I've been homeless. I've been in the military. I always want to help families. So we raised money for that this year. It was a good success.
That's great, Mike. I'm glad you got that all out there. Let's get started right away. I'm going to start in New York City, which, you know, obviously you're going to be pretty knowledgeable in these things, but I've been looking at a lot of stuff lately, and a lot of national news, of course, originates in New York City. And I was looking at New York City, the Guardian Angels leader, Curtis Sliwa, if I'm announcing that correctly. Now, Michael, he is he running for mayor? Is that true?
Yes. He's running on the Republican ticket, and I think he has the conservative line as well. He is someone who is very well known in New York City politics. He's been active since the 1978, if I remember correctly, could be 82. So he's very well known in New York.
Okay, and if I get this, I want to make sure I'm correct in this. Mayor Adams is going to run as an independent.
Yeah, that's where it stands at the moment. You got Cuomo for the Democrats, Eric Adams, who is a Democrat, kind of. He actually was, when he won the election, he went on CNBC and told the world that he actually is a practical progressive. I've never forgotten that. That was
Right.
literally the day after he won the election. So I consider him I take him at his word. He's a practical progressive. Cuomo is a corrupt Democrat.
Yeah.
And then you've got Curtis Sliwa, who was the founder of the Guardian Angels, a Republican who's running on conservative and Republican lines.
Well, Michael, you pretty much effectively gauge the pulse of New York City politics. Where do you see this race going? I mean, obviously, I know the Democrats have a strong foothold there, but do you see anything odd happening in this election?
How do you define odd?
Odd, like in Curtis winning.
Curtis is unlikely to win. Odds are, putting on my political hat, not my Republican hat. I am a Republican. I am very conservative, and I would love to see Curtis Sliwa win. I think New York needs that, but let's assume I'm only looking at this purely from the political side, going by the polls and trends that we've seen. It is probable that Andrew Cuomo will win. Not because he's the best candidate. He's the guy with the most money, and he's the least problematic Democrat. New York City is about 6-1 Democrat to Republican.
Okay.
That's partially because through the policies of Andrew Cuomo and through the policies of Kathy Hochul and the New York legislature, which are controlled by Democrats, no Republicans have control of that. They've driven out about 300,000 people every year for the last decade. New York leads in the exodus from the state of all states in the nation. Number 2 is usually California. New Jersey is usually 3 or 4. So the deepest blue states are losing the most people. New York leads that exodus out. The people who are leaving tend to be middle class, conservative, and Republican, which is part of the reason why New York's in so much trouble with money. And it also means that's why you're seeing such a stronghold of progressive and Democrat leadership in all the elected offices in the city. And when you go out to the state, you go to the bigger cities, you see that as well. But we have about 62 counties, and roughly about 30, 35 of them are Republican.
Well, this is an interesting thing, and I don't know if we discussed this last time you were on, Michael. You know, we have Scott Pressler here in Pennsylvania, and who I got a chance to speak with at length, and his voter registration efforts were really significant, you know, as far as putting President Trump in the White House and winning Pennsylvania. And it's been said to me that New York State, and I think what you just said, could strong voter registrations help the Republicans move a little bit more forward in the elections and possibly win a little more than they are now in New York?
No, but it would be a nice idea. And Scott knows this. I haven't spoken to Scott Pressler. I don't know him personally, but we do know that he is making an effort to go into New Jersey. He believes,
yes,
going from Pennsylvania, which is kind of the tri-state area for a lot of people outside the country,
right?
Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, sometimes Connecticut, depending on how you want to draw the lines. That's considered the tri-state area because we're so close to each other. And what you're tending to see is that there's a bigger opportunity in New Jersey in many of the races than here in New York, because you don't have as extreme a margin of Democrat to Republican, registered Democrats and Republicans, as you do in New York and especially New York City. What you need, and we may talk about this in a little bit, about Elise Stefanik, who I am absolutely sure is running for governor. And I have an entire reasoning for that. And she won't win unless, and this is true for also the mayor's race, you won't see Curtis Sliwa win unless they adopt third-party politics and bring in significant individuals in the third party world. We need, in particular, I think the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again,
Yeah.
has been critical. And I think that's the entry point for those who are independent, third parties, and Democrats that don't want to just vote Republican because they believe whatever the news media is saying, but they also recognize that the promises they've been getting for the last couple of decades from Democrats never come true. They've never had, in fact, they try to stalemate and do nothing. They want the status quo, even though the status quo doesn't work for their constituents, but it works for the politicians and the politicians' donors. Recognizing that dichotomy, that conflict, Democrats need something that makes it easier for them to say, okay, I'll vote for Republican because I'm really voting for, as we saw in the 2024 election, you've seen many of them say, I was voting for RFK. I was voting for MAHA, Making America Great, Healthy Again. I was voting for Tulsi Gabbard. I wasn't voting for Trump. That's their way of saying, well, I know the Democrats have failed and they are flawed and they have lied and they have stalemated this nation. But I can't just vote for a Republican. Now they have a way in. You need that in New York State as the governor's race. You need that in the mayor's race. At least that's my opinion.
No, that's great. I'm glad you explained that out. I was just curious about that, Michael, how things would go over, like with potential Scott Pressler type operation. But let's go into the broader part, the New York State politics. I had an investigative journalist last Wednesday on named Jack Cascio. You might know him from your Rory days because he was on a few panels with us way back when, years ago. He came on the show last Wednesday, Michael, and he started talking about Letitia James and some of the financial dealings she had, not just outside the state, but in New York City. And it's something to do with condos or something to do with rental properties or things that she was working with her father. And Jack Cascio is saying him and his investigator, who's also a filmmaker in LA, I can't think of his name now, they saw documents where Letitia named the father as the husband in order to get some of these transactions through. And subsequently, it's been on the Gateway Pundit and a few other things. So I'm wondering if you have heard the same things, that Letitia James, as much as she accused President Trump of fraud, whether she may also be facing similar things down the road here.
Well, two parts to that. The first part is, it is a fact that Letitia James, when she was 20, and able to get her first property and get her life started, apparently, put her father down as her husband. Now, it's been explained that, well, she's a young woman. She was trying to build up her life, her credit rating, to get her start in life. And so her father said, okay, fine, I'll put my name down. I'll say I'm your husband. This will help you get a boost in your credit rating and opportunities. And we might say, okay, fair enough. Except that's not the only thing. So that's one issue that she did. There's also the fact that in Virginia, at the same time that she was in court prosecuting President Trump for fraud, one time that he signed a signature that she decided to clone, and 34 charges were then developed out of that one signature. Well, at the same time she was doing that, she was selling a property in Virginia. Now, purchasing a property in Virginia, excuse me. And that property had her name on it as the primary residence for Letitia James. Letitia James is a lawyer and the Attorney General of New York. She knows that if her primary residence is in Virginia, which is what she signed on the mortgage documents, well, that means she can't be Attorney General of New York. New York's law absolutely requires that she must be a primary residence in New York. She knowingly signed documents, purchased a property, saying that Virginia is her primary property so she committed fraud.
Election fraud? Is that election fraud, Michael?
It's not an election fraud, but it is a violation of elected office. New York State has rules of conduct for elected officials, and she did violate the rules of conduct for the elected officials. So she should either resign or her position should be vacated because she broke the rules.
Michael, real fast, would that be something the New York State legislature would have to take up as far as removing her?
No.
Who would remove her?
There's generally, it's kind of weird because generally that would be the AG's office. So you could, because it is something that would be in her purview, they are the prosecutors.
Are these federal crimes, including the one you mentioned where she claimed her father was her husband? And that's probably done a lot more than we think, but that is also a crime. Would that be a misdemeanor or felony?
I believe that would be a misdemeanor. And you may not see that because that's statute of limitations.
Okay.
Again, it was when she was very young. But in terms of what she did in New York and the fabrication with Virginia, since that is across state lines, and since the conflict of interest that she's the AG and she would normally be the one to prosecute that, that would either go to a special prosecutor or it would go to the federal government, Department of Justice, which is one of the reasons why we see charges being placed by the DOJ, because they would step in since there is that conflict and remove her, because she should be going to jail for this. There's really no, and the excuse from the Democrats is, well, it's not that much money. That's their answer. It's not a lot of money. Well, I happen to be poor, and many people in New York City, New York State are poor. It's a lot of money to me. It's a lot of money to a lot of people. And okay, even if we wanted to go with the Democrats on it's not a lot of money, fine. How much money do we start counting before we say corruption? What's that level where we go, okay, is it $100,000 and then it's corrupt? Is it $500,000, $1 million? Is it 50,000? What's the number where corruption starts to count? Not that it doesn't exist, but when does it count? Because now they're telling us, well, it is corrupt. It is a violation of law. She, as an attorney and an AG, knows that and knows the consequences. Yes. Did it anyway because she thought she would get away with it. That's corruption to me. That's abuse of power. So where do we start the numbers at?
Well, Michael, isn't it? I don't know if this was rumored or did I read it last week that Letitia was also starting some new charges against President Trump because of the withholding of money and funds from New York State, that she's going to go down this path again. That's my first one. The second question, Michael, are New York Democrats or even national Democrats, are they going to back her regardless of the fraud charges?
Well, to answer your first question, yes, she did threaten that she would try and bring President Trump up on charges again. Again, there's no foundation on this. These are charges that no one is getting charged with anywhere else in New York State or anywhere across the country. This is something, again, this is a political attack. But she thought she could get away with that. As for other Democrats supporting her, well, yes and no. They're trying to put up the excuse in the public saying, it's not that much money. It's not at the level of a Donald Trump. Well, the law isn't about the amount of money. It's the action she took, knowingly took. That's the crime. That's what the problem is. It's not the dollar amount, but they're trying to conflate this idea that, well, it was really innocent. It was for her niece. They're trying to come up with some sympathy line that may allow the public to accept this. It's not working. And as it's not working, we're seeing many Democrats have backed away from her. They're not denouncing her, though they should, because again, this is a matter of law. It's not a matter of opinion. And it's a matter of fact. It's not a matter of interpretation. So they're backing away quietly, waiting to see how this falls out before they make a comment. But we have seen that she was one of the leading potential individuals running for governor against Kathy Hochul, who's very unpopular in New York State. She had a good chance of beating Hochul. She couldn't beat Cuomo, but she could beat Hochul, and would be a stiff competition for Elise Stefanik. And now she's out. She's no longer in the running. Everyone has assumed that this has killed her chance of running for governor, as well as possibly even maintaining any elected office. And people are starting now with rumors about AOC, which won't happen. Democrats are scrambling to find someone to run for governor besides Kathy Hochul.
Michael, speaking of AOC, I want to get your thoughts on this, and I've been talking about it on my program all week. What do you make of the whole AOC, Bernie Sanders national tour against billionaire class, and we're trying to get everything back for the working people? This is coming from a guy that owns a couple $1 million homes, and AOC, who reportedly has millions as well. I mean, the billionaires are what put the Democrats in power, in dark money and whatnot. So what do you make of this national tour of AOC and Bernie?
Well, Bernie's trying to get the last hurrah out of him. I mean, he's in his 80s. He's going to retire. He has no heir apparent.
Yeah.
So when he steps away, his legacy is a legacy of failure. He's accomplished nothing in his time in elected office. He's failed at running for the presidency. After 2016, even many of his supporters turned away from him because he turned away from them. He sold out. That's when he got his second home, which subsequently in 2020, he got his third home. He became a multimillionaire. This is a self-avowed communist, someone who believes in sharing the wealth. Well, your wealth, not his wealth, because he has 3 homes and he's a multimillionaire.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get his last hurrah to say that he's still important and he matters in the Democratic process, the Democratic Party process. As for AOC, well, she is reportedly now worth about $17 million. That's the reported net worth. Could be wrong, but I've seen reports, multiple reports from credible news agencies from the left that identify her as being worth about $17 million. Let's go with the low ball. Let's say they're wrong and it's actually only $1.7 million. Let's assume that's the minimum. This is a woman who bought a $80,000 Tesla. She lives in a $15,000 a month apartment complex that is guarded and secluded from the public. She's got an expense account. Here's the thing. She still owes her college debt.
Wow.
She started off as a college student with an economics degree, believe it or not, and she was massively in debt and working as a bartender. She suddenly becomes a member of Congress with that massive debt. She was in debt when she walked into Congress. She's now worth, even if I'm ballparking the bottom value that you can find out there, it's at least 1.7 million. Most say 17 million. It's been a decade. How did she make that? She makes $174,000 a year. Yes, tax free. But how do you go from $174,000? You can get to one point in a decade. Yes, you can get to 174,000 to 1.7 million if she never spent a single dime. Again, she owns a Tesla. She's got bodyguards that she privately pays for. She has an apartment complex that's about $15,000 a month. And she travels to Florida talking to donors of Kirsten Gillibrand on a regular basis in Florida and travels around the world.
Michael, listen, and I know you've talked about this probably a lot. Is there any way that old DEI system of money going around the world made its way back to the swamp? I mean, how did she accumulate it? I mean, did she write books? Did she get paid $200,000 to do an appearance? How did she accumulate the wealth?
We don't.
No soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon
I saw my buttons. I saw the buttons, so I had to fix it. I was an idiot. Okay, I got it now. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, I can hear you, Grace. And just to let you know, yes, everyone's yelling at me. No sound, Mike. No sound. Okay, what happened was I was looking at the comments. I was looking at this comment right here. So I was stuck on these comments coming in from Peace Logic about Impact Theory, his show. And so I was looking at that because I was trying to lead into that. And of course, I forgot that I didn't turn on my audio from when I stepped out with my dog, who's 14 years old. To recap real quick, I'm going to have a link which includes a summary from both Grok and also from ChatGPT, as well as links to the actual bills themselves so that you can see it for yourself so it will make sense to you. Essentially, even though there's a bunch of people who are not like the world, because it adds regulation, it is better. A lot of people who aren't Democrats don't like it. They're upset. A lot of people, Democrats love it because then they can track all your money. They can take all your money because they want to spend all your money, just like China does. But Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, and even many crypto people don't like a digital US dollar because then the government can control your money, control what you buy. They can track everywhere you are, every one of your friends, everything you're doing. So for freedom's sake, we don't want a US digital dollar. You do not want to see a CBDC for the United States, a central bank digital currency. You do not want to see that. That is the end of freedom. That is the end of the capitalism. It's authoritarian. So I just wanted to catch up with that. As for Peace Logic, he says, well, there's a really good show called Impact Theory, and he considers it to be right up there with me and Larry Sharp. I will check out Impact Theory. I think I've heard of it before. I don't know that I followed it, but I have heard about it. And he talks about AI, which makes me think I have, because I do work with AI for a few different things. And so I think I probably have, because I was downloading some AI programs and I think I may have run into them. But thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate that piece. Peace also goes on to say that he was enjoying the show a lot when I'm not screwing up and muting my mic. Thank you, Grace, for making sure that I knew that, because I'm an idiot sometimes. And we're going over on time, so there's that too. But I am appreciative that you stayed as long as you have. I'm appreciative for everyone who joins the Patreon, who supports us with a super chat or a Rumble rant or PayPal or whatever you guys do. I appreciate all of it. If you just simply like and share, especially now that we know YouTube is trying to get rid of us. They don't want us. They want you to be dumb and silent. And we do not appreciate that. Let's see. Grace said, isn't the DOJ going after Letitia James and Adam Schiff for similar forms of corruption? They are. In fact, Letitia James, for the same thing that Donald Trump did, she signed a document which was fraudulent. It was a crime for her to sign it. She signed a mortgage for the purchase of a house in Virginia that was criminal, because she said that that residence would be her primary residence. Cannot be. A lot of people have forgotten about this, but this is a big deal, and she should be. It's pretty much an open shut case. She did sign the document. It did say that her residence primarily is in Virginia, while she is the Attorney General of New York. She knows that is a crime. She cannot hold the position of AG and have a primary residence, even in writing, in Virginia. Therefore, she's committed a crime. She needs to go to jail and lose or lose her position as AG. That's a fact. Adam Schiff also did the same exact thing as Letitia James. He too has mortgage fraud that he's committed about what is his primary residence, and that means he should go to jail too. So that's just something to keep in mind to bring that back. Peace mentions he hadn't seen the intro. It is somewhat new. Hal Stewart made the new intro for me. And it's about 2 minutes. It's neat. It's catchy. And I really appreciate that Hal Stewart made that. He did it for my birthday. And so I've been using it since my birthday as my intro and sometimes for the exit or in between. But I use that because it is really great. Let's see. Did you have to walk Khan? Yes, I did walk my dog Khan. My dog's name is Genghis Khan Voss. That's his full name, Genghis Khan. No, not after the movie. I mean, Genghis Khan, the original largest conqueror of the world. Genghis Khan had the largest landmass empire in the history of mankind. And so my dog is named after him. And if you know my dog, he's 20 pounds. He's a Scotty Bichon. He's a tiny thing. But yes, he's got an ego like Genghis Khan. Yes, I figured out the sound was muted. I didn't notice that. Yes, Gracie, you called me. Yes, some people do have my phone number. I'm a real person. And I do really answer my phone. And I do stay in touch. Okay. Joe says, oh my God. Joel is going to do bad lip reading for what I said. Oh my God, who knows what you guys would have come up with. I'm glad I caught it when I did because, I mean, it could have been scary what you... By the way, we used to do that in college. In college, back when I was in college, this is back in 1986, 87, we had a TV show. A lot of young people don't know this, but there were reruns of Star Trek, the original series, when there was only Star Trek. There was no Star Trek Next Generation. It was just Star Trek. And so we would, at 11 o'clock at night at Rutgers University in New Jersey, they would play the original Star Trek series every night at 11. So the guys in the college radio station, they would play it and they had a script. They would write out an entire script. So as the characters were speaking, they would do their own message. So it's kind of like on YouTube, they have shows that are called abridged. So there's like Overlord abridged, SAO, Sword Art Online abridged. There's a bunch of shows like that, Goblin Slayer abridged, where it's the original art, but they put in their own script to make the character say something completely different. We were doing that back in college, back in 86, 87. It is really funny. Don't do it to me. Don't do that to me because it'll be scary what you guys do. Let's see. Peace Logic says, so your dog is an authoritarian. Yes. Yes, he is. Very much so. Yes, he is. And Grace says, Cuomo is moving to Florida if Mamdani, it's with an M, M-A-M, Mamdani wins. Did you hear this? Yes, I did. And goodbye, Cuomo. Go anywhere else in the country. Go to a foreign country for all I care. You killed 16,000 people. You abused at least 11 women, according to Letitia James, a Democrat. Go far away. You've got $20 million. Take the money, go anywhere else. You should be in jail, Andrew Cuomo. You're not. That's the win. You don't belong in politics. You should never get reelected to anything. There is no excuse, no justification. Go to any state. They don't want you in Florida. We don't want you in New York. Go to California. Go to Seattle. Go anywhere, but don't be anywhere where anyone knows. That's what I would say to Andrew Cuomo. I would say it to his face if I see him. And I will. If I see him, I will say it to his face. He's unwanted because he is broken. He is corrupt as hell, in my opinion. Okay, so the final thing that I wanted to... yes, and Khan's name does fit because he may be cute to you guys, but I also know, when he wants to go out, he'll scream and scream. When he wants a cold mat, he screams and he screams. If I don't feed him within 30 seconds of walking back in the door from a walk, he screams and he screams. He's temperamental. He's temperamental, but I love him and he'll protect me in a heartbeat. Love my dog, but he's a little temperamental. Yes, Mystery Science 3000 is fun. I do enjoy that. Okay. The last thing I wanted to get into is Stephen Colbert. By now, I think almost everyone's heard Stephen Colbert is fired. He's not just fired. He's been eviscerated. He is being eliminated. The Late Show, which was started by Johnny Carson and came to fame under Johnny Carson. And actually, it started before him. But late night talk TV has been eviscerated by Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, and Stephen Colbert. They turned it into late night propaganda. They destroyed the industry. And they're horrible. They did a horrible job. It was terrible of them to do this. And I have no pity for them. I am happy that Stephen Colbert got fired. Why? He's a shill. He's a shill for pharmaceuticals, as we saw. He is a shill for Democratic politics. If you've ever seen the transcript of his conversation with Denzel Washington, Stephen Colbert attacked Denzel Washington, not because he's black. He attacked Denzel Washington because Denzel Washington is religious. He attacked Denzel Washington for not obeying Hollywood, for not being progressive and not pushing progressive politics in his movies, not pushing his progressive politics on the red carpet, for not pushing or rather, I don't even know that Denzel is a progressive. I don't think he is. I think he's a conservative. But because Denzel wouldn't talk about Hollywood politics, Stephen Colbert abused him and he attacked him on his show, saying, "How dare you not be progressive?" That's not what the Late Show is about. That's not what it's there for. It's there to tell people about movies that are coming up and crack jokes. Craig Ferguson did a great job on the Late Show of just being fun and funny. David Letterman was fun and funny. Occasionally they'd talk a little bit around politics. They'd make jokes and make fun of every politician and all of the politics, just like the old Jon Stewart used to do. Not the new current Jon Stewart, who's on Comedy Central and is failing. He's not getting back his audience because he's no longer funny. He's not picking on both sides. He's after Orange Man Bad. He's targeting MAGA. He's being a shill for the progressive movement. And that's not funny. That's not interesting. That's just shoving politics down our throat. You guys have been with me now for about 6 hours, 5.5 hours on this show, and we've been talking about politics. And when I get done with this, I'm going to go out, I'm going to get myself a pizza, I'm going to come back, I'm going to play a video game called Elin, E-L-I-N. Okay, let me type that out. Elin, which is now up on the screen here. Oh, there's. Elin is a great video game. And I'm going to play that. And I'm going to do some video. I have to do some video editing tonight. And I might watch one of the abridged series, probably Goblin Slayer Abridged. And that's it. See, I don't need more politics. I just spent 6 hours. I actually, to prep for the show, throughout the week, I've done 20 hours of prep as well as the full day today. I haven't eaten yet. It takes the entire day. I wake up and I get my day started. And by 9 o'clock, I'm already prepping for the show. I'm already checking out what's the latest breaking news. I'm checking out what's happened in some of the stories, if there's been any updates on that. I'm already doing my work. It's a full, almost 12-hour day for me to do this show on the day of, not counting all the prep work I'm doing and all the stories and stuff that I go throughout the week on. I don't need more politics. Why do I want to watch the late night comedians, or what used to be comedians, to go and shove more politics down my throat? No one needs that, which is why they're failing. Stephen Colbert, though, and many in the Hollywood arena are saying, well, Stephen Colbert, it's all about politics. It's because Donald Trump, because they made a deal. No. Don't believe that. That's the cop-out. That's the justification. That is the way they can make themselves sleep at night. It's not their fault. It's not that America is rejecting progressive and democratic politics. No. People still love progressive politics. It's Donald Trump is the bad guy because people want more progressive politics. No, they don't. They don't want it in their movies. All the movies with it have failed. The MCU, as a great example, completely failed. The TV shows like The Acolyte and She-Hulk failed. Miserable, absolute failures. Ironheart just failed. Why? It's the progressive politics. No one wants that. Superman is failing. Well, Superman really wasn't political, but wasn't as bad as some of the other stuff. But we have seen that people are rejecting this. It's because they don't want it. The left, Hollywood, they're insular. They're in their own blue sky bubble. And like many politicians, all their friends say the same thing. They're all kissing each other's ass, saying, no, this is great. This is a great idea. It's the best idea ever. Oh, yeah, this is a good thing. Everyone agrees on this. No one does. And every time we get a poll, an honest poll that's out there, like Quinnipiac and some of the Rasmussen polls, they say the same thing. People are fed up with this stuff. Don't do it. That's why you lost. And, Democrats are trying to, well, we don't know why we lost the election, because you have no message, you have no goal, you have no hope, and you're trying to punish people for not obeying mindlessly with blind affirmation. That's why men are abandoning the Democratic Party. That's why men aren't involved in the progressive movement. That's why you're losing elections and you lose donors. That's why you have to jury rig everything. Google and YouTube have to force. And I can go to my back room right now on my channel, and I can go in there right this second. Matter of fact, I'm going to probably try and do that right now. And I will show you that right this second, YouTube is trying to promote, and I don't know for a fact, I'm just going to show you the screen, but I am pretty sure they're going to say that it's either going to be The View or Midas Touch. Both of them are fake progressive news. And I'll show you what they say. No, I don't want to promote it. Where is it? Inspirations. No. Oh, they're not showing me anything. Oh, they're not giving me anything right now. That's weird. Trends? No. Yep, there it is. Okay, let me show you guys. This is Hollywood. Okay. I am a Republican, a conservative Republican. I have run for office. I have written legislation. I've run for office actually twice. I've spoken at various colleges and at various events pushing Republican politics. Very well known for this. And I have 20 years of doing political commentary on the internet and on YouTube. And they are trying to convince me that I should be inspired. I should want to do a video by Occupy Democrats, which is pro-Democrat, pro-progressive. That's it. All four of their new videos to inspire you. Trump is evil. Trump is evil. Trump is evil. Trump is evil. What am I supposed to be inspired by? Oh, I'm supposed to tell you that Trump is evil. No, that's not what I believe. That's not what's the fact. That's a feeling that I don't share. they're pushing progressive politics on me to push it onto you. And because it isn't working, now they change the rules to suppress me and to push ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN. They're pushing the guys who will say, well, Orange Man bad. And that's all they say is Orange Man bad. And that's why they're pushing it. And because that's what they're pushing, that's why Stephen Colbert is canceled. And not only is he canceled, The Late Show is gone. The history, the tradition disappears. In May 2026, it's all gone. There's no replacement for Stephen Colbert. He killed it. He killed it so much that it will not exist anymore. They're getting rid of the entire idea. That's how unpleasant they have made this. Now, that should be a hint. And I expect that you'll see Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel will be following suit. Why not Greg Gutfeld? Because he's actually entertaining. He makes a joke. People are watching Greg Gutfeld. They're not watching Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon. And is Greg Gutfeld pushing his ideology? He is, but he's at least funny. At least he's willing to make jokes about Republicans as well as everyone else. At least he has interesting people on who are talking about, yes, they're talking a lot about politics, but they're talking about everything else. And yes, it's entertaining because he's not demanding that you must obey, that you must agree with everything that's said. That's why Colbert is failing. That's why the left is failing. It's why men and women aren't watching these programs anymore. Because I don't want to be forced to obey. Let me go through some of the last comments here. So when they say, oh, it's because of Donald Trump. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's because of the content of Colbert, of what he did to people like what he did to Denzel Washington, how dishonest he was. And he was dishonest and he was mean and bitter because he wanted to push politics. He wanted to force Denzel to comply. He wanted Denzel to obey. And Denzel didn't want to do that. Denzel didn't go on to talk about his religion. He didn't want to go on and talk about his politics. He wanted to talk about a movie that people in the audience may or may have wanted to watch. He wanted to entertain people because that's what he gets paid to do. That's his job. And he was there to talk about his job, to pay people. And Colbert was there to push politics. That's not his job. Okay, let me go back into some of the comments real quick. Gracie says, she's had, and you have. Gracie has met my dog Khan and me, both. And she did enjoy Khan. Khan, he loves the women. Khan loves the women. And they all fall for him. He is so good at getting women to fall for him. I mean, that dog has a system. He really does. And that's how he gets treats. The women fall in love with him and they give him all kinds of treats and hugs, and he's a happy, happy dog. He is so slick. Now, the Peace Logic says the merger deal for CBS is saying that's why they're changing it. Yes, because they failed. They wouldn't need a merger if they didn't fail. And they failed because they stopped entertaining. And they're just pushing propaganda. They're just pushing politics. That's why the Democratic Party's failing. That's why the progressive movement isn't growing. And that's also why you're seeing that there's a failure in entertainment. Disney's going through it as well. So is Amazon. The Boys, no one watches that anymore. No one even talks about that anymore. Why? Because it's a failure because of the politics. Same thing with the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power by Amazon. It's a complete failure. Why? It's political. It wanted to go modern Hollywood and it failed. It is a piece of crap. No one wants it. Anything from the MCU. DC was having the same problem. They all have the same issue. Let's see here. Back in the day, Colbert was fun to watch. He was when he was playing a character, and when the point was to entertain. Where did Stephen Colbert come from? He came from Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart, who was making a parody, political parody, but a parody of news media and making fun of left and right politics. And in the heyday of Jon Stewart being the best at political parody, as he was at that time, Stephen Colbert learned by being around Jon Stewart and created the persona of the Colbert Report. And from there, he then got his fame. And that's when he lost his mind and said, oh no, but everyone loves him. No, people didn't love Stephen Colbert. They loved the Colbert Report, a character. They loved the parody. They didn't love Stephen Colbert. They don't love Stephen Colbert's politics. Just like we don't love Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel's politics. We don't care about their politics. We have our own. And we don't need a comedian on late night TV to tell us what our politics should be. They can virtue signal all they want. Go on to Blue Sky, virtue signal all you want. No one wants it. No one wants to watch it. Let's see. Joel says they're all failing. Bill Maher is another one. Well, Bill Maher was always dishonest. Bill Maher has always been dishonest. I have long said he is. Bill Maher colors when in May of 2020, he told women that Me Too doesn't matter. Me Too was not as important as voting for Joe Biden, even though there was a woman with a credible news story standing up and saying that Joe Biden had sexually assaulted her, and the news media ignored her. The very same news media that said Me Too matters, that every woman had to be believed. But when a woman came up against Joe Biden, who was running against Donald Trump, the answer was, it doesn't matter. Don't believe that woman, not in this election, because Donald Trump was more important. That is people who are not serious. Those are people who are authoritarian and they want power. They don't care about you. You are just an obstacle to their power. And that's really sad. So, yeah, I don't like Bill Maher. Bill Maher in 2019 was on his show and was telling the public he wants a recession. He wanted people to lose their jobs, to lose their homes, to be starving so that they wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. Think about that for a second. He publicly said that. That's sick. That is sick because he's rich and he knew, Bill Maher knew it wasn't going to affect him or his friends. He's rich. So he didn't care if there was a recession. He had his contract. He had his rich job and his rich friends. He didn't care about you. He wanted you to suffer. So his politics would be the ones in charge. And now, after his politics that he voted for, that he insisted and shoved down your throat and threw women away to shove down all of our throats, now that it failed and it hurt him as well as his friends, now he wants to say, well, maybe the progressive movement isn't as good as we thought. Maybe socialism isn't as great as we thought. Screw you, Bill Maher. Selfish git. All right. Just finishing up. We got a few more here to go. Grace says the Colbert perpetrated a totally unfounded rumor about the current Princess of Wales before it was announced she had cancer. He knew the rumor was a lie, but he went after her anyway. That is scummy. I didn't know that because I don't watch him. I stopped watching after he got off the Colbert Report. I stopped watching him because I don't care about Stephen Colbert. I don't care about the man. I don't care about his late night show and his politics. I don't care. If I want, when I want to watch someone for their politics, I'll watch Kit Cabello if I want to see the left and some of their political ideas. I go watch Larry Sharp if I want to listen to libertarians and some of their ideas. There's several people that already exist that are far smarter and far more in tune and far better examples of their political ideologies, like seriously understand the issues, that I'll go watch 1,000%. I won't listen to the crackpot who's on TV making a couple $1 million to push whatever the CEO of ABC, CBS, he'll say whatever they say. Whatever they say, he'll push because he's a puppet. He's in a blue sky bubble. He doesn't know any better. I do not. That's scum. I agree. Let's see. Joel says, I appreciate your research time. This is why I trust your opinions. Yes, and I'm willing to show you how I got there. I'm willing to show you the sources I use on a regular basis so that you can see the information for yourself and make your own decision. Because I trust you as an adult. You're going to make the best decision for you with the information. Whether that's what I think or not doesn't matter. That's not what it's about. You're an adult. You'll make the decision that you think is the best one. It may not be the decision I make, kind of like when we were talking about Afghanistan and what should America do? Should we be an empire building nation? I can tell you, my good friend Larry Sharp says absolutely not. I can tell you that Kit Cabello, my friend, he'll tell you absolutely not. I'll tell you that if we're going to be involved in Americans put a single boot on the ground, yes, we should. Absolutely. I'm all into if we are going to have American troops shot at, sweat and bleed in a war, I want to own whatever they're fighting over. At the end of the day, when we win that war, I own it. I want America to own it. And if we're not willing to do that, we don't need to be in the fight. It's not a war. Don't fight. It's that simple. Now, not everyone agrees. That's okay. Everyone will make their own research and come up with their own decisions, and then we can have the conversation. And that means that when it comes to things like, should we invade Iran? Let's have the conversation. You know where I stand. And if that isn't a good answer for you, at least then we have somewhere we know, okay, well, I know where Mike's coming from, and I know his reasoning why. It's not as simple as, let's just make money for the military-industrial complex. No, it's not just, Mike's a warmonger. He just wants war. No, I don't. I just want to, if I'm going to fight the war, I want to win, and I want it to be meaningful. Real simple. So you know where I'm standing from, and then you can say, well, is there a better way to do something else? Can we get to the same goal and not have to go to where Mike is at? Let's have that conversation. We get a better government that way. Let me see what else is here. I think I answered this, Grace. Did I ever watch Colbert? I watched the Colbert Report back with Jon Stewart, back when they were originally doing it. That's the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, when it was good. And not ever since after that. No. Yeah, the Colbert Report was good. Everyone that watched The Late Show, you know what? Yeah, I'm sure people who watched it liked it because they liked the politics. Most people didn't like the politics. Most people don't watch it. His ratings are abysmal. He has the same kind of ratings as the Ahsoka TV show or The Acolyte. We're talking about a couple million people. Now, you may say, well, Mike, that's a lot. That's 2 million people. I don't get 2 million people watching my show. I wish I did. I don't. But yeah, I'm also suppressed. I got Google fighting me. I got YouTube fighting me after 20 years. I have the experience. I have the backlog. I have a catalog of information I've done. I got thousands of hours. You would think they would want people to watch those thousands of hours to follow this. No, they don't like my politics. So I'm not being backed up with a multi-million dollar show. And for someone who gets advertising, Colbert is advertised on CNN. He's advertised on social media, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Google. They are spending millions to push him, and he can only get 2.2 million. There are YouTubers, lots of YouTubers who get a video like Mahler can get over 2 million people to watch a single video of his. And Colbert can only do as well as Mueller? Really? Mueller doesn't get millions of dollars. He doesn't have 20 writers on the staff, 200 people as part of his show. That's Colbert. Colbert has 200 people as part of the show. Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon, they have the same thing. They have like 100, between the three of them, they have like 1,000 people working on their programs, and they get the same ratings as Mueller. One guy, little platoon, one guy with maybe an editor, two people making a video, and they get the same ratings. I tell you, that tells you people just didn't like it. It was bad. Let me see here. Let's see. Yes, Republicans, Libertarians, Green Party, people buy, why does everyone have to be a progressive? You don't. Peace Logic says, I like Bill Maher better than the others. He has some good conversations. Sometimes he does. But I wasn't paying attention to politics seriously until 5 years ago. Did not know the points you just made. Yeah, if you go back and look at what he was saying in 2018, 2017, 2019, I've been doing it a lot longer. So I remember all of the statements these guys were making back in the day. And they don't want you to remember. They count on the fact that you forget what they've done and what they've said. I don't. I remember, and I've got shows on all of these things. I did a show back in 2018 about Bill Maher saying he wants you to be in a recession. He wants you to be dirt poor, out of a job, starving, so that you won't vote for Trump. I did a show on that. That's another reason why they suppressed this show. They don't like. I remember everything that they said. I follow the promises these politicians have made, and I hold them accountable to it. They don't like that. Who do I like on the Democratic side as a political commentator? Well, not as a Democrat, but Sabby Sabs is decent. Depends on the issue. She's decent. I sometimes will watch, and I watch Kit Cabello on a regular basis. He's a leftist, not a Democrat, so more of a progressive. I listen to him a lot. And the others I just listen to sparingly. They annoy me. Very often they annoy me. I'm not saying that. I'm sure I annoy a lot of a lot of Democrats, I'm sure, are very annoyed, and progressives, I am absolutely sure, get very annoyed watching me. But I can understand. I don't agree with the premise that they come up with. It just doesn't make sense, because it's one thing to say you don't agree with my conclusions. I show you the facts. I give you my conclusions. Fine. You don't have to agree. The Democrats and their shows, everything's about their feeling. They feel like things should be this way or that way. I don't care how you feel. I have my own feelings. I've said it many times. And that's why I can't watch the left. Very few people on the left I can watch, because it's all about their feelings, and I don't care what their feeling is. I have my own. So who cares? You can feel any way you want. Same thing with Colbert. Colbert's on his show. Don't you feel like when he's yelling at some of these people he's interviewing, don't you feel like this is the right thing? You've got to be on the right side of history. No, I don't. Shut up. Leave me alone. No, I don't have to agree with you. I don't. I have reasons. And they always like to discount, and that's the other problem I have with watching the left. They discount that people have reasons for where they stand. They love to say, you're black, you can't be a Republican. You're black and Hispanic, you can't be a conservative. Do you know nothing about the history of culture of black and Hispanic people? Of course I can be conservative. And yes, I am a Republican. I have many reasons why I'm Republican, many issues which are conservative and Republican leaning. There's a reason why I have this. It's not just because I woke up one morning, saw a commercial about Ronald Reagan and said, hey, I'm going to be a Republican now. Please don't insult me. I have reasons. They don't ask what are those reasons. They don't ask that I'm tired of being lied to by Democrats on a regular basis over and over and over again, being promised the sky and not getting dirt. No, I have no reason to trust or believe in Democrats. And I've had 57 years of experience behind me on that. But they still say, oh, but you've got to because you've got a permanent suntan. Screw you. What's my color of skin got to do with it? Whether I have a suntan or not, what the hell does that have to do with the fact that Democrats promised everything and gave me nothing because they take my vote for granted? They don't value me as a human being. I'm a checkbox to them. What does that have to do with anything? Why does that status as a checkbox for those Democrats, why should I accept that and say, they're right? I have no value besides being a checkbox. I must vote Democrat. Why in the hell would I want to do that? I may have to fight with libertarians and Republicans and third parties for some of the things I believe in, but at least they will have the fight with me. At least they respect me enough to treat me like a human being, like a grown man, and will debate with me on it. Whether or not they agree, they'll have the conversation. They'll have the decency, at the very least, to hear my argument. Democrats don't. They say, I don't like it. You don't understand. Do you understand how I feel? I don't care. I don't care how you feel. You shouldn't care how I feel. That's why you'd never hear me say, I feel. I don't care. You don't care how I feel. Honestly, let's be honest. You don't care how I feel. You care about my conclusions. You care about my reasoning. You care about what I think. You don't care about how I feel. No reason to. Oh, I got trolls back. I have to say, we should just drop nuclear bombs in the Middle East. No one is that stupid to say that. Only a troll says that because they have no understanding of what they're talking about. But this is why I don't like the left. This is why the left doesn't get my vote. This is why I don't follow the progressives, the socialists, because this is their answer. They have no legitimate answer. This guy who's on Rumble, thank you. You're putting up you're boosting up my algorithm. That's fine. But your statement right here tells us, yeah, just drop nuclear bombs. Really? You're stupid. You're an idiot. There's no other way to describe it. You're just an idiot. And you're a failure. You're embarrassing other Democrats and progressives. That's just what you're doing. Because that's just stupid. Oh, and now I just saw you're also anti-Semitic. Now I just saw that, and he just got pulled. Look, a lot of people can say a lot of things. The troll that we just had on the screen that I was just showing, yeah, he just said something. Oh, wait a minute. He said something that was anti-Semitic about Stephen Colbert. And mind you, I don't like Stephen Colbert, but he decided to attack Stephen Colbert's religion. He's banned. I don't put up with that. Look, I don't like Colbert's politics. He's still a man. He can have whatever religion he wants. He can believe whatever he wants. He's an American citizen. And I will not allow anyone on my channel to belittle someone else because of their religion. I will not allow them to belittle someone because of racism and sexism. I don't have to agree with somebody. But just because they have this or that religion is not in and of itself a reason. I'm not upset with Mamdani as an example. My problems with Mamdani isn't that he is Ugandan, that he has Indian descent, that he's a Muslim. I don't care about those things. That's meaningless. None of that means anything to me because that's not important. Unless it's actually in the policies he's representing, then it's not important. If Mamdani is saying that everyone in New York City have to convert to Islam, then I have a problem with his religious beliefs. He's not saying that. I don't care. But that's not a reason to be against him. I'm against him because his socialist policies have failed everywhere they've been tried. That's the reason why I don't like Mamdani, because he's not smart enough to understand his policies don't work. And we have a history around the world of showing his policies, the things he's offering, the promises he's making don't work. Let's see. Joel says, I would love to watch a Democrat left side show that laid out the issues with facts and explains the platform. They don't do that. They won't do that. In fact, I can tell you guys, I used to do a show every Thursday with Larry Sharp. We did it at lunchtime. We called it the Lunch with Larry Sharp. That's what we called it. We called it Lunch with Larry. And you can go to his channel, Larry Sharp, the Sharp Way. Excuse me, the Sharp Way. And you can go back on his channel and you can look. And we every Thursday at noon, it would be me, Larry Sharp, and a woman, I forget her name now, Charlotte. So me, Larry, and Charlotte. Charlotte was a leftist. I mean, progressive, blue hair, all the stereotypes. She's that kind of blue sky leftist. There was me as the Republican and Larry as the Libertarian. And for an hour, every from noon till 1, the three of us would go through some of the different issues that were out there. This is about 2 years ago. We were doing this show, 2023. And we did it every Thursday. And it was a good show. We were having lots of fun. Except the leftist can't stand it. She couldn't keep up. Everything she had to say was how she felt about the issues. And she kept arguing with me about how she feels versus what's going on. And she had horrible logic. And she was getting embarrassed. So she gave up. She just gave up. Me and Larry, we looked for leftists. Now, I don't know a lot of leftists. I don't know a lot of Democrats. So I know some, but I don't know any that are willing to go on live and debate the issues every week with Larry Sharp and with me. They'd have to actually know what they're talking about. They'd have to actually be able to convey a message, an idea, and the ideology. They'd have to be able to explain that. And no one on the left wants to do it. Me and Larry, for over a year, searched for anyone on the left, men, women, anyone who would come on every Thursday and sit in a panel with me and Larry Sharp and talk about whatever the issue is that week in politics for 1 hour during lunch, when most people have lunch on Thursdays. We couldn't get anyone. To this day, we still can't get anyone. The left won't do it because they can't. None of them can stand up and actually legitimately have a discussion. They can yell at you. They can curse you out. They can be a troll. They can't stand up. And if you're actually having a serious conversation about facts and consequences, they can't handle it. They can't hold up. Their argument will not hold up to the scrutiny. They will embarrass themselves, and they know it. So they say no, and they refuse. They refuse every time. Literally for more than a year, they won't do it. It's sad. It's not that we're not willing to do it. They just won't. Okay. So with that said, we've been on for 6 hours, which I appreciate. I thank you guys for being here with me. I didn't expect to go 6 hours. We went a little long today. And that's because I was answering questions. And I love that. So if you're watching the show for the first time and you're saying to yourself, well, wait a minute, Mike, I wanted to ask a question. Next time you can. It's okay. I will take questions from almost anybody. I mean, as long as you're respectful and ask me whatever you want to ask, we can talk about it. If you disagree, that's okay. You can disagree. Peace Logic disagreed. Everybody in my audience has at some point disagreed with me on some issue over the last 20 years. It's okay. I'm thick-skinned. I've heard every argument out there. And as long as you're not trying to insult me or my audience, then come on, ask a question. I'm perfectly happy with that. Next time, go ahead, just ask away and say, Mike, no one's talking about it right now, but what do you think about biogas? As an example, I'm into clean energy and I follow it, and no one talks about biogas. Mike, do you know why no one's talking about biogas as an alternative for renewable energy? And I'll answer your question because I actually know about biogas. And the fact is, it's not a reliable source of renewable energy. It's too expensive and too difficult to collect, to create, and to collect. And the return off of biogas is not consistent. They actually need to, and they've been working with fungi to try and make more methane producing fungi that eats garbage. And it's not effective. It's not efficient. It's just not workable. Biogas doesn't work. But they've tried it. They've been trying it for about 20 years now. They've been trying to make biogas a realistic source of renewable energy. It just doesn't work. But I use that as an example that, guys, if you have questions, just ask. I'm more than happy to answer any question. If it's politics that's been talked about in the last roughly 40 to 50 years, I probably know it at least a little bit, and I can answer your questions. And that's what I'm here for. Let's see. Let's see. What is that? And Dow says, or they try to shout you down and spam your chat, hoping you stop people from talking. Yeah, they do. And that's the other sad thing. I mean, look, if you don't like what I'm saying, there's people who don't like, and they're like, oh my God, you're so evil. You're so bad. You're so evil. It's real simple, guys. Just, that's not an answer. If you don't have an answer, if you think I'm wrong and you don't have a way to prove I'm wrong, do some more homework, do some more research, learn the topic. I learned it. It's not like I was born with this. I do research. I do study. I listen to all the news. So if you don't have an answer and say, oh, I can't answer that, either it's a problem with your ideology or it's a problem with your knowledge. Or maybe it's just I'm right and you're wrong. Sometimes it's any of those, but I hate those guys that just scream, oh, you're just an evil person. You're just an evil person. I don't like you. I don't like you. Who cares? You know what? You're 12. Seriously, this isn't a show for 12-year-olds. It's a show for adults. What? This guy is still talking? Is he still in the chat somewhere? Oh, wow, he is. Hang on. Oh, my God. Excuse me, guys. I'm trying to delete him. I did not realize that this Joker is still here. Sorry, I'm deleting all of his stuff there. I apologize. I didn't know. I thought I had removed him through the system here, but it seems he was still talking to people. And he's there too. And he's been banned. He's now banned on Rumble. He's banned on YouTube. He's gone. I apologize that he was there for a while. He's trying to pick a fight, but I blocked him. And I just blocked him permanently because he had nothing of substance to say. And I apologize. That's the problem with trolls. All they do is just, you're evil. You're evil. You suck. You're a bad person. Yeah. Look, you're miserable. I get it. But that doesn't mean spread the misery. If you have nothing intelligent to say, don't say anything at all. I don't mind people saying, oh, I don't agree, or you're not I disagree with you. Okay, fantastic. But, being a troll serves no one. It does nothing. You advance nothing. All right. Again, I apologize. It took me that long. By the way, if I address a troll and that troll is still spamming in any of the platforms, let me know so that I can go directly to that platform, because I'm streaming to multiple platforms at once. Sometimes when I try and stop the spam, it doesn't go through the system properly, and I have to go to the source, to that different source, that different site, and take care of it there. Let me know, and I will go in and I will take care of that. And one of these days, when I get big enough, if we get to 5,000 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers, I'll get a moderator, and they'll take care of that for me. But until then, I'm the only one doing all this, and I got to take care of it because of the money. Yeah, the trolls always are. They always throw away accounts because they've got nothing better to do with their lives. They've got nothing. So their job, and they're there to discourage. To be fair, troll accounts on political commentary shows, they're only there to try and frustrate. And they've been doing this on and off to me for a decade or so. They come on to try and frustrate me and you as the audience, to frustrate you if you're in chat so you don't speak, to frustrate me so that I get flustered or I get upset or something. They want to make it themselves a nuisance so that they can silence someone because I'm too effective, because they have no argument. They can't defeat or counter what's being said, and they're embarrassed. And they look bad, and they're afraid that their friends will hear the argument and go, "Wow, you said the exact opposite. You're wrong. What you said doesn't make any sense. That's right. The Democrats have been wrong. The progressives have been wrong." And their world starts terrified because they don't have anything except power. So then they lose their minds. It's sad. Last question of the night. And Grace says, are you endorsing Sliwa? Not Silva. It's Sliwa. Sliwa. Curtis Sliwa for mayor. In the mayoral race? Yeah. I can't stand Cuomo. He's corrupt as hell. And culpable of murder. So Cuomo's out. Eric Adams is ineffective. He's inefficient. He's already proven that he's a failure as a mayor based on what we've just lived through. We know we're living through it right now. He's failed. Why do I want more of him? So he's out. He's no good. Mondani is pushing failed ideas. Whether it failed in Kansas, whether it's an idea that failed in Portland, every one of his positions are failed ideas that have historically around the world always failed. That's a socialist for you. Why would I vote for him? He's out. So that's three. Those are three big candidates. Jim Langworthy? No. I'm forgetting Jim's last name. What is Jim's last name? I hate disrespecting him by not remembering his name. Hang on a second. I know his name. His name is Walden. That's it. Jim Walden is the independent. And I don't agree with him. He's not a bad person per se. I just don't agree with enough of his positions. So that leaves me with only one thing. That leaves me only to deal with Sliwa. And by the way, I've interviewed Sliwa. I've covered Sliwa 4 times so far. He has a genuine interest in the public. He has a genuine concern about things that matter, like having lithium ion battery plants in residential communities. That is a recipe for cancer and death and destruction. When those plants burn, and they will, because they already do all across the country, they're going to burn in New York City. That means that's a residential area. I'm within the 7-mile zone of the one that's planned for the Bronx. When that goes off and burns, the toxic fumes, I'm within the 7-mile radius that they would want to condition people about, which means I would be breathing in toxic fumes. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. And Sliwa isn't a fan of that either. So there's that. We agree on that. I agree with some of his fiscal policies on how to get back businesses to realistically, we need to encourage new businesses to come and either be created or come to New York, because the old ones are gone and they're not coming back. And he's right. They're not coming back. We're not getting any of the old businesses. We're not getting any of the old staples. They're not coming back to Fifth Avenue to open up the store that they used to have. They're not coming back ever again. They're gone. We need to adapt. We need to change. We need to change the way that we're looking at these empty storefronts, how we're going to use the buildings and the empty apartments and spaces that we have better. And he's addressing that. He's looking at it realistically. He is a New Yorker. And I'm not saying that I agree with every single policy Sliwa has ever come up with. I don't. But on average, I'd say I agree with well over 50, 60% of what he's saying. And I agree with none of the others. So there you go. Yeah, I do endorse Sliwa, Curtis Sliwa for mayor. I do think he has the most good ideas for the city. Out of any of the candidates, he has the most, let me put it better. He has the most serious and realistic answers for New York City of any of the candidates. So yeah, I do recommend him. And I would say that too. I've said that to his face, and I would say it to his face again if we have an interview. Absolutely. And that wouldn't stop me from asking him hard questions, as I have done. I've asked him tough questions before. I will ask him tough questions again, because I ask tough questions of every candidate I interview, even if I know them, even if I like them, because the job is to ask the tough question. Fair, but tough. That's the thing. Fair, but tough, even if you know them. Because it's not about what I think. It's about what you think. So am I going to vote for Sliwa? Absolutely. Should you vote for Sliwa? Listen to what he has to say. Ask him some questions. Maybe. That's up to you. But with that said, we've been on for 6 hours, 15 minutes. I appreciate each and every one of you. I thank you. Please do share this. Please, YouTube and Google are oppressing me. Not because I'm black, but because I'm a Republican. And they're oppressing me. They don't want you to hear anything I've said today. They don't want to see any of the conversations. They just want you to obey and vote Democrat. Well, don't. Maybe stick it to them by putting in a like, by subscribing to the channel, and giving me the opportunity to reach just a few more people. Isn't that fair? Costs you nothing. Helps free speech. Let's do that. So with that said, I thank everyone. I want you to have a great weekend. I'm going to go get a pizza, and I'm going to go do some dishes and then watch some anime, play some video games. I want you to do the same thing. Have a great time, folks. By the way, don't forget Zazzle, the Zazzle store. You too can check out the Zazzle store and see if you want to get a mug like mine. I got a bunch of different designs as well, all original, unique designs. Go check it out for yourselves. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe not. Let me know. I'll talk to you again soon. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Dowd. Thank you, Peace Logic. Thank you, Joel. And, oh, God, there's so many others that I missed. I know I'm missing a bunch of other people. Thank you, everybody, for leaving a comment, Gracie and Grace. Mike has bad knees. I know you're out there somewhere, Happy Life. I know you're recovering. Continue to get healthy. Continue to get strong. I always want to hear from you as you're getting stronger and better. Dean Robinson, everybody, have a great night. I'll talk to you again really soon.